Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's a hard job. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Exile might have been one of those looking at the radar type moments and looked like that's just a free
That's
kill.
very generous of you to give him that. I think that was just a straight up miss, but
I'm trying to be a bro. I'm trying to help.
No, that's fair enough.
You know.
I think that was just a rare spray that got out of hand. It happens, but yeah, not his best moment. Doesn't cost him anything. It's fine. It's whatever. I guess that XCB saves the rifle. That is kind of significant for the economy on the CT side. JL's got a kill. Has he? No, apparently not. Can't find the shot. One more bullet would have done it to find Boomich.
I feel like sprays that get out of control is one of the ugliest feelings in Counter-Strike.
Oh, yeah.
As much as fun as it can be to get, like, you know, the Deagle one-shots, but that feeling when you start to spray and you suddenly, like, you're halfway through and you're like,
and he just know, yeah, I'm done. I'm cooked.
It's not working.
He should kill me now. Like, after this display, I should be taken down, and indeed he was. It's the ones you think, oh, well, I can't miss this one. This is the guaranteed kill.
Yeah.
This is the one that's locked in. And that's when you that's the danger zone. That's when you go for the crouch spray. You don't really line it up correctly. And like I said, it happens to the best of us. It will be the tactical timeout. Na'Vi starting to feel a bit of pressure now. Bear in mind, they do save a few rifles, though, so their money's actually pretty decent. Wonderful's had a good showing today. A couple of nice clutches, good impact in the chaotic situations. It's the first showing with their new young sniper within their ranks. Bear in mind, Ukrainian. He's 18 years old. Fits the bill. Upcoming star of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we've seen a glimmer of what he could do here, but there's definitely more to come.
Yeah, definitely.
Very exciting play to watch. But like the panel we're talking about too, big shoes to fill.
That goes without saying, doesn't it? Yeah, that's totally fair. But I think a wise man once said he just needs to play his own game, Anders. That's
it's
all
easy
he
to
has
say,
to do. Yeah.
But
As long as he can play his own game.
It's true, though. No, it is true.
And he's like, I don't think he's affected by pressure too much. He seems like super calm, like quite reserved at times, but
yeah,
doesn't seem like he gets flustered too often, I'll be honest with you. Castled a lot of his games. And we'll see if he can continue to impress us. It's been a pretty decent showing with the rifles and the AWP. 9-8, one round in it. Cloud9 closed the gap here on their T-side campaign. Another set up towards A, it seems, as 3 players will be on that side of the map. It's just Hobbit suggesting there could be some B-side pressure here. Molotov towards Jail, blowing the initial smoke open, and he's going to be full sending it. Wow. Flashbang from his teammate as well, but not quite enough. Imma will find the first kill, and then towards the A side we go. They've done enough to actually dissuade CTs from the initial defense. They've got an open bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, there was already 3 people at A, and now more people have rotated over, or B, rather. That's a little bit too quick, I think, on the trigger for the CT side of doing that kind of a rotation. 3 versus 4 now. The bomb is planted. This headshot's going to make a difference. It's Electronic, good for the 1, but they know exactly where he is. They're going to try to overwhelm him. They can't get him just yet. Electronic with a massive triple headshot, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Perfecto, looking to see if he can clear this one up. A little bit of a smoke to try, but the bomb is way out wide, way outside of the range of that smoke, and it's uncomfortable. He's got no idea where Perfecto is. Yeah, Electronic. He did enough in this one. I don't think Alexi could do anything here. He's going to try and just sit down, go for the full-on defuse. Oh, maybe. Oh, no. He can't find it. I don't believe it. Oh. Alexi able to get the full-on defuse after the bomb was planted in a really great position. That should have been their round.
Oh, that's kind of awkward, actually. Perfecto was like scratching his nose, basically AFK in the 1v1 because he saw Alexi jump up off the bomb.
Henry, you look physically uncomfortable.
I'm just like, I feel bad for him because he's having such a quiet showing. And like, that was the round to really like kind of like tie things up and like shatter their economy. Electronics delivered this sort of performance here. And you've got all the information. Wasn't the best smoke on top of the bomb there. And he gets the info, but didn't reposition, didn't adjust. And there was a full defuse still available there. Comes down to like half a second. But Alexi B steals the round away, snatches it from Perfecto, as it will be round number 19 underway here. Initial frag going in favor of Na'Vi. They'll maintain the advantage, courtesy of Wonderful. It's going to be a 4-on-3 now. Huge round here. Hobbit trying to make it happen, but he's been found out as well. This was a more scrappy round from Cloud9. Looking a little discombobulated after giving up the previous 1v1. Electronic and Boomich remain. Not impossible for them to pick this one up, but it doesn't look great. The bomb's on the back of Electronic. Former in-game leader now working with Boomich.
Hobbit is really aggressive in some of these rounds, like just powering through the smokes. If they hadn't thrown a grenade at him, I think he would have swung against Wonderful. I think he wanted to take that fight, just coming out of the smoke, but he got stopped prematurely, so didn't really get there. Great position to be in on the T side. This is kind of interesting.
Okay.
Might be hard to read for the C, even if they have this massive advantage.
I don't know. This one is actually, it's kind of brewing up nicely. They've made the perfect call on the Cloud9 side. This is the only way they get a bomb plant down. And it's a plant in quite an advantageous position. They can plant for the CT side of the beach. There's a real chance. Like, that Molotov might deny control from Wonderful. There's the bankside plant, the beachside plant. I'm thinking of bloody Overpass.
Yeah, we're going to call it something. That's a rare bomb plant to see on this map, usually on the other side of the obelisk.
There's a chance they win this, Anders.
There is a chance. They have another Molotov even on Boomich. He's listening for the footsteps. Alexei, not quite aware of how much danger he's in. He's going to get picked off in transit. Molotov around the corner. This is actually quite doable. 2 versus 3. We'll see if that grenade's going to come into play. There's the Molotov set up on top of the bomb, and they're really running out of time now. The spray is good. Boomich gets the kill. No scope coming in from Wonderful, but it's down to a 1 versus 1. The clock is out, and Wonderful, he gets the kill, but loses the round. Cloud9 with a 2-on-4 victory.
It all comes together perfectly for Cloud9 there. How they win that round, I will never know. A 4 versus 2, Boomich and Electronic displaying the experience there, Anders, piece by piece. Managing to call a perfect round there at a huge deficit. It looked like they were done for, but I suppose it just makes up for the round they gave up previously in that 1 versus 1 where Electronic had to work so hard. They make sure they get this one over the line here. It was a labored round. You can see Wonderful, even after hitting the final shot there, just didn't have anything left. The time had gone, and JL can't believe they've given up that sort of an advantage there. Like I said, the only way they could have won it is they went towards that beach position in CT spawn. Bomb planted for the beach side, and once that was down, all bets are off. They had a real fighting chance there. They're right back into it. As we go 10-9, there is an AWP saved, of course, but an eco otherwise. This is actually kind of an interesting round. You don't see many of these in CS2, like the 1 AWP and the full eco.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be as viable as it was in CSGO. But, of course, this one was saved from the previous round, so we'll see whether they can make this first kill a reality. The Julies, significant damage. That's even better. Alexei B, he'll find Electronic.
Axel, yeah, just stay alive out there. He's going to get the help from Hobbit. Bomb being interrupted. That's uncomfortable.
Okay.
Still a 2 versus 2, and no bomb plant happening. Alexei snuck in somehow with a Mac 10. I don't even know how he got there, but he just showed up on the spot. And Hobbit can't really attempt another bomb plant until Axel gets there. They have to have a little bit more control. This is so uncomfortable.
Yes. The bomb being planted bravely towards A main. Wonderful, bear in mind. He's got the Camouflage, the AWP, but no further utility or diffuse key here. It's him with the P250 who has to try and take the aggro. How does he duck and weave and avoid certain death and allow Wonderful a bit of wiggle room here? There's the first attempt. That's the opportunity for Wonderful to get out of the camera position. Nails the first shot. They've got a chance here, Anders. It's down to Axel. He's had a quiet showing so far, but this is looking like he's done more than enough. There'll be no further chance for success as Immo, sure, he gets the kill, but like we said, no diffuse kit. You can see Axel. He looks quite frustrated. In fact, like, even though he wins the round, you can see like he's had a pretty poor showing by his standards. Like, he has had a pretty underwhelming year, to be honest with you. Once considered to be the best rifler on the planet, and at this stage, just kind of middle of the pack, you know.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I wish I could, because I really am a fan of Axel's style and general. I think he's a really, really smart player. But this Cloud9 project, so far, it's not really been working out for him. It is disappointing, because he really does have a lot of depth to him. But yeah, we are not seeing it yet. And yet, that's a round 1, but it's such an expensive round from Cloud9. You want to see
They're
more.
just like trading blows, you know.
Yeah.
Because like Cloud9 win the round, but it's still a hollow victory. The fact that it comes down to that 1 versus 1 and it's a scrappy finish, and Axel can't seem to hit the broadside of a barn. We are going to have some insight though with the TeamSpeak.
Nice!
Bro,
Nice, anyway!
the smoke was perfect
What is
somehow.
happening, bro?
Nice.
How does he kill me to the side?
And that was from the smoke defuse earlier. That's where just their own reaction.
I couldn't believe it either. Like, it was more
surreal, wasn't it?
It was kind of just accepting his fate and diffusing in the smoke. I've got no other option. I have no information as to where you are. And still it works out for him. Like, it was the perfect smoke without him knowing.
That really is the kind of diffuse. You're just accepting your fate. You're like, I've probably lost this one, whatever. Oh, Imma. I mean, you get that deep. I can understand why you want to keep going, because you, in the back of your mind, you're thinking about to shoot someone in the back, but it turns out it's the other way. Game is tied up. 10-10, and we have a real game in our hands. The first one, FaZe versus NAVI, was a little bit different. It was a little bit one-sided. FaZe just look unstoppable. 16 in a row for them, but this is a lot more even-handed at the moment.
Well, well, well. It's looking like Cloud9 might have done enough here for the reverse sweep. Some impressive clutches. Electronic with a star performance here, 20 frags to his name. Wonderful's been decent. He's actually top of the server. What a debut in the Navi jersey. 22 kills to his name. But they've been a bit unfortunate in some of these really tight situations. They've given up that 4-on-2. I think that's the straw that broke the camel's back, Anders. I think this game might be GG had they had won that round, but here we are. They find themselves on the back foot here, but that's a very important kill. Wonderful continues to deliver here. Almost taken down there. Lucky to be alive as he gets a more defensive position here towards the cave.
He's really sure that someone's hunting him down from that dark position, but see if he get another one as they cross over into the bomb site. If they want to go for the retake here, they do need something. Bit of a wall bang coming out, but no one's planting on that side. That's it, yeah.
Don't see many of those these days.
You know, well, everyone's still learning everything again, you know. It's a new game. People forgot how to throw smokes. It's all cool. Boomich here with the Galil, trying to use that cinder block in front of him. Not going to be getting more than the one there. Alexi with the trade-in. The retake is still being attempted here, but they're running out of players. 1 versus 3 at the end, I think, for Exile. And, well, it's going to be a good round for Cloud9.
Boomich is loving it.
He is. He's in the zone.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying his passion right now. And he's telling everyone as well, just calm yourselves down. Relax. We've got this. All these chaotic rounds, these tense moments are going in their favor. Even with a missed smoke there. I think there was a smoke outside Dark Room. You can throw towards the temple itself and can land on the roof. Obviously having a bit of fun with it does happen. But there's Boomich, very, very happy to pick that round up, and it's a significant one as well. You can see it has to be the partial buy here. Looking for map points on their opponent's pick. Cloud9, 11-10 up against the Desert Eagles here. M4 for Imma. 15 kills to his name, and we'll be operating with the Hero M4 on the CT side towards B main.
This was a 7-5 first half, and then Navi won the pistol on the second half, so they should have been in a really, really strong position to close this out.
It goes back to that 4-on-2. They lost to Boomich and Electronic. As soon as you get that round up, it was a tone shift on the server.
Yeah, I think you're right, unfortunately. Imma goes down, so the rifle is lost. I don't even think anyone can really pick it up.
I think you might be onto something. They sent out a double flash to hook him up. Didn't really work out, though. That is the rifle offered over to Cloud9. As I said, they're working for map points here. It's 11-10, 5-on-4. Alexi B is impressive with the pistol so far, but it won't be quite enough in round number 22 as we go through the motions here and find ourselves at the logical conclusion of a Cloud9 victory, at least in this round, as they posed 12 on the board. Just a case as to whether they can deny the exit frags here for Navi.
Yeah, maybe, you know, steal a rifle, like it's down
That's about as good as you don't need to hunt it. Like, if anything, you want to deny. Like, you know that they're saving the M4s. You've got a rifle down towards main. As long as everyone just survives here, make sure that even if they do find a frag, they don't recover the rifle. Like, that's all you have to do. There's no hunting required at all.
Cloud9 with 2 chances after this to close out the map, avoid overtime.
Well, our prediction game, Anders, the Creamy Bears are in the bin. So we went for Navi in this one. We went against the grain. We chose Nip in the opening map.
Yeah.
Didn't work out for us. We chose Navi here.
Try to be the rebels.
We were trying to believe.
Swim upstream.
We're trying to believe in the romance and the storylines.
Yeah.
Hasn't worked out too well here, but there's still plenty more CS to be played here in the second series of the day. We've got 4 games to bring you here at the BLASTPremier 4 Finals 2023, live from the Royal Arena in Copenhagen. We're actually inside the building already, Anders. Like, we're not in the arena itself, but we're in kind of the concourse, you know?
Yeah.
Setting up.
Getting everyone kind of in the right zone, in the right feel of it. I'm sure the players, too. Some of them have already played on that big stage, but yeah, that's
it's vast, bro. We went out there last night just to walk around. Like, it always takes your breath away at how big the arena is. It's going to be a lot of fun when the playoffs kick off, but who will make it? I think 5 teams are debuting new lineups at this event. So
I know.
It's kind of insane, to be honest with you. So it's wide open. That's wonderful. He does miss that first shot. Bear in mind, this is map point, Anders. They can't afford to give anything further away because they need 2 rounds in a row to post overtime. They've given up A main control, but here's the smoke. You see Axel. He's ready for it, but he does take about 50 damage. He's still burning. What's going on? Down he goes. I'm not sure what happened there, Anders, but it doesn't work out for Axel at all. Bloody hell.
Yeah, it still feels to me like when you throw down the smoke inside of the Molotov, it just takes an extra second than it would have been.
That was rough. That was super unfortunate. Like, he threw the smoke. He had it prepped. It was ready for that moment.
Yeah.
And he throws it down, and I guess that's what you call you get CS2'd.
It does feel that way. Because in Go, it felt like as soon as you just touched instant pop. But here it's like an extra second and a half, and it's really uncomfortable. Well, here we go. Trying to get back into the round in spite of that early accident for Axile. It's going to be Electronic getting a good kill there. He couldn't quite follow it up, and I think that's the shutdown that they were looking for here. Navi, a step in the right direction to try and get it into overtime. 15 seconds on the clock, and they're just so far apart. Boomich have to run in, get a double kill, plant the bomb, and I just don't think that's going to happen, so... Clock is run down on this one, and we are going to go all the rounds.
Oh, absolutely. We wouldn't have it any other way, especially this sort of matchup as well. Bear in mind, this is Boomich, his debut on LAN. He's team game leader for Cloud9 against his former organization, who are missing Navi with Wonderful coming through. We've got another TeamSpeak clip for you, though. Let's see what's going on.
Nice shot.
Let's go. Let's fucking go, boys. We can still fucking go overtime easy. Let's go.
Yes, let's go.
Nice job, boys. We can still go overtime easy. And I agree. It's only a couple of rounds, Anders, and
hell yeah.
Both teams inexperienced here, both debuting with new lineups and a compromised Cloud9. I think that's fair to say. Like, they've lost their star all player, one of the world's best snipers, Shiro. And they've replaced him with Boomich, who's an absolute veteran, a legend of Counter-Strike, but he's no sniper. We all know that. And he's coming in to fill that role, but so far so good. It hasn't been a massive problem. They're a map point on their opponent's pick of Anubis. It's their first map of the tournament, and actually looking much better. Honestly, this is quite good in terms of a Cloud9 showing.
Like, losing Shiros, obviously, it's going to be almost impossible to replace him, but unlocking Electronic has been wild. He's got 23 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? I guess that's the most significant takeaway from all of this. It's alleviating that pressure.
Yeah.
He's a fragger by nature. Let him off the leash and see the damage he can inflict. He's done an absolute tremendous job out there today.
One of the sickest in that sense. First time I remember seeing his name, he played a cobblestone game and got 75 kills on it. And I just remember thinking, this is...
How many rounds were played?
I think it was like 3 overtime.
Okay, I was going to still he's like, done that. I'm not even sure there's that many kills available.
Ridiculous.
They have to kill all 5 every round.
I just remember seeing that and I thought, okay, I have to check this out. Like, I have to know who this guy is. Like, that's so stupid. And turned out, you know, a couple of years later, he was ready.
He certainly was.
Here we go. We're playing for overtime. Navi, they really badly want this. They had the lead coming out of the first half. They were looking good, but Cloud9 have proven they're really well prepped for this particular map. And it's exciting to see.
Yeah, but it's a photo finish. Round number 24. I love this. There's a lot of storylines in this particular series. The first map, Cloud9 struggling to close things out. Time is of the essence. 40 seconds here. Alexi B working in tandem with Imma. They've got a nice little stack as well. M4's in position to shut down this assault in towards the B bomb site. But Hobbit cracking things open. Double kill on entry as the bomb is planted.
He has got some absolutely cracking openings in this particular game. It's sick, isn't it? Boomich very low on health, but the bomb already planted here. They're going to get Boomich, but that's a really fast bomb plant. They are under pressure right now. Otherwise, Cloud9 will walk away with it. Electronic back in action. He's going to get another kill. Hobbit with the triple, and Electronic finding the last one. 25 kills, Henry, at the end for Electronic as Cloud9 will pick up the opening map.
Oh, what a great map it was as well. Right down to the wire, all 24 rounds, and everyone having to play their part in the comeback there. Cloud9 going down 7-5 in the first half. Navi looked great, but still wasn't quite enough there. And I have to say, it's that 4-on-2 that could come back to haunt them. We'll let the Deaths break it down.
What a clinical finish for Cloud9 on the very finish, the photo. And as Henry G was tagging it along, 13-11, beautiful last round. This game delivered, Jacob.
That was a great game of Counter-Strike between two teams that have so much history in between them. Obviously, NAVI going up against a lot of their former teammates. Quality of the game up there, I'd say. You know, I was a little bit... I guess worried that we wouldn't see the best quality of Counter-Strike coming into it with Cloud9 without an AWPer, NAVI with a new lineup, a new identity, but I think the quality of the game was great. The tension of the game was good, and then the execute in the very last round right here, the composure coming out of Cloud9. I was listening into the comm, given I don't speak their language, it sounded cool, composed, and the execute and entering from Hobbit, spot on.
Absolutely. We have the round history here, and I would like to have your opinion, your take on that spot of round, that streak of round that Cloud9 was able to put on the board on the CT side. We are in Anubis, famously T-sided map right now, and still a whole lot of aggression, a whole lot of map eating away from Cloud9, being out there, taking risks. Do you think there was a plan at the very beginning, or do you think this was more an adjustment as the game was going by?
A bit of both. You know, I think if you want to have a good CT side on Anubis, you gotta be proactive. You gotta be able to dare to play, sort of. And they didn't have the best start. We saw NAVI get off to a good one, and then Cloud9 had to adjust a little bit. But I think it was part of the game plan that they wanted to test NAVI. They wanted to apply pressure. And as you saw in that string of rounds, it was working out beautifully well for Cloud9.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was very complicated for NAVI to handle all of that aggression. They got time, they got flanked, they always had players behind them. And when you put 5 rounds in a row on the CT side of Anubis, and of course you put yourself in a good position. One of the maestro architect of this great Cloud9 performance, Electronic.
Yes.
Once again delivering. And I'll just put it out there. I thought that with Boomich coming in, Electronic would take less entry duels. Turns out I'm wrong. He took 8 entry duels in this game, won 6 out of 8. Is that something I can actually rely upon, or was this just a phenomenal Electronic?
I hope so, Matcher. I hope that's the Electronic we're going to see for the future, because I agree with you. Not necessarily sure how much he would be involved, not necessarily sure if we would see the Electronic as of 2019 in NAVI, where he was always playing the way he played in this game. But even some of the patterns, if you're going in and you're rewatching this game, maybe even download the demo and check out the way he's running in. He's being set up with flashes, set up with utility, and they're using him in this position with the purpose of opening up the rounds. So yes, I very much hope we get to see more of this Electronic, because that's when he's at his absolute best. The best entry fragger in the game in CSGO ever. Maybe he can come back to that level in CS2.
Now, this was a phenomenal map from Electronic. Very much alive, very impactful in these late rounds. I've always loved to see him play in the last 20 to 30 seconds. He's got such an attitude on how to close these rounds. If we flip the script and we talk about Wonderful just a little bit, temperature check, I think the numbers are right there. He had a couple good clutch in this game as well. What do you make of this first performance?
I think he had a good game, to be completely honest. I think he was a big part of the reason why NAVI were able to pressure Cloud9 as much as they were in this game. He wasn't afraid of taking duels either. I think it was Henry at one point in the game got a bit surprised by how aggressive he was in the early rounds. So as you said, he was involved early, he was involved in the mid of the rounds, and he had a couple of good clutch attempts as well. So overall, if you isolate the performance of Wonderful, I think he passed with excellence.
Yeah, this was a pretty good first map for Wonderful. Unfortunately, NAVI fall victim to Cloud9, who are now moving into the second map with a 1-0 lead. You talked about communication. This was something that very much impressed me. We were standing in front of them. It feels like everybody is chiming in right now in Cloud9. You had Perfecto, had a couple of words in freeze time. You had Hobbit, who was coming in as well with a couple of ideas. This is a Cloud9 that seems very much alive.
The energy, right? Because we've been observing Cloud9, we've been seeing them at certain tournaments where you could feel something is off. The energy isn't there. Not all the players are communicating. This time around, though, as you said, it felt like everything was smooth. Everyone was chiming in, and you can easily feel the vibe of a team. It's such a vague word sometimes to say the vibe is good or the vibe is bad, but just by standing and observing, not understanding a single word of what they were saying, you could feel that the team was energized. They were in it to win it, and honestly, the way they played this game, beautiful.
And they pull off the heist indeed, stealing away Anubis from NAVI. And now it's Ancient coming up, a map where Cloud9 have already made a whole lot of success and splashes. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to dissect this second map between NAVI and Cloud9. best case scenario for Cloud9 in the beginning of this series, of course, stealing away Anubis from the claws of Navi. We are now moving on to Ancient, a map that has been decidedly a pick for the ranks of Cloud9 for quite a while. We're talking about a CS2 record of 4 wins out of 5 maps played. They only fell victim to FaZe Clan, that's it. Are we gearing towards a 2-0? Do you think the difference has already been made for Cloud9, or is it still up in the air?
It was a big step in that direction, yeah. I would argue that Cloud9, as of right now, are heavy favorites to win this game 2-0. Once you said it, Cloud9 like to play Ancient. They played it a lot in CS2. Only lost to FaZe, which is no shame at the time being. FaZe is up there with the best in the world, obviously. Whereas for Navi, they haven't really played the map. They played it once in the past 6 months, I believe that is. Oh, sorry, in the last 100 days.
Yes.
Only lost it once. And last time they had a win on the map is 98 days ago. So it's not a map that LXCB has been working on a lot for Navi, nor the new iteration with Wonderful. So they're going in a bit in the dark against a team who loves to play Ancient. So yes, all the points, all the arrows right now are pointing in the direction of Cloud9.
Yeah, and there is another problem that I think we need to address is where is BIT? I think that was a relatively discrete map, number one. Obviously, we have a very small sample size of Navi and CS2, right? There is the whole Sydney with Blade happening. It's far from being ideal. But in that tournament, rather, BIT very much impressed me. I think a lot of people kind of remembered again, oh, holy hell, this is the BIT that we know and love, like the headshot machine and all of that. And I made the mistake of assuming this is the BIT we're about to see right now. And this was a very tempered, very average, pedestrian first map. Can we hope for a revival? Can we hope for BIT to come back online now with Wonderful as well?
He has to. You know, it's as simple as that. I don't think you made a mistake expecting that. I think we should keep the bar relatively high for BIT, knowing his history and how good of a Counter-Strike player he is. The thing is, with no Simple on Navi, he's a win condition, and he has to be a win condition. Sure, Wonderful came in and did well, but we're looking towards BIT, we're looking towards Imma. Those two, as a rifle core within Navi, they have to step it up. They have to match the output of Electronic, Hobbit for that matter, and Exile on the Cloud9 side. And so far, yeah, it's just one map from BIT, so let's not beat around the bush. It could still turn around very quickly.
Definitely.
But he's a massive win condition, and when he's missing, then Navi is not going to win this game, simple as it is.
I agree with you, and I also think we like to romanticize this whole, like, Simple is gone now, and there is more space for other players, and maybe the atmosphere is going to be a little bit greater. That's possible. But I think the flip side of that coin is some players will have to step up and kind of take that freedom, take the initiative and say, listen, LXB, like, this is what I like to do. This is what I want to do. Set me up. Do you think Ime and BIT are already capable of doing that? Are they players that go to LXB and say, listen, like, these are the moves I like put me in this position, get me to these moments, to these scenarios. Are they capable of doing that, or do they need the guidance to be put on these tracks to just go kill?
I think a bit of both, to be completely honest. I think they need a bit of guidance, and I think that's where Blade comes into the picture. He has to observe that, of course, has to be aware that if the star players in BIT and Imma is not, taking enough initiative, if they're not trying to dominate or dictate the game as riflers, then he will have to step in and tell them what path to go down. I think Imma maybe have a bit of a trouble with that, and I think BIT the same. I've seen some of the vlogs from the Navi camp coming out, and Simple and BIT had a, let's call it an interesting relationship, right? I think Simple sometimes was a bit harsh on BIT, and maybe that was helping motivating him. Or maybe now BIT feels, that there's no one to push me anymore. Maybe there's no one to point me in the right direction, as Simple also tried to do. So again, we don't know. I think that's what we're about to learn here for Navi and Cloud9. But what I've seen so far, it does look like Cloud9 is a step ahead in that whole development right now.
It does seem so. Do we put too much on Blade's shoulders? Are we overburdening him with mentoring, guiding players, tutoring players? I mean, I know the coach is supposed to do that, but to what extent does he need to be met by the players like halfway through? Like, we can't just hope that he's going to be like a gardener with some little flowers and put water on them and let them grow. Like, it has to be like a give and take, right?
Yeah, there's a limitation to how much he can do if the player material is not willing to work with him, for sure. On the other hand, I mean, that's why he's getting paid big money. He is the coach, he's getting paid to get the best out of the players. So, of course, it's a relationship, a work relationship where there's some give and take. I will argue, though, that if anyone can do it, it would be Blade. So, again, we spoke about it coming into the game. There's no more excuse for guys like Imma or BIT, for that matter, not performing when Simple is gone. So, it's just one map, it's just one game. It's not going to define the rest of their career, the rest of the time in Navi, but it's the early signs we're kind of pointing towards right now.
Right, so let's imagine that we are looking for weaknesses in the Cloud9 camp. We are building our way towards a narrative of a third map. how much of a liability is Axel going to be on Ancient? Because we together, we have worked events, we have seen events where he was struggling on the A side. We've seen Cloud9 making changes, switching up positions, allowing Electronic to be a bit more in the fight and Axel a bit more in the back, isolated on the A side. I've seen him struggle. The first map isn't really here. Do you think he could be a way in for NAVI? Is he a liability, an open door for the attack?
Potentially, but we're playing Ancient, and I think that's one of the few maps he's still great at. You know, if you dive into his stats, yes, they're taking a big hit. He's not the same player, but on Ancient, he's actually keeping up with his old self, at least occasionally. So I think had it been any other map than Ancient, it would have been a problem. It would have been a weakness. It could have been something that NAVI would look towards and say, let's test him. Let's go in there straight from the get-go. Let's put on some pressure and Axel, see if we can rattle him out. I don't think that's the case on Ancient. I still think he can hold up for himself.
Well, I certainly hope he can. I think it's a very interesting topic. Not just to harp on a player that is struggling. I take no pleasure in that. But it is a fascinating topic to imagine a player who only a few years back, we don't have to go far too much, he was with Shiro in the top 5 players of HLTV. He was up there. Some people even had the ludicrous statement of saying he was better than Nico. It was even out there. Some of our colleagues have been out there on that limb, right? People took risks. And the transition very recently in this new Cloud9 roster has been hella complicated. How much is on his shoulders and how much is it on the team's shoulder to help him kind of get, I hate the term, but unlock what we know is here for Exile. It's not like we're just banking on a potential that we think can happen. We've seen him deliver. It is there. So what's the problem? What's the obstacle? Why are we not seeing the Exile that would make this team ever so terrorizing if he was reaching it?
I think Exile is a player that needs a bit of comfort, and I don't think he's finding that comfort in Cloud9 as it is right now. I think so many things have changed around him. Shiro gone out of the lineup, the whole integration of Electronic, Perfecting coming into it as well. It's definitely taking a toll on him, but that's when you step up to the occasion. I'll also say, though, that every player in their career is going to have moments where it's not looking great. Exile, pretty much from the get-go, he went into Cloud9 and he established himself with the old gambit that was to us. He's been stellar, he's been consistent, he's been performing week in, week out. This is the first time we see him struggle, and if he's gonna have 5, 4, 6 months where he's not on top but comes back to the level that we've seen before, that's just gonna be the blink in an entire career. So I'm not willing to give up on Exile just yet. I think he's struggling right now. I think he's lost confidence, but I also firmly believe that he will be back.
Well, he has your confidence, and the team certainly is firing on all cylinders right now. They have stolen the first map. They're going on to their choice of Ancient, and my choice of casters is Henry G and Enders. Are you guys ready for the second map?
I think so, Maniac. I'm more than ready. The first map was spectacular. It came right down to the wire. We had all 24 rounds and some very exciting moments. It's Cloud9 to take the first map, and we move on to Ancient now, Anders. Are you excited for map number 2?
I'm very excited. This was some really fantastic Counter-Strike. I didn't really know what to expect, but we got excited what we wanted here. All rounds happening on Anubis. It was exciting, wonderful, really stepped it up. Electronic unleashed now that Boomich is back. Yeah, what a great way to start the day. Amazing.
I wouldn't have it any other way, and bear in mind it's Cloud9 picking up Navi's pick of Anubis as well, so they've got some open runway here for a 2-0. You have to say they looked like the better tactical team. Navi certainly had some great individual moments, but we were lacking some input from Bits. He only picked up 9 frags in that first map, Anders. JL as well went MIA 11 and 15. Imma, an okay performance of 16 frags. It was wonderful, and Alexi B at the very top. Great showing for the debut for Wonderful. Like, we can't ask for much more than that. But where the rest of NAVI to get them over the line here on Ancient? Time will tell as the next map is ready to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go at the BLASTPremier Fall Finals, live in Copenhagen. Cloud9 taking on NAVI, and we'll get into the pistol round here with a lot of utility on the T side, Anders. 2 smokes, Molotovs, flashes, and 5 players heading in towards A.
Heading in towards Bit, he's got the dualies, he's on his own here, and now that he's been discovered, it's a bit of a nightmare, surely. He gets a good headshot there, but he's running out of space, and Boomich will put him out of his misery. It's Imma, though, just getting the kill and putting out the smoke, so it actually might... Oh, no! I take it back! I was going to say it's worked out, but Perfecto finds him. What a dirty shot.
Absolutely filthy. And there's plenty of time to work with here as well. Most of the utility has been expended. And we're going to have a 3 versus 3. We've got a Molotov, a decoy, and a flash. Boomich with the decoy being delivered. Trying to bait out a bit of utility. I had a discussion yesterday on decoys with a few players. Alexi B was one of them.
Oh, yeah?
We were theorizing what the decoy could do in the future. Maps like Ancient, you could bait out grenades.
Did he come up with a better version
He
of
didn't
mine?
really like the idea. It was more my idea, but he humored me. He didn't wish for a second, and it's going to be Alexi B finding at least one towards the donut room here. 40 seconds remaining. Cloud9 recovering this round as they throw a brutal Molotov in towards the CT elbow. Bombs to be planted for sure, but can they survive with 2 players intact? Apparently not. Great shot from JL.
He just ran and shot, and Perfecto's in some trouble here. He doesn't have the accuracy. It's wonderful to take him down. Close pistol round to begin with, but it will be Navi to pick it up. Defuses incoming imminently. I don't know if, in case you missed it, Henry, my idea for decoy was that, you know, if you just, once you
didn't miss it,
you hold down, you know, your mic button.
You push to talk.
Yeah, you record a little message, and it plays in an area around the decoy.
Yeah, I can't see a world where that could go wrong or be misused or abused. I'll be honest with you, it's a great idea, but
I have faith in the community. I don't think they're going to abuse it.
Yeah, we'll come back to you on that one. But there it is, Navi winning the pistol. But bear in mind, the bomb got planted. Cloud9 did enough to bring out the Galils here. This is a very difficult round to fend off. You might even give the favor to the T side in some instances. We'll see what Navi can come up with. The initial deep smoke down towards the elbow. Boomish needs to be careful. He's got the bomb there. Some speculative shots, and I think that is running the same strap. They've got the same smokes. The woman execution, you're looking to smoke off Donut. CT spawn, Temple as well, perhaps. But that's where Wonderful will be residing with the M4. And he's got a lot to work with here. Got some backup from CT Spawn in the form of Bits. And he's actually playing the default boxes here. They're in a prime position to shut this one down.
AK boosted up and an instant headshot. That's not the Galil, so Bit just gets completely destroyed. Although Alexi finds a kill on Electronic. That was in the middle, so part of the danger here, the retake's going to be a little bit easier now.
Yeah, well, they've given themselves a nice open plan towards Donut as well. They didn't tuck it in behind the bomb site itself. They actually want to have a nice opportunity to spray it down through a potential smoke. It will be Boomage playing on the front line here, trying to find an advantage. You'll get at least one kill, but still a 3-on-2 deficit.
Yeah, Astralis hearing them. They're not even checking it. That's surprising. They're still going to get the kill in return. Perfecto gets one there ready for JL, but he still goes down. Perfecto having a bit of a hard time finding the multi-kills. It's a really close round, but
yeah,
an expensive one as well, I suppose.
Well, that's the thing. With the bomb going down, the loss bonus accumulating, Cloud9 are going to buy again, Anders. The fact it came down to a 1 versus 1, I can guarantee they'll be bringing out more of the same. Yeah, no, it comes down to that shadow as well. You can see JL, great job there in the 1 versus 1. There was a moment where Perfecto maybe could have booked it towards A main and survived. I think the timings, though, probably would have eluded him. I think he had to stay and fight, as JL will come out on top of that one, continue the streak here. But as I mentioned, I'm expecting another full buy from Cloud9 here. More of the same Galils, couple of AKs perhaps, and yeah, pretty much the same thing. Now, do they run the same strat 3 times in a row, Anders? It would be a kind of a sick move from Cloud9 to run it again. I would actually really appreciate it, and they're going to send 4 players outside of the map. I think they're doing it again. Why not? We've had a couple of 1v1s. It's the exact same strat. Boomage is sending out a message here to Navi. He's going to keep knocking on the door of the A-bomb site here.
I mean, it is kind of sick, right?
Yeah, I like it. It's the exact same strap.
Axile boosted up once again. You're right. They are just completely mirroring everything. We'll see if Wonderful can stay alive a little while longer here. The flashbang is good for his teammate there to set it up. So we'll get the kill on Hopper at the very least. Bomb is being brought close. It's Boomage with a double opening, taking down Bit as well. And this creates a lot more space. And now they have to be worried now. They lost all those rifles in the previous round.
I think you might be better off just saving here. It's not the most exciting approach, admittedly. But if he certainly goes down here, if he doesn't check the close corner, yeah, now you have to save. So that was their only real attempt into the round. JL will find a frag, but still the situation remains. They'll have to just peel away off this one. And there it is, Anders. You haven't seen that in years. The same tactic deployed 3 rounds in a row. From the pistol to the second round to the third. And finally, they break through. Even with Wonderful staying alive as long as he did.
Boomage hammering that A-bomb side.
Yeah, well, it's working, right? Sure, they lost a couple of the rounds, but it comes down to 1v1s. They're getting the plant down each and every time. Yeah. So suggests that it's not the execution, it's just the close. And this time they close the round out beautifully. But there are CTs that remain alive here, so not out of the woods just yet. Certainly wounds the economy on the CT side, but a lot more has to be done. Boomage, he knew this strategy had legs to it. He gets the double kill upon entry. Smokes were down. You can see it's that deeper smoke towards Donut as well to eradicate the risk of the CT swinging through when you're planting the bomb. You have a lot more control. You can Molotov in front of that smoke and make sure there's no way they can deny the site itself. So presumably the force coming through for Navi here. Very important round. If Navi pick this one up, they're in a great start to Ancient. The map will be recovered, and the series is back on. They give this one up. There's going to be 2-2 with a full eco ahead of them. Nice positioning here with the MP9. He gets that first kill, no problem. Does significant damage to a second as well. Trying to find the rifle on the floor if possible, and just providing some self-preservation with the smoke dropped. 5 on 4. Great start for NAVI.
Yeah, surprising that they weren't able to at least get the refrag on him there, but uncomfortable right now for Cloud9, no doubt. Hobbit practically dead already. They have some time on their side.
Let's go back to the execution.
Yeah, why not?
Just keep running now.
Just do it again.
The moment you stop presenting that tactic, that's when you lost the round. So, let's go.
They're going to be walking out in middle. Immer's all the way back there, jumping with the Deagle. He's going to get the information. That's a lot of information. He spotted at least 2, maybe 3 people there. They're going to set up a bit of a smoke bit. Grenade, they're going to walk right into it. That's some damage, not as much as I thought it was going to be. So maybe a chance for a bomb plant, actually. This is getting a bit interesting. Cloud9 getting more out of this round already than I was expecting.
Yeah, considering it was a 5 on 4 with Hobbit on 10 HP, and that's a great Molotov, I have to say. That might have secured the round. Even more than that, it's going to be a kill found, and now Alexi B holding the extremities. They'll still give this one a fighting chance. He's got the pistol, he might as well throw him in, but Electronic, he's had a decent showing today, showing that his fragging potential is still unbelievable, as he finds 2 crisp headshots there and confirms the round there, averts danger, as they were looking a little bit uncomfortable with their first kill coming in favor of NAVI with the MP9 towards middle, but they'll recover the 2 rifles once again, and it will be tied up at 2-2. Electronic sealing the deal on the A side of the map as they hunt for a 2-0 scoreline themselves. Cloud9 winners, and NAVI will have to make do with just a couple of saved weapons here, Anders.
Yeah, it's the kill at the start, but then also the fact that that jump from the jump spot from the middle, they just got so much information about where the T's were showing up, but it didn't matter in the end. It turned out they just needed Electronic to get a couple of kills, and that was it. But yeah, good strength out of Cloud9 to be able to recover that early loss. Tying up the game. And for NAVI, this is really uncomfortable. Now, at least they saved some weapons, but that CT economy, bringing it up.
If JL's going to start showing us he can step up in these sort of scenarios, what a time to do so. He's got himself an AK-47. This is the sort of play you wanted to see.
Yeah.
Aggressive, trying to apply some pressure here. And yeah, that's not the kill, but it might force him in toward this A execution once again. They're loving this. Well, on the Cloud9 side, it's that deeper smoke that will come through. And bear in mind, it's normally a 4-1 setup. They're not necessarily forcing the issue. What a calm headshot that is from Electronic. Takes a dink to the face. Still recovers the scenario, falls back. He's got the opening kill, and they will explode towards this A bomb side now. Hobbit using the grenade through the smoke here. He smells Immer on the other side towards that donut room. He's got the dualies in hand, but bomb planted. You might just consider saving those rifles once again. And Hobbit, he's not going to let him get away here. He knows he's on the other side.
Well, this is a lot of fun because normally the A bomb site's actually so undisturbed that the CTs will not even have anyone there. Sometimes you'll have a double mid 3B setup and nobody at the A bomb site, at least at the start of the round. But it's been hit over and over and over again. And NAVI, they must be feeling frustrated now. Some tough calls that have to be made now on the NAVI side. How do you deal with this? Because if you over-rotate and overstack the A bomb site, the rest of the map is so weak. That's probably not a good answer.
Well, at least they'll save the 2 rifles once again. NAVI, that is. It was looking good with the pistol victory, but now finding themselves in a world of trouble. That's going to be 3 rounds in a row for Cloud9 on their map pick. This A execution is looking way comfortable now. And the problem is you've conditioned them so hard. They've not faked it once at all or anything, right? So you're just going to have to believe every time you see the execution, there's going to be something behind it. But this is a caller's dream. You've had so much success with the strategy, and you start deploying those smokes now. It's a one-man execution. You can start faking it. You can start pulling players around the map.
Yeah, that's great. I was gonna say you can do that with one person outside. So this
is a problem now.
Yeah, it is. Well, presumably the timeout is to discuss this very issue, to figure out how excited do we get with it.
Like, it would be so baller of Boomich right now if he calls the same strat, but it's a fake. It's the same smokes with one player making their way out, and they go in towards B instead. That would be so sick if he pulls that one off. If that's the call, time will tell. That they've made some pretty audacious ones so far. As play will resume here, round number 6. It's going to be 3-2 in favor of Cloud9. NAVI once again working with the saved rifles, a couple of AKs, but they've got the AWP, more importantly, for Wonderful. At 25 kills and regulation on Anubis. not going to be their A execution. Not going to see those initial smokes. This is more of a B pincer setup right now. 3 players towards the lanes. JL looking to get active here. Spots a couple. There's a little bit of spam damage there, but nothing really to report so far.
Yeah, you had the right idea. I like the idea as well of trying to get an early kill in some of these rounds here if you're on the Na'Vi side. Deny some of the control coming in. More damage through. It's not a devastating amount, but it's something.
Hey, against when you got the M4s in hands, getting players beneath 85 is actually pretty significant.
Yeah.
It means you get the 1 ding potential. So those little spams, they don't look like a lot, but they can have a knock-on effect. It will be Hobbit, though, with the initial frag. Spotted is JL. He's in a lot of trouble now. The Molotov, thankfully, doesn't do too much damage, but it does deny control of Jaguar. Wonderful will have to be tagged in. I think this will actually work out very well. He'll dodge the flash and almost certainly get this kill. Oh, no, it's actually going wrong for him. He might die here, and is down to 5 points of health. Might as well go for a kill now.
Oh, my God.
Pulls it back. And it looks like they're going to overlook Alexi B. He might be on for the double kill.
Yeah, he's certainly thinking about it. Boomich has him in the corner and a good headshot coming out. Still a 3 versus 3. Bit now just showing up on the spot. It is going to be an A attack once again, even if it got there through a different route. And an important kill for Bit. 17 seconds on the clock here. They're going to go straight for the bomb plant. Electronic just crossing his fingers and hoping that no one's going to challenge him. He might not be able to escape. Indeed, JL will show up. It's all on Axile. We said we were missing him a little bit on the first map. Didn't get a chance too much there as well. He kind of got edged out. So, an important round for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I haven't casted an exciting Axile round in what feels like years. Like, that's the sort of scenario you think, okay, this is where he's going to show us what he's made of, right? Like, he's got the bomb down, 3-on-1, he's not flashed in that opening little exchange. Like, he just loses all the hype straight away. It's kind of pretty out-of-control spray, doesn't connect the shot at all, and it will be a pretty glorious retake for Na'Vi in the end there, denying any sort of access in towards A. The bomb just about goes down.
It's not an unheard-of story, right? Where you have a player that feels and looks really comfortable, but they get kind of taken out of their comfort zone through either roster changes or just, you know, too many losses in a row, whatever the case may be. And then they're having a hard time readjusting. And now it's a whole new game, so there's even, you know, probably even more of that going on. Yeah. I'm with Pimp on this one, though. I'm not giving up on Axile yet either.
All right.
He's got a lot more to show, but...
Hey, they've already got a map under their belt. 3-3 right now, everything's fine as Boomich continues to cause chaos in towards middle. That one's through the smoke, takes down Imma. What a great opening kill. I think they're just going back to their bread and butter, Anders. Get an opening pick, execute in towards A. Boomich to throw the smokes. It's tried and tested at this point, and you can see it's a good adjustment. Realizing that vulnerability, they've got Wonderful this time playing behind the big box. There's not much utility you can use to flash him out. You can flash him, then you can Molotov afterwards, but now they might just consider their options. They don't have to commit towards A. They know the flanks are here. There's the flashbang. Takes him away for a second. There's the Molotov, but he's already got the opening frag.
And Bit gets a kill at the same time. They wanted to test the young sniper, and they've realized it's not worth it. Alexi's still in an interesting position. He's surely going to realize what is coming and calling in for the teammates. Look at their counter rotation coming out from Na'Vi. They know what's happening here. They're in the right positions. Alexi should be getting this kill, and he will. Electronic going down, and what a touchdown. Boomich is absolutely dead.
Well, there we have it. That was looking like an easy round for Cloud9.
Yeah.
They had it under lock and key. They found a 5-on-3 situation, but continued with the pushing towards A, and now it's with just 20 seconds remaining. Perfecto hasn't had the strongest performance here today. A chance in this 2 versus 1. The first kill is his. The bomb can be planted here. He's up against Wonderful. Another chance for the rookie to shine here. He's got a good understanding of the situation. Misses the shot, though. Perfecto does not. He delivers a brutal kill to close things out there, and it's Cloud9 bouncing back. And around, it looks like they almost squandered their Anders. A 5-on-3 advantage comes down to the 1v1, but Perfecto delivering the goods when they need them most.
Yeah, we had some criticism for him on the opening map, but that is one hell of a round. He had really no business winning that. Even after he gets the first one for free. That's fine. That's what it is. But after that, the 2-on-1, they could have played it a little bit more safely. They didn't have to challenge him one at a time.
Wonderful, like, played it perfectly, though. He had the great position.
Yeah.
He knew exactly how he was going to win that round. All he had to do was hit the shot. And unfortunately for him, this time it didn't quite connect, and that's going to be a costly miss because now they're down to a full eco. Cloud9 4-3 up, presumably 5-3 after this particular round. It's an assertive push coming in from Electronic, looking for that first frag, and he has found it. JL goes down with little to no resistance, and that's going to be the round in itself. The bomb will be planted momentarily, and there'll be zero chance of a retake. Best they can hope for, some exit kills and recover some rifles here. AI prediction coming through, Anders. He only ever comes in when it's like locked in. Like,
yeah.
Like this is AI overlords now. Like, yeah, let's see your prediction when it's like a 5 versus 4. And Henry said, "Oh, this one's definitely locked in. This one's over."
It should really take the caster predictions into account.
Yeah, exactly. We should say cast prediction, AI prediction, and we should battle it out.
As soon as somebody say this is an impossible round.
Exactly. Wait for me to say that.
Switches.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Definitely winning it now.
See if I can curse the AI prediction. All right.
Yeah, it's a brave new world for us all, Henry. You know, we have to get used to it.
I like how they're introducing it slowly. That's like the first AI feature. Just taking one responsibility away from the caster. Just a small one. Predicting the round outcome. What's next? What are they going to take from us in the next update?
I'm sure we'll get, you know, sort of live AI strategy breakdowns.
Veto prediction.
They're happening, yeah.
Yeah, AI prediction of veto. That would be pretty cool.
Not gonna lie, I'm a part of a company that's already making all this stuff, Henry.
Okay, so you're part of the problem. You're kind of costing
part of the problem, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, there we go. Electronic with a nice shot on Alexi, who's jumping on the other side. Always dangerous to jump in any game of Counter-Strike.
Absolutely true. But it's equalizing frag at the very least. Instead of 4-4, you'd give the favor to the T side, especially on Ancient. Wonderful. Oh, this is an aggressive position. You can see that Electronic is ready to pre-fire it as well. It's going to come down to an insane reaction speed test for Wonderful here. Doesn't quite pass the test, the no-scope's no better. And that's going to be now a lot of responsibility lifted on towards JL's shoulders.
Yeah, maybe too much. In fact, oh my god, I said it! And the spray down is immaculate. It's going to be Boomich on his own. I can't believe it. He surely should have been traded by, if not the second and the third player in line, but he absolutely wrecked him. And now Boomich en route to the other side. He's going to get the bomb plant here.
Oh, you know what? I like it. There's a chance, Anders. My spidey sense is tingling. He's got a chance to reposition. He needs to make it a 2-on-1 quickly. But if he finds one of the high HP players, this one's on. It's on. Let's go.
He's ready for it. He's been out of tier 1 for quite a bit, but this would be one hell of a clutch. The flashbangs have been set up. He's got a good shot there, taking down JL, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 1. Oh, he gets the headshot. What a round from Boomich.
Oh, the boss man is back. That is absolutely beautiful. What a clutch. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile every single time. I told you, Anders, he gets that bomb planted. He had just enough time to reposition, bring it down to the 2 versus 1, and he plays it to perfection. And it all started with this beautiful spray down from JL. You think that's round over. There's no way. But Boomich, as you said, he's come out back into tier 1, and he delivers an absolutely insane, stunning clutch for Cloud9 as they continue the streak here on Ancient. That is an absolute gut punch for NAVI. 6-3 down. Round number 10 is up next. And it's another tragic eco as it's the round that's given up, a 3 versus 1.
These are some really painful rounds for NAVI to lose. It's heartbreaking. They've had so many chances. They lost the one to Perfecto. Now this one to Boomich. Those are back to, well, not quite back, but they're 1 versus 3s that they lose over and over again.
Well, bear in mind, it's NAVI that's been feeling the brunt of that on Anubis. It was a 4-on-2 they gave up as well. Like that will cost them the map eventually. Alexi B, nice effort with the Deagle, but it's all in vain by the looks of things here. Very well handled. Cloud9 just looking so confident, just really abusing this A bomb side time and time again. More than happy to go through the tight choke point of A main. That's just wonderful here. He was fantastic on Anubis. Had a couple of interesting moments here on Ancient, but currently it's Boomich that's stealing the show, showing us that the 5-rifle setup is super viable, it would seem.
Yeah, and back hitting that A-bomb side again. Just, you know, just to remind NAVI that that's always an option, that's always a danger in the back of their minds. My God. 7-3 as we move into round number 11. We're getting close to the end of the half here. And it hasn't really been working. Wonderful's back with the AWP. He's had a couple of misses. He's also has a couple of really good rounds, but he hasn't been able to make enough of a difference here. Nobody really has on the Na'Vi side.
Okay. Confidence from Imma. Doesn't fancy the ledge push. No real damage inflicted just yet. We are going to see the nade bust open that first smoke. A lot of damage inflicted now, and it is going to be converted. Imma will be dropped early on towards middle. Going to need that confidence now. Alexi B, good for a spray down, but he's traded out quickly and getting spammed down. That's wonderful. 23 points of health. Has to drop the defensive smoke. 1 minute 10 remaining. If they go back towards B, which is looking likely, how does Wonderful even fend them off here? He'll be smoked out of position. Molotov'd as well. Sure, he may be able to get a kill or two, but he can't be aggressive with just 23 points of health to work with. And he needs backup. JL in 2 mines right now. You can see he's in CT spawn. Does he back him up? Did he just stack the A bomb site? I think that has to be the case. Wonderful's departing. And yeah, I think the round might be over. They're just going to go with the contact play in towards B.
Yeah, which is, this particular point in time is the perfect thing to do, right? Like, anything else might signal a little bit further, but by the time they hear the grenades, it's going to be way too late. And Na'Vi just saying, we need these rifles for the next round anyway. We want to try and see if we can at least get 4 on the board. So that's what they're fighting for at the moment. This is shocking turn of events. Boomich top fragging with a 12-6 scoreline. How many kills did he get in there? He got 4 kills in that round. Did he get more?
I'm not sure. I think it was 4.
I think it was 4 as well. But either way, it's been really impressive.
And bear in mind, this is Na'Vi getting the pistol as well, Anders. They got the 2-0 start. They've only picked up 1 following gun round since then. So, yeah, it's not been the best look. This is all starting to fall apart for them. It is considered a T-sided map, but not as much as Anubis. Bear that in mind. Like, some people might even say it's pretty easy these days.
Oh, they're really hunting for the remaining weapons here. I mean, why not? There's so much money on the T side that nothing's really lost. Even if they lose everything, it kind of doesn't matter. Maybe you give over some of the AKs and that could be a problem, but mostly they're going to be fine.
Yeah, they should be. Like, it gives a little bit of extra cash to the CTs. Those 3 kills at $900, I suppose. Does take some money out of the pockets of Cloud9, but it's, well, final round coming up next regardless.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're absolutely right. So, 8-3 on their T-side campaign here of Ancient, looking to put this one to bed, 2-0. And to be honest with you, it's looking like quite a compelling storyline because I don't see a way Na'Vi will answer back. They would need everything to go in their favor in the second half. They lost this final round. They need, of course, that pistol, the follow-up round, and then really need to turn it on here. It's the debut showing for Wonderful as the sniper being brought in to replace Simple. Done a great job so far, but 2-0 is looking likely here right now. Can he fend them off as they try to test the A bomb site once again? This time he connects.
Yeah, important kill. Takes down Hobbit to begin with. Shadow advantage in this position is so ridiculous that he should be able to have the advanced warning. They really badly need to win this round here, Na'Vi. 8-4 though. I mean, there's still a game to be played. It's not going to be over. But,
yeah, definitely an MR12. Like we've seen so many comebacks, ridiculous comebacks on this particular map as well. Good Molotov though. It's going to be flushed out. He does significant damage before being dropped into the grave, but it's Imma converting those shots. Nice grenade as well. That could have found a couple of kills, but doesn't quite meet the mark as we get into the 45-second zone here. Final round of this first half now, and as you said, Na'Vi desperately need it. They've got all the advantages they could ask for. 4 versus 3. Boomington at 13 points of health, and Axel looking to find a sharp shot towards the backtracks of the B bomb site.
JL, I think, smartly not taking that fight. If he dies, the game is right back on, or the round is back on, and Alexi would be alone over there, so just why give him a chance? 18 seconds on the clock. It's going to be down to the wire, this one. They're really running it low. Wonderful with a good shot taking down Axel. A little bit of a spray. Perfecto goes down, and Imma to close out the round. An 8-4 finish. Still very strong for Cloud9, no question about it.
Wow. Kumba.
Thank you.
Thank you. And goodbye.
See you. What do we have here, Finn?
I see Blast logo.
You ready to read this one?
Yeah, let's go, let's go.
Dear players, welcome to Kronborg.
Right behind us.
This beautiful one right here. Today's first task will take place at this magnificent castle. You will both be challenged in a historical duel that will put your skill set to a test.
Oh no.
You will be doing a 1 versus 1 duel in fencing. Good luck and may the best man win.
That sounds serious, bro.
I know my moves already.
I'm
All right, start with a salute. Up, under the chin, and then out to the side. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. En garde. Prêt. Allez. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Touche. 3.
Defensive tactic working.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Touche 3. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Touche 3. Come on, Dupree. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt.
Nice shot. Good as not best of 10.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Touche 3. Now, Dupree, remember, if Kerrigan gets his last point, he wins the whole duel. So clutch your kick, Dupree. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Touche 3. It's cute.
That's unfair. Replay.
Oh, sorry, man.
Restore round. Let's go, Phil. Sit down, I'm coming for you.
Tradition states that when it's 4-4, you give a small salute to the opponent. But whoever gets the next point wins the round.
You only live once.
En garde. Prêt. Allez.
Flanking.
Nice!
Nice! Spin the fucking pistol and we're back.
And he's absolutely right there, Anders. If they do win the pistol, they can recover this deficit. We've seen it so many times in CS2. MR12 is a cruel mistress sometimes. Even if you have these massive leads, an 8-4 scoreline can disintegrate before your very eyes. Win the pistol, win the follow-up conversions, that's potentially 8-7. So he's dead on there. So it's nice to get that insight. They're still believing. And even with a map down and an 8-4 deficit, they can definitely still do this on the T side here on Ancient.
Yeah, I believe as well. Let's see if they can actually manifest this one, because if they lose the pistol, they are really far behind. They are setting up for a bit of a B attack. They have double smoke, Molotov as well. They have everything they need.
Right. You're dead on. Should be the exchange, the crisscross smokes, but a very strong smoking response from the CT side. That makes things extra complicated now. Do you really want to commit behind this one? I think they have to. Molotov's being deployed, flashbangs as well. Hotbait with first contact.
Dooley's in the corner, but it's Jay. Oh my god! He's found the kill on Perfecto as well. It's so quick. And now he's picked up the Dooley's, and he's having a good time sending bullets through the smoke. The bomb is being planted. It's a strong start for Navi, and they absolutely needed it. It's Alexi to pick up the next one, and now it's a 5 versus 2. Electronic and Axel back here, and they're getting shut down hard. Although Axel, he's trying to fight back. The bomb is just now planted, so maybe a little bit too quick to go on the hunt. You want to be careful. There's Axel again, looking for the ace in the pistol, and can't find another headshot. Alexi saves them, and Navi will win the pistol.
Yeah, they absolutely will. It comes down to an exciting finish, though. Axel showing some rare form there. Beautiful shot to the USP, but not quite enough. It would have to be the ace at that point. The round felt like it was done after this JL entry. Absolutely smashes the defenses down with the Glock. Great execution here. Axel makes things interesting at the very least, but unable to find that penultimate frag that would have maybe given him a chance to defuse there. You can see Hobbait's had enough. Unlucky there. It looked like they, with the smoke going down on the CT side, I thought with those Julies in position, they would have a great chance of defending that one, but completely rocked by JL. And that is the must-win pistol for Navi. And like I said, if they can find that 3-0 start, all of a sudden it's 8-7 Anders, and they've got open runway here for the second because of the full eco.
A Zeus from Boomich.
Yeah, this is actually a prime position to use it. Like, actually gets a kill more often than not, but it looks like JL is aware of the prospect at the very least.
He's certainly worried about it. But you're right, if you overlook it even just slightly, you could get tased.
Yeah, this is like, out of all the positions, we see it attempted. This is the one that's the most effective.
Throwing all the grenades. Bit on the other side with a couple of Mac 10 kills.
No way.
Boomich.
He's actually done it. I told you. It's something about that position. Always seems to work out for them after they threw every bit of utility. A Molotov, the grenade, a bit of spam as well. It's the only kill they find, presumably, but still, it was quite a bit of fun.
Perfecto has the bomb.
He's got the bomb. Yeah, maybe he can do something with it, but it's going to be NAVI with a comfortable second round. A bit of Boomich. Insanity there as well with the Zeus. I like that.
I heard it on the grapevine that it's the next Counter-Strike patch coming up where the CTs can pick up the bomb if it's dropped and they can just run away with it.
Yeah, just take it back into their spawn. Yeah,
hide it somewhere.
Yeah, I think like an early Source, you could like shoot the bomb. You could like, because of the physics were on, you could like really do something strange with it. Like that was some dark days. But here we go, Anders. A bit of a bonus round now for NAVI. Galil, some Mac 10s. If they can win this round, like I said, the 8-7 comes through. All of a sudden, it was at XCB that said if they win the pistol, they can still win this game. So far, so good. 2-0. 8-6 overall. First interaction coming in towards A main, and it's a fumbled spray from Axel again, Anders. Like, that is, by his standards, that's pretty tragic.
I agree. And JL was in a bit of a panic mode because he kind of missed the first
right? So you've got the advantage in the fight, and you just have not have connected the shot.
That's interesting. Electronic probably could have taken that fight, but he was switching out to the knife instead, so he got out duel by. Wonderful. 4 versus 3. Important for NAVI to just keep going. Now that they have a little bit of an upper hand here, they just have to power on through. Defense from Perfecto, that's ridiculous at range. He gets the double spray down. And Wonderful trying to see if he can land a kill here, but he will against Hobbit. Okay, back into a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's all been reset. Smoke starting to dissipate, though, as the plant will be attempted. Got to go for it while the smoke is still up. And they'll get it down here. In terms of a kit, I don't see one. Yes, Boomich has got one here. They've got the advantage in terms of the HP. Wonderful. Playing behind the big box right now. They're going to step up once again. This is a huge round for them. They're going to continue the streak. The AI prediction, you can see it favoring NAVI more and more as the frags come through. And it will be Perfecto. Nothing to do here now. And it's Wonderful that's done enough.
With very, very low health. I thought that Perfecto double spray would have been it, but instead it's a triple. Not even with the AWP. Perfecto very low, looking for an exit just as a parting gift, but it's not going to make a difference. The bomb will claim him as well. Nice triple for Wonderful.
Oh, absolutely. Just what they needed, Anders.
Once again, making himself the wonder fuel in the NAVI engine.
Oh, yes. That's what we need, isn't it? More of those sort of puns. And, even with the Perfecto, big spray down here. You thought this might be enough, but it was Wonderful. Managing to clamber his way out of the donut position. Down to 18 points of health. Managing to play on the front foot, though, with the bomb down. And there it is. There's the 8-7. There's that 3-0 conversion we spoke of. So they're right back in this. Blink and you miss it. And then down to the partial buy on the CT side as well. So presumably, we're going 8-8.
Yeah, this is a very open game right now. Electronic, that's close range. He's going to get traded. Alexi, nice recovery. Turning around, ready for Boomich, who was trying to hunt him down. So
yeah.
Double for him.
Gotta love it when an in-game leader is a connoisseur at the Mac 10.
Yeah, we've got a few of those.
Carrigan,
right?
Snappy,
Carrigan,
Hooksy. Like, it's a sign that they really understand the economy of Counter-Strike. They know that they can throw themselves in first with little risk, crack things open against these players with no helmets. And, it's a really nice way to tie things up here. Presumably, they get it over the line, but it's looking pretty good. They lose Imma on roots, but here comes Wonderful. Gaining control of middle. JL just confirming that no CTs have pushed out in towards those B lanes, and a B finish is looking likely here, but there is a bit of presence here. Quite a strong one. Every single player for Cloud9 is on this side of the map. Lexi B doesn't want to be fooled once again. It's the Mac 10. Doesn't find the opening kill, but that's what it's designed to do. Axel would have to show something incredible He gets the first headshot, but that's all he's good for, and it will be 8-8. Anders are all tied up, 4-0.
Yeah, this game is wide open at the moment. Navi showing that they have something still to say on Ancient, which is good. We heard the little TeamSpeak clip coming into it, saying, you know, if we win the pistol, we're good to go. We can make it back here. And they certainly are at the moment. Money looking a little bit better in this round for Cloud9. It's about time. They don't have the AWP, so that's unfortunate. Don't get to see Boomich with it.
No Boomich orb yet, but I guess that's why they pick Ancient. You don't really need the run boost.
Wow.
Up towards the ledge. You don't see that too often, ladies and gents. And it actually works out for the man advantage as well. Alexi B trying to take matters into his own hands, and he certainly succeeded, at least with the first frag there. Trying to take a bit of space towards the A bomb site. Finds Electronic en route, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Needs to deal with Perfecto though. It's actually Hobbit that will sneak out of the donut smoke first and actually find a very, very important kill.
That is such a high-level exchange between both Hobbit and Alexi. Alexi to realize that the bomb site was going to be empty, to push in and take the spot, and then Hobbit to push through the smoke. It's like, that's something you do when you know how the other player plays, and you just have that in the back of your mind. What a sick little exchange there. Bomb is being planted, but Perfecto gets the kill on Bit, and it leaves JL alone. 1 versus 3. He's good for the first one. Oh, got the bomb ticking behind him. So if he can reposition, he's just around the corner. This is really interesting now. The bomb planted, not in the greatest position, but he can make it work here. Just checking it out. He steps into the line of fire, and it's Boomich to go down next. Grenade around the corner. Perfecto gets tagged by a JL in the 1 versus 3, and he'll pick it up. What a clutch.
Excellent work from JL. That's more like it. We didn't see much from him on the first map. A sigh of relief. He knows that's an absolutely massive round for him to pick up there. Working very effectively in the 1v3 clutch, managing to shut them down one by one, isolating the kills. Beautiful HE as well, just to buy him a little bit of space there towards this final frag. This is the moment he knows he's going to win. HE goes down, provides a small veil of cover. There's a bit of damage as well, enabling that third frag, and the streak continues for NAVI. 5 rounds in a row. They are officially on fire, and it's another partial buy here, even with the maximum loss bonus. Cloud9 can only scrape together 4 pistols and a Perfecto SMG. Can they do anything with it? It doesn't look likely. Alexi B will find the first frag, and they're burning away here. A bombardment of bullets towards the B lane here, and Perfecto's not done just yet. Swings out of the Jaguar room. It's a 3-on-3, but they've taken so much damage on Rue here. Trying to upgrade to a couple of rifles if possible, and it's going to be Bit rotating through T-spawn, trying to connect with his teammates here.
They've got the kills, but they haven't picked up any other rifles, really. And they're all leaned towards this B side of the map. Look at Hobbit's position. Are they going to be ready for it? He is going to fall back, and so will everyone else. I kind of wish they would have kept going. Boomich going to get caught here. He did do some damage on the Imma, but the bomb is outside of B. Still, there's about a minute on the clock, so very hard for the rest of Cloud9, I feel like, in this moment to know exactly where that bomb is going.
Oh, absolutely. They've got no intel whatsoever. That helps. The fact that it wasn't an instant kill, now they can just throw in Perfecto and hope the Hobbit could do some work here. He's got the AK-47. He's got the Kevlar. A bit of vision granted as well, but he can't deny the plant. That will go down no problem. Now, bear in mind, they won't have a kits or any further utility, and Hobbit's 5 and 15. So the chance of them winning this one is not looking good. It would all start with a nice double kill from this AK, but they might just be better off saving it now after receiving so much damage from the HE.
Yeah, unfortunately, it would have been fun to see, but I kind of agree. Oh, actually, Perfecto, get back and pick up that AK. Yeah, make a run for it if you can. Navi, they're getting back into the streak.
Oh, yeah, more than that. That's 6 in a row.
That's unbelievable. What a way to get started in the second half.
I am flabbergasted. Bear in mind, if you are just joining us, this is the debut for both organizations, their new lineups here.
Yes.
New being an interesting word for Cloud9 because they replaced their star sniper with a legendary in-game leader of the region. Don't get me wrong, but now they don't have a sniper. But it looked like things were going very smoothly for them. Anubis was a pretty comfortable victory, but after going up 8-4 in the first half of their map pick, they are yet to win a single round on their CT campaign, Anders. The wheels are falling off rapidly here, and that third map of Inferno is looking incredibly likely. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Like, every single round, every opportunity, every clutch is falling apart for them, and it's Navi standing tall, Blade standing proud, as he can feel this game swinging back in their favor. The 8-4 deficit, they knew if they just won the pistol, they'd be right back into it. And they were correct in thinking so. Now posting 6 rounds in a row, taking the lead, and presumably taking us to a third map. Let's tune in and see what the TeamSpeak saying.
Nice! Our fucking time to win 1 on 3. Nice, Justi.
Fuck yes. We can win 1v3s as well.
Yes.
They can win 1v2s as well.
That's some good comedy.
They certainly can.
Yeah, nice to see, because spirits are high once again on the NAVI side here, and they should be. They've won 6 in a row to get us back into a 10-8 scoreline in their own favor. They are 3 rounds away from getting us to a third map.
It's another compromised setup as well. Boomage, though, with his signature weapon, I suppose. The MP9. We'll see whether that's going to be enough. He's had a couple of impressive clutches today. It's Axel, though. Not going to kind of prove himself, honestly. Some of these sprays have got out of control, but that one hits the mark, no problem. Takes down in-game leader of NAVI. They've got the opening frag in their favor. Cloud9 looking for their first CT round.
That was Hobbit throwing a smoke and then an HE immediately on top.
Sure.
So the smoke pops and it's gone in the next second. I just don't think Alexi was ready for that. That actually looked really sick. I wonder if we could see that in the replay. But 4 versus 5 here. Emma sneaking into the middle Hobbit. He's well aware that could be happening, and he could have been the fight a little bit labored, but he got the job done. 5 versus 3. The Cloud9 should not be losing this round.
Yeah, bear in mind, Hobbit's like 5 and 15. That's a really important kill, not only for his confidence, but to try and close out this first round on their CT side. They've lost Boomage on Rude, though. This is going to be a lot of pressure now for Perfecto, and he looks away at the worst possible time. Bit absolutely destroys him on the challenge, and now they're smoked off for a good 15 seconds. This is all down to Axel. He needs to do the heavy lifting here. He's half HP. His teammates can do nothing.
Another smoke on JL, so he can just re-smoke that position once again, and they're going to be left wondering. Now they have to come through. They just have to run. Electronic thinking, oh, I've got no choice. I have to be the hero, or we're going to lose this round. And they might anyway. Wonderful, going to pick up the kill there. Axel, the longest flag of all time. I'm not going to lie, that kill from Bit onto Perfecto was so ridiculous. Like, you're right, he looked away, but Bit was also so crisp on that shot that they just stood no chance. Wow, there's nothing they can do. That's a 5-on-3, Henry, that they just lose like it was nothing.
I can't believe it. What a brutal headshot from Wonderful as well to try and close things out there.
Yeah.
That absolutely sealed the deal. Cloud9 can't get anything done. They had all the opening kills you could ask for. It all started here. Axel getting the opening frag on Alexi V. The second kill from Hobby. We think, right, we're done. We're cooking. All of a sudden, though, 1 by 1, Bit just starts to dismantle the B bomb site, and their woes continue here on Ancient. Their map pick, and it's all starting to fall apart, and the money's okay. We're going to have an AWP in the hands of Hobby. Now, this is where things start to become a little bit questionable, this whole arrangement here. Because who is the AWPer at this stage, you know? I give Hobbits is picking it up. It's fine, but yeah, it is just not a sustainable system. And you're just be mixing it up every single time it's available.
He did say on some maps.
On some maps, that's a good point. Yeah, fair enough. He did say
he's given himself the room.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe it's an Ancient Hobbit is the AWPer, I suppose. But
how sick is this? Like you said, it's the first debut for both lineups. Cloud9 played really well on the first map. Now we're getting a chance to see what Navi could be all about with JL, Alexi, and Wonderful all playing very well at the moment. This actually looks really intimidating. We'll see if they can continue here. Hobbit, he's in the right position. Not impressed by Alexi's hips. Trying to see if he could make them live and sneak out the kill, but instead he walks into the shot. It's a 4 versus 3 this time. With the bomb a little bit late onto the bomb site. So yeah, they have the bomb site control, but it's going to be another 5, maybe 10 seconds before the bomb is even attempted here.
Here we go. Another chance of a round here. It's Axel starting to show some form. Going blow for blow here with Navi. He's keeping up. They've got another huge advantage. They lose this one, call the game done. But looks like they've done enough here. As it's just going to be JL. Good finish. Cloud9 finally arrive in their CT side. A hollow victory considering it's their first round picked up after an 8-4 lead was garnered in the first half. Yeah, the CT side has been underwhelming, but apparently the Hobbit AWP was the remedy to their issues here. Anders, he gets a couple of kills, and they find their first round. Yeah. Take a timeout. A chance to catch their breath. It will be Navi with their second timeout so far. Chance for Blade to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, now's the time for it, right? You just need to close out the game before Cloud9 wake up on the second half, because they haven't even really put their feet on the ground yet on the CT side, but they have a bit of a chance now, maybe, to talk things over.
What a game it's been, Anders. This is one of the most interesting matchups we have today.
Yes,
and it's delivered on all fronts, right? Like, we've got the debut of 2 new snipers, if you want to call it that, with Wonderful and Boomage coming through. And yeah, it's been as close as you like. We've had some heart-stopping sort of clutches coming through. We've had some amazing 1v1 duels as well. Players turning up left, right, and center. And it's JL trying his luck in towards that B ramp as the incendiary does land towards the double doors. It's absolutely fine for now. Boomage, this is an old school play of his, leaping forward with the MP9. It works out for one, but the trade certainly favors NAVI.
Yeah, the Molotov making sure that he was going to die in there, but that is a Boomage clash. It
really is. Like, it's the old Boomage special. Like, normally on Inferno, which is the next map if it comes through, just swinging towards those hay bales towards the top of Banana. With the MP9, that's like so stubborn with it. Would do it almost every round.
Oh, here we go. Are they going to push through? The flash is over. The flashbang actually works, but they still get the kill on Electronic somehow. What a sick setup otherwise. Axal gets a bullet to the face, and now Perfecto trying to push through. I don't understand how they're losing these fights. It seems like every time Cloud9 should have had the advantage, and still somehow it's Navi hitting the shots, either flashed or even when they were turned around, they're still able to spin around and get the kills. It's on Hobbit to try and clutch this one. See if he can find this next one on Wonderful, but he gets a bullet straight to the face instead. And it will be another round here coming through on the Navi side. They are looking good.
What a strange series of events, Anders.
I know.
I can't believe it. Another huge advantage squandered by Cloud9 there. They had everything they could possibly ask for. It was looking so good. The 4 versus 3 in their favor. Like, that was the moment they went for that aggressive maneuver. Now, I don't hate the setup, but it just didn't work out for them. I'm sure it's a maneuver they will live to regret there because, yeah, I guess if you don't laugh, you'll cry. I think that's one of those moments.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you had the 4-on-3, whoever made the call. Let's push the smoke, let's flash them through. Now it just seems so unnecessary. It's like, well, okay, we just fed them a couple of kills there. That's not really ideal. It was Boomage that tried his luck with the MP9 before, this time operating with the FAMAS. It's match point, or map point, I should say. We move on to Inferno next. It's NAVI with the resurgence from hell. 8-4 down in the first half. Looking to close things out in style as Imma will make the first incision towards middle.
Oh, we'd be blessed to get a third map right here. We want to see more from both these teams, and it looks like we will. Imma making absolutely sure of it. Taking down Axal, opening up the A-bomb site, and a 5 versus 3 to ensure here. The bomb is, it's a little bit slowed down, but it doesn't really matter. They should have enough to still get a decent bomb plant in. They're controlling Donut, so they know they can plant on that side. Wonderful with the shot to take down Hobbit. They are ready to close the book on Cloud9.
I think we might be all said and done here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm always careful when I say that these days. Anything can and will happen, but Perfecto would do well to win a 5 versus 1 with no kit and no time, no space available. It's NAVI with a reverse sweep. Down 8-4 in that first half, but it all goes wrong for Cloud9. We're going to Inferno, baby. I didn't think we stood a chance, but it's wonderful. Top fragging once again, Anders. What a debut he's having as he keeps the dream alive and takes us all the goddamn way.
Holy hell, they bring the comeback together. And God, if we did not see that one coming. What a change of narrative throughout this map here. Navi not ready to let go, not ready to give up. They push us to map number 3, and I'm just going to jump straight into this. How the hell did that happen?
Well, it was facilitated with a beautiful T-side coming out of Navi. We gotta say it, obviously coming back from an 8-4 deficit in the first half, I thought it was over. I thought it was done. Because Navi had plenty of opportunities in the first half to get more than the 4 rounds they got. Coming into the second one, it felt like they were a little bit deflated, felt like they lost the opportunity, lost the chance. They won the pistol, they converted, and as you can see right here in front of you, they went on a streak where they dominated the T-side.
Yes.
A lot of the rounds, sure, they could have been played different by Cloud9. There were a couple of clutches, a couple of 5v3s, etc. But overall, it felt like Navi were in control. They were taking the charge of this game on the T side.
Yeah, we see the first half. I mean, overall, this is a story of defenses struggling on both sides. Defense is struggling massively. Clutch is happening. You say that's a key word. And I think we have to jump straight into some of these crazy examples that we've had, Jacob, because in the first half, it was Cloud9 who was on the giving hand.
It was. They kept on clutching. They kept on winning rounds they weren't necessarily supposed to win. This is a great example. A 1v3. Perfecto, we know him to be very efficient in clutches, and he's playing this to perfection. Isolating every single Dune. You can't argue Bit got a bit ahead of himself right here, but Perfecto is not making a single mistake. Now moving on, Boomage does the exact same thing.
I know, and it's not supposed to be the candidate, right? You tell me we have 1v3 from Perfecto, I'll feel you. But Boomage is actually the one pulling that one out of the hat. Quick rotations as well from B to A, and then a whole lot of movement right there, always making sure he changes position from one kill to the other, and then he's got that wide swing onto Imi. The problem for Cloud9 is that the story doesn't end here. When we switch the side, same happens, but this time it's JL.
This time it's JL, and this is a beautiful clutch from JL, pushing up front right here, not afraid of taking the duels. Again, trying to isolate duel after duel, and he's successful with it. No trade frag coming in right here from Perfecto. Maybe a little bit of a misplay, but JL does the exact same thing as we saw with Boomage. He wins a very important 1v3, and he laid down the foundation for this great T-side.
Well, this clutch in itself was absolutely meaningful, instrumental, whatever word you want to put, and we have a mic'd up moment for this right here.
That's a long dude.
Take one.
That one, okay. Continue short. Bomb planted.
Down for 3.
Nice!
Our time to win 1 on 3. Nice, Justi.
Yes. We can win 1v6 as well.
Yes.
Of course, hugely impactful clutch coming out of JL, 8-8. There's no other way to describe it as a turning point in this game. But now I want to somber up the tone just a little bit, and let's talk about mistakes. Let's talk about mess-ups that happens, because if you're watching this game and you're a Cloud9 fan, you have multiple reasons to be angry about this second half. Multiple moments where Cloud9 was in control. They had the number advantage. And what is it after that? Is it a lack of patience? Is it a lack of confidence in how to close rounds? I mean, we see Electronic being flashed out of a smoke in a 4 versus 3, being completely fallen apart. What was happening in Cloud9? Were they impatient to close?
Yeah, I would argue. I think they got a little bit impatient, and they were trying to force the issue a bit too much. I think after losing the pistol and after losing the 1v3 versus JL, they had a feeling that, oh, this game is slipping out of our hands. And at that point, again, we went back to the old Cloud9, where it feels like every single individual is trying to take charge of the game. We know Electronic is going to do it. It's in his DNA to be that difference maker on the server. We saw it with Hobbit as well. Didn't have a great game. A couple of rounds where he got ahead of himself. They had true 5v3 scenarios. They couldn't convert. So it's not like the opportunities weren't there for Cloud9. They just couldn't capitalize. There's one thing that I was missing, though, and that's some of the things we brought up coming into the game. The CT side AWP presence from Shiro that we're so used to see. I think his average rating CT side Ancient was up 150, 160. That was missing in this game right here. At no point were a certain part of the map shut down. At no point were Navi having to be scared of an AWP because it wasn't in play whatsoever for Cloud9. And I think that's going to be an issue. If they can't find a way to work around that, then the CT sides could very much struggle.
Yeah, I agree with you. We saw Hobbit even bringing up the AWP a couple of times in Cave, but it does feel like not a panic button being hit, but they're just trying to plug holes in the raft rather than have straight solutions. Another problem that I saw was the disconnect between Electronic and Axile on the A side. Like it felt very much all in a sense of they're going to send Electronic to battle because he loves to do it, but it's all going to come down to this duel. If Electronic wins the duel towards mid, it's fine. If he falls down, it feels like the position of Axile relative to Electronic is very much disconnected and is just one kill into the other. When we're moving on to map 3, that cannot be the case, right?
No, it cannot be the case, and it's an interesting pair, right? Because player profile-wise, they're completely different. And if Electronic can set up Axile to get the refrags and put him in a favorable position, then I would do that. But as you said, it can't be disjointed. It can't be disconnected. There has to be a plan with sending Electronic in to fight or die. At that point, someone's got to follow up. And if Axile is not going to do it, then someone else will have to. So yes, that that pair of players right there, they have to mark each other better. They have to follow up better, and that wasn't the case in Ancient.
Right, and now before we go to map 3, I think we would be remiss not to praise Navi for the resilience as well, because just as much as Cloud9 maybe squandered a couple of opportunities, you have a Navi who was backs against the wall, very much in the defensive position, in the passive position, actually able to come back. This new roster, we're still trying to get a temperature check out of them. What did you feel mentally that they were able to put on the second map?
I think resilience. I think we saw it a bit on Anubis as well. We heard one of the mic'd up clip in the middle of the game where LXCB said, come on guys, we can still get it to overtime. The team still felt energized coming into the second map. They get off to, let's call it a strong start in the sense with the pistol rounds and everything, and then it falls apart, and then the T-side comeback. It shows that they believe in the system, shows they believe in LXCB, shows they believe in the players, and I think they played a beautiful T-side on Ancient.
Well, NAVI was very much able to bounce back from map 1. They were able to bounce back during map 2. They've showed us resilience, and now the question is, can Cloud9 do just the same? Map number 3 is coming right after this. We take a 3-minute breather, get some water, hydrate yourself, homies. We'll be right back. Map number 3 on the way here at the Blast Fall Final. We are kicking things off for these teams in Group A. Off the bat, Jacob, I want to ask you, map number 3, we have both teams, or not, rather, neither team have certainties. Like both teams eat off of roster changes. What team do you think is more equipped to deal with map 3? The specificity of this one map, it's all in, everything is on the line. Who's more equipped for that?
I still will side with Cloud9, just a little bit right here. I think the player material they have to work with on a map like Inferno, where the AWP is not going to be that dominating, I'd argue, is going to look good for them. I think Navi have shown more than I expected coming into this game. I think Cloud9 have shown the brilliance they could pull off on Anubis, and also the lackluster CT side without an AWP on Anubis, on Ancient. So I feel like I haven't been surprised so far, but you said it pretty well. We're going into a game where there's no certainties. There's no guarantees for anything to happen right here. So for the viewers out there, a complete open game still.
I'll get your point about the AWP. I think it's one that we can write into this Inferno. Do you think this is going to be as much as a factor, a limiting factor for Cloud9 that is? We could see on Ancient, they desperately needed, they missed that very strong AWP being able to give you that 5v4 on the CT side. I would argue it can be less damaging on Inferno. Do you agree, or do you think it's going to be equally problematic for them?
100% agree. I think that's one of the main points for me coming into this third map, why Cloud9 is in a better position than they were in Ancient. The CT side up, yes, he can make the difference, especially if you call Shiro. We've seen that time and time again. He's no longer here, though. He's part of the past, so we got to focus on what is in front of us. And I think you can play 5 rifles, or you can allow yourself to have an AWP who not necessarily dictates the game on the CT side. Even more so the T side of Inferno. I think that's one of the few maps where you can actually argue that having 5 rifles, we see it with Saivu once in a while in Vitality as well, not picking up the AWP. Device has a habit of not doing it for Astralis as well. So the 5 rifling setup on T side Inferno, I think that's when Cloud9 comes into play.
Okay, I agree with you. I can see where you're going with this. So if you're Navi, what is it that you're targeting against Cloud9? Where do you think could be a potential weakness? What is it that you hope to put in your bag, in your pocket, moving into this map of Inferno?
We know Exile has always been a guarantee for good CT holds in that pit position. He's arguably and have been one of the best in that position, but he is struggling a little bit right now. And it's one of those positions, if you're not getting the first kill, if you're not laser sharp, you will be swarmed, you will be oversaturated. And I think that's where I want to focus on if I'm Navi right now.
Okay.
Test Exile, see if he's there still, see if he can hold that position like he used to. If not, then that could be a couple of free rounds, and then you can dive your way into the game.
I see where you're going with this one. I have to be honest, I don't know what they're saying. I don't understand the language. I can only observe the team as they behave, right? I do feel like Cloud9, in context of losses, are dissolving just a little bit as a team, as a unit. It feels like it gets more individualistic. It feels like I'm looking at the way they talk to each other, they look at each other. It worries me just a tad. I don't really know if they still have this core, this unity that is needed as a team to kind of come back from a deficit position, to do what Navi was able to do on map number 2, being backs against the wall, come back into the game and grab it again. Do you think I'm exaggerating on that, or could that be an issue for Cloud9?
I think it has been an issue. I think that's been a proven fact for a long time, that it is a team that seems to crumble a little bit mentally when they can't get it done, so to speak. We've seen it at the majors, we've seen it at the major qualifiers for that matter as well. Some of that old DNA is still within the team in Hobbit. I would even argue, that Groove as well plays a part in that one as well. I think for Boomich to come in and change that narrative, that's going to take some time.
Right.
We need to see it happen more and more and more, and Boomich right now, right here, is probably learning something, right? He's probably looking to his right, looking to his left, thinking, okay, so this is what they were speaking about. This is the issue. So he's learning, they're learning. I don't think you're over-exaggerating, but I think it's too early for them to fix the issue.
We see here smiles on the camp of Navi. Of course, they have all the reasons. We're moving on to Inferno. I have just been told by production Cloud9 is going to be starting on the CT side. So Alexi B is going to be leading the charge on the offense. I think he did a pretty good job on that Ancient. He definitely could kind of single out the issues, the possibilities. What do you make of his leadership so far and what you've seen from Navi in a very small sample size? I know we're making conclusions based on a whole lot of little here.
I'm getting exactly what I expected from Alexi B. I think his quality. I know he's been under a lot of criticism from the community, from certain aspects of this world, but I think Alexi B is a quality in-game leader. I think what he's done with Navi, given the circumstances, what he's done with Navi in this game has been okay. It's been passed. Now, can he do it on Inferno? I'm not so sure about it. I would like to see Bit being set up, I would like to see Imma being set up, and I would like to see fast pace coming out of Navi. Otherwise, I think Cloud9 is going to run away with it.
Yeah, two captains with a definitely serious pedigree here, going at each other with teams that aren't necessarily finished product. We know there is still a lot to be improved, there's a lot to be developed, but this is what we are working with. These are the pieces that we have for this final map. And the last piece of the puzzle that we need is an amazing duo. And Anders Henry, I hand it to you.
Thank you so much, Maniac. Very kind of him. An amazing duo, not pathetic casters, as we usually refer to. We are going to have the third and final map, ladies and gentlemen, in this excellent series between Cloud9 and Navi. It's delivered on all fronts. Cloud9 fumbling the bag, though I have to say they couldn't really get going on their CT side. We move to the deciding map of Inferno, where it's going to be another scramble, I reckon, Anders. I think come right down to the wire. We're going to see all the rounds here. It's unclear who will be taking this third and final map, and I'm excited to see who will be stepping up and who will be giving away the most clutches as well. There's been a lot of them today.
Yeah, you're right, there has been. I wanted to be a scramble. I wanted to be fiery on this one. I'm so glad that we got a third map here because it's been really entertaining. We're learning a lot about these two new rosters, and a third map is exactly what we deserve. So we'll see. Exile was brought up as a potential point of weakness. We'll see if that's going to be true on the third map. I still want to believe. I still want to hold out some hope here that he can make a recovery.
Yeah, I'd like to see him have some high-impact moments, but here we go. Na'Vi managing to somehow get themselves here on Inferno, taking down Cloud9 and Ancient in quite a convincing manner after losing an 8-4 first half. Flashbang towards middle here. It's Hobbit. Challenging with the USP. No real damage inflicted as of yet. In terms of utility, we still have 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov on this T side.
I just want to point this out, if it ever happens. They're trusting so much in that electronic smoke over at the B-bomb side. I just never do that on the pistol rounds. I feel like smoking off this B lane in pistol rounds is so inefficient, but might not be a factor in this one. I just wanted to point it out before it actually happens. T-smokes, on the other hand, are a different matter. You can definitely use those to try and dodge the USPs, get out into the middle. They're going to set up one more smoke that's towards Little Pit, I believe. And here we go. Axal with the first kill on Inferno. Not a bad start necessarily. Molotov will put Hobbit in a little bit of an uncomfortable position, but it's not going to be that big of a difference. Imma looking for the headshot. He couldn't quite find it. Boomich and Axal to close out the round. So Axal with a good start.
Very good start. And under a lot of pressure there as well toward that pit position. The Molotovs, the flashes, but couldn't break through the defense. Very decent crossfires set up towards that pit and bomb site position. They had plenty of time and space to find the kills required. Let's have a look at the replay here. It was a beautiful first shot. And sitting in towards that Molotov, managed to get himself down to about 10 points of health and still find impact here. Double kill from the pit position, and we will find Cloud9 with a pistol under their belts. No bomb planted, Anders, so we are going to have the full ecos you might expect. Electronic just hunting for a bit of information. Spots one towards the underpass, and there's a missed CT smoke, I'm afraid. That's designed to go towards the top of the T steps. Not a big deal in this sort of round, and they'll probably get the intel they missed it just by jumping over. So that's something at least. They know for future reference.
Something to correct. Yeah, why not? You really can throw them everywhere nowadays.
You're going to see some very interesting evolutions of the meta. What becomes the standard smokes? We just saw an Ancient, for example. You can throw that cave smoke from T-Spawn. Every single team is throwing that. It becomes a meta smoke just by virtue of those open skyboxes allowing you to throw smokes pretty much anywhere across the map. CTs confirming control of Banana, but it has cost them 3 smokes. And that's all this round is really designed to do for NAVI. Bleed out some utility, find a couple of kills. If you get the bomb down, that would be miraculous, really, considering you're operating with next to nothing. A couple of upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, and some mid-control potentially here. They've done enough to bait out the initial utility. They've got some basic control of the map here. Another incendiary at $600 removed. So this is actually going all right. It's not the most exciting narrative, but they're taking utility away.
Yeah, it all does all count, you know. They're not doing it for nothing. They're not just, you know, a little bit tired or sleepy. They are waiting it out with a purpose in mind. Dualies have come out. It's Electronic still just, you know, getting the kills, finding a 4th one on this. He's been playing very well all throughout these 2 first maps we've seen. And into the 3rd one, looking like he's off to another good start. 2-0, but like we said, getting a couple of frags, baiting out the utility, that's not too bad considering you're buying up in the next round. It all has a knock-on effect as the CTs now have to reinvest all those grenades. Pretty pedestrian round in terms of defense, but like I said, a couple of kills coming through. P250 of Bits had some impact there as we get into the first real gun round here. AKs pretty much across the board. We'll see if we can fix these smokes down towards middle. Well, you mentioned it even on the 2nd map that Boomich is well known on this map for the MK9.
Yeah, that's what he's known for.
He wanted to go for it.
It's so nuts. He's still doing that. That's his trademark move. Get the SMG out.
We knew
run
before the map was even
Banana
playing.
and just die at the start of the round. I have commentated hundreds of those rounds. It's good to see that some things never change.
Oh my god, what a peek from Axel. Or not even a peek, he just wall-banged him down. He knew that if he overextended, that Bit would be ready for it. That's pretty sick, but they couldn't escape. Imma's still able to shoot him in the back.
The fact they've got the double nade through it as well, it's well, he's probably going to do this. We all know it, that he's double nade him at the top. There we go. It's going to be to Perfecto now. Huge task ahead of him. And unfortunately for Electronic, a nice idea to try and lock them in towards B, but with the man advantage, they can justify having Imma patrolling the extremities. The execution to close things out should be absolutely fine. The smoke makes things uncomfortable, I suppose, but they can wait it out. They've still got plenty of time here. Another smoke available for spawn as they rotate everyone over. There's just going to be Perfecto. Now, it's not impossible that he wins this round, Anders. It's very improbable. But if he gets a double kill, survives, then there's a world.
There is a world, but it's not a good start, is it? Deagle's out. Nice headshot. Keep it going. Get one more. 14 seconds on the clock here. Wonderful will take him down. In spite of the double kill, they are going to be fine. Just faking it out in case Hobbit's right on the other side. But the bomb will be planted here. And Hobbit, very, very difficult. He does have the kit, so maybe flashing his way through. Trying to see if he could find a kill on anyone in the background here, but not seeing anyone at the moment. A lot of ground to cover for him right now. Standing still for a minute here, it can really, really come back to haunt him in the end. Yeah, he spotted Wonderful, but he's realized it's not going to be worth it. Picks up the AK, makes a run for it instead. I think that was the only real choice here.
Yeah, like we said, the Fat Perfecto makes that round competitive. He set Hobbit up for at least a viable retake at that point, but wasn't quite enough, I'm afraid. They play it very well. They give Hobbit nothing to work with. And it will be the first round for Na'Vi, 2-1, as they find their first here on Inferno. Bit of aggression here from the CT side as well. Let's relax. It's day one. And it is going to be Perfecto. A beautiful little deagle headshot. You thought maybe there's a chance for another one, but like we said, 2 was pretty much the top end. Still wasn't quite enough. As Na'Vi now will be fending off an interesting buy from Cloud9. It's going to be Boomich once again with that MP9 now, and he can't do it again. Like that would be a problem if he just starts dying at the top of B at the start of every round. Like I'm gonna have some words.
All right, it's a bit more relaxed.
It's a bit more relaxed.
He's just so giddy to be back, you know. He's
it's this. This is the only player I kind of like see do this time and time again. This super hyper aggressive play. It's time it's working out. You can see why he does it. He's not done yet either.
Oh, it's so much, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Now it's time. Raining back in. Now, what a grenade that lands on Alexi. 52 damage, and he's down to 26 health. But yeah, the aggressive Mac 10. What an absolutely annoying thing to be up against. And here we go. They're sending Perfecto out this time. Rumich has a USP somewhere. It's Hobbit to go down, in fact, and that little play might have cost him quite a bit. 4 versus 3 now. Still 50 seconds on the clock. Na'Vi looking to take this round. And I do like this rotation, but I wish Boomich had something else than a USP.
Why has he only got a... Where's his MP9 gone?
I think he threw it over to Perfecto, who's given up on it now.
Oh, I see. All right, well... it's going to be the USP after getting the opening kill. What a kill that is, though. It's going to be Electronic, keeping the dream alive. Get back to a 3-on-3. Perfecto making that AK-47 work as well. Looking to tie things up on Na'Vi, but this is not looking great. 20 seconds remaining. The USP strikes in the back lines, and it will be Boomich leading them to 2 rounds in a row here. It's the MP9 at the start, and there's the jumping potential behind that half wall, this time making it work. That's a smile from Electronic as well. They're happy with this one. So, yeah, you can't poke many holes in it when it works. I'll say that much.
Bit is going to be so frustrated.
Oh, yeah.
He lost the fight, in the previous round.
Yeah, true.
Getting spammed down, and this time in a slightly different manner, but still probably very frustrating.
Oh, he's so back. He's under their skin already.
Yeah, he is.
So, M4 this time, and Hobbit still got his foot on the gas. Up against these pistols, he knows he's got a guaranteed frag there. A full eco.
Yeah.
Shooting galleries being set up across the map here. Electronic will want a slice of the action as well. JL burning in towards the underpass here. Tucks himself in the corner. I don't think he's long for this world. Just a couple of bullets will apparently take down Axile. Oh, this is getting expensive. This is getting strange. It was the full eco, the 5-on-3, and all of a sudden, the conversation begins. Can Cloud9 actually give this round away? Answer, potentially yes.
It's certainly got closer than you would really want to see here. Good timing to show up for Electronic, but he's a little bit overworked. Gotta be careful now. Wonderful in a 1 versus 3. Good headshot. Nearly landed another one. He's close to it. Backup is coming in from the middle, but Wonderful. He has to get the kill right now, and he can't quite do it. It's Electronic with another quad kill to try and bring it back, but that is way too expensive. That's way too scary.
Yeah, absolutely. A wake-up call at the very least, and the fact you got a 5-on-3 against a full eco and it actually gets a bit uncomfortable there. Wonderful has a chance to win it. Yeah, that's not good. They know it as well. Maybe a chance for a tactical timeout. Let's just reel it in a bit, boys. Like, it was nice to have an aggressive stance, kick things off. The fact it was so close, like, should never have come down to this. A really labored finish there. It's wonderful they can't connect the penultimate headshot, but still made things very dangerous. Cloud9 4-1, and the aggression continues here. Electronics had enough, wants to assert his dominance down at the T steps. This time the smoke connects, and so does JL. But wait for Electronic. He's got a real chance to shut down this B assault. He's at the bottom of middle. He's got 2 players in front of him. He's got too many to pick from. As the bomb goes down, it's a 3 versus 2. Imma low on health, and Bit finding frags towards the apartments.
What a round. The bomb is in the middle still, so Electronic can actually make this work quite a lot. Boomich got a kill on the other side with the AK. He was top banana. Now he's rotated all the way back towards the arch position. This is a roller coaster of a round. I have no idea who's going to come out on top of this one. Imma's low on health, sure, but it's probably down to timing about who's facing what way. And here we go, the sneak through from Boomich. Imma not ready for it, a bit on his own.
Let's bring in the AI. I've got no idea at this point. We need some computer assistance to work out who's going to win this one, as Bit is left in the 2 versus 1. Got a chance for his first kill, but not going to be connecting. And Boomich absolutely loving it. The aggression, it's a bit chaotic. It looks like it could be hit or miss sometimes, but that's a roaring success for Cloud9. They're continuing to be very frustrating to play against there. Just tucking themselves into the bottom of middle. Smokes down at the T steps. You see Electronic, an absolute nuisance here. They've got no idea, and too many targets to choose from. As Boomich, beautiful positioning there towards middle as well. Electronic to close things out. Nice spray with the M4 as the streak continues here. NAVI can't get online. They managed to recover a deficit on the second map, bear in mind, but for now they're operating on another eco. A partial buy, I suppose, with Deagles and Kevlar. But round 7 looks to be another difficult one for NAVI.
He's always just been such a frustrating opponent, Boomich, especially when he's sort of paired up with more. Okay, there we go.
All right.
I was gonna say when he's paired up with more conservative players, you get like a weird mix of sort of the erratic playstyle that he has, and then every once in a while you're up against someone who's just sort of holding an angle like a Perfecto or an Electronic, and oh, this is not great. Hobbit needs some backup. He's got a couple of bullets still left, but they're not really coming for him at the moment. Instead, they're focusing on Electronic.
So, Electronic, what have you got for us? A masterclass and an A defense, or only a single frag? It's going to be Bit who keeps things very uncomfortable for the CT side. NAVI looking good for the second now. They've got themselves a 2 versus 1 Perfecto on the retake here with no utility. AK-47 in hand. The bomb just planted. He's up against JL and Bit. And they've got all the opportunity in the world to close this round out. It's looking very advantageous for them. They've got the perfect setup. A beautiful crossfire. And it's down to Perfecto to find the first kill and bring it back to a 1 versus 1, but it just doesn't look possible.
It really doesn't. 3 kills on him. Bit in the pit, looking fit for a headshot. He's gonna get it. Quad kill in the round, and all of them headshots.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Yeah, he looked a bit frustrated in those previous rounds, but finally he's online, and so are NAVI as well. That's just what the doctor ordered here. Definitely an impressive sequence from the likes of Bit, getting it done with the Desert Eagle, frag after frag, connecting headshot after headshot as he absolutely runs away with the round. Beautiful last shot to take down Perfecto as well. 5-2 as we continue here on Inferno. NAVI back in the conversation as well. That's an absolutely massive round for them to win. It's in-game leader Boomich is purchasing the Hero AWP, Anders. Taking matters into his own hands, an executive decision.
It's certainly a decision of sorts. Oh, and he gets the shot on JL! Oh, I was making light of it.
He doesn't even get Kevlar. Like, it's a glass cannon Hero AWP.
Doesn't need it.
He doesn't even need it. That's a real man's man for you there. In the thick of it. Finding an opening frag. Doesn't even take any damage.
It's been a bit of a meme from the start when they said that he was going to be the primary AWPer on a bunch of different maps, and it's like, really? The MP9 run and gun is going to be your primary AWPer? But that's a good kill. Let's see if he can do it again. He's going to get tested a lot more. This time a smoker's up. He's actually just playing in front of it. He's got no fear whatsoever. He's fully committed. He gets a shot on Imma, and they're still hunting him. He's got no Kevlar, so he's very, very soft at the moment, and he maybe had a chance to get one more there.
Yeah, you're right. You're very squishy about the Kevlar. A couple of bullets, even if they're wall bangs, will take you down. But he set them up at least for a chance in this retake. You can see the prediction not looking good. 96% plays 4 with no kits, no utility. I think the operation would be try and get that AWP if possible. Make this thing round as expensive as possible. This kill might turn the tides of battle, but it looks like it's NAVI confirming the round after technically being in a 5-on-3. It was Boomich getting those initial couple of picks, but when he went down, there was no one there to pick up the pieces, unfortunately. So, good attempt. But that means more of the MP9, I suppose, for Boomich going forward. Because that was a heroic attempt. Admirable, to say the least, with 2 kills, but just swarmed, and his teammates didn't have the resources to really capitalize upon the advantage.
A bizarre combination of skill sets if you're able to you know, like, you buy the MP9 in most rounds, and you can force up the AWP if you need to in, like, random rounds. Like, it does kind of complement each other. Like, you're making a lot of money with the MP9s. You can buy the AWP when you need to. I guess there's some sort of method of the madness here. Although in this round, it is just going to be the P250, unfortunately. It's Perfecto with the MP9 instead. 5-3 the scoreline. It's a very open game. Nothing's really been decided yet. See what NAVI are going to be able to manufacture in this one. But yeah, I'm starting to, I think, feel more comfortable about that B defense, or trying to attack it, NAVI, that is. And in a round like this one, there's not that many nades to slow them down either. It's Maxal, though, again, Bit losing the fight over on that hallway.
Yeah, his woes continue on that side of the map. Huge opening kill. Bear in mind as well, it's Boomich operating with that P250. If he can upgrade here, that would be fantastic. But he's over towards B. Of course he is. And they're going to go for the smoke by the looks of things here. It's Boomich to take first contact. We have got a boosted Perfecto. With a familiar weapon for Boomich at least. The MP9 up high. 40 seconds as they commit towards the site itself.
Hobbit has one flashbang, but yeah, they are going to try and come through this one. 30 seconds. Boost up on the one side. Boomich getting blown up. Axel not really ready for the boost. And Perfecto with the double kill. They charge through. Hobbit gets a kill on Imma and leaves JL. 22 seconds. 1 versus 3. The bomb is not even on his back. It's really out towards Banana still, so he's in a lot of trouble. He's just out swinging with the AK. He wants to at least try and make it a 1 versus 2 before he even thinks about it. And I think he's run out of time. He needed that kill towards the truck right away. Yeah, he gets that one, but the round is done. It'll be a 6th one for Cloud9.
Nothing he can do. You could see when he was in the 3 versus 1, had to avert his gaze, look at the clock at the top of his screen, notice he had 12 seconds and there's just no way to win it. Just had to hopefully save the weapon at that stage, which he does do, to be fair. So, smiles all round here. Cloud9 looking quite comfortable, Anders, I have to say. There's been some exciting rounds. We've had that impressive moment, the Desert Eagle coming in, but that's about it for Navi. They need to start posting a few more rounds here. A bit of a resurgence, but still it's Cloud9 who seem to be in the driving seats, all led by this man in your screen here, Boomich. His debut on land for Cloud9, and interesting game to say the very least. We've had some wild moments. He's had a massive clutch. He's had some influential AWP picks. He's had a couple of MP9 interactions and a pretty decent showing overall. Cloud9, I have to say, like, they do look like a bit revitalized from a tactical point of view.
They do. And from I think from an overall, just the atmosphere in the team is looking really good. Like, he's really bringing them up. Like, he's shouting. They look animated. They're really enjoying the wins when they get them. So I think, you know, that can go a long way. Not that it's the only thing that he's bringing to the server at the moment, but it can feel a bit flat playing Counter-Strike if you're just, you know, sat in silence, sort of angry that you're losing rounds. Like, nobody wants to be playing like that. It makes a difference having somebody who's hyping the team up when you need to.
So we've got back-to-back timeouts here.
Okay. Burning them to try and get things under control.
I think we went from a technical into a tactical.
Ah, so fair enough.
Just to...
that is allowed.
That is certainly allowed. So yeah, you can't talk through the technical, but you can chat through the tactical, of course. It will be Navi to call this one as we're getting to the closing stages of this first half of the 3rd map. Bear in mind, it's in the upper bracket. Day 1 here at BLASTPremier Full Finals 2023. Coming to the closing stages of this year, Anders. Where did all the time go? Feels like there's been so many events in the last month at the very least, that the years has flown by.
It really has, hasn't it? We were all waiting in anticipation wildly for CS2 to sort of finally come out. And I must say, I mean, like, the updates are happening so quickly as well that it's gonna, you know, it's
like the only, like, let's be real. The only real problem we have right now is the lack of anti-cheat. I would say that's the headline issue.
Yes,
that's missing right now. Other than that, if you don't watch Counter-Strike or play it every single day, you would tune in today and just think this is just Counter-Strike as usual, right? You wouldn't think this is a different video game. This is so different.
God on a limb here. Again, I really don't know. Like, this is how it works. Nobody knows what Valve are doing beyond Valve, so I don't have any special inside information. I think you'd be crazy to imagine that there won't be an anti-cheat because of how the matchmaking system works. Like, there's no world in which Valve are just saying, oh, we'll just keep on doing it. There's absolutely no way.
It's just frustrating for now.
It's
just one of those things for new players to experience, and it's just getting a reputation now, whether the stats are even true. But we'll get back into the action here. It's wonderful. Ringing true with that AWP. Hobbit taking matters into his own hands, reacting aggressively, pushing towards the apartments and getting towards the T side. He's behind enemy lines. So it's a nice reaction here, but you can see Bits on a high alert. He's aware of this prospect. Knows the moves of Hobbit, but he's one step ahead of him. Brings it back to a 4-4 and gets the hell out of there.
Okay. I think you're right. I think Bit had the inkling that something was up, but it's one of those things where like you have the idea in your mind, but you're not, your senses aren't fully lined up for it. Didn't quite react in time, unfortunately. So they give up the early lead that they had in this one. And it's back into a 4 versus 4. A minute on the clock, and look at the rotation. There's no way they're going to keep this, surely. They're rotating Boomage back. There's nobody on the B-bomb side. They've just completely evacuated that side. What a crazy call. They're keeping this for a while. You have to assume eventually they're going to have to give up on it. I think now Electronic sort of looked into middle. Oh, the timing is awful, though. I think they were so sure that this was going to be a B execute because they got that mid information. They're rotating on over. And Imma sneaks in the kill, although Electronic looks like he's going to take it back very cleanly. And he might get a feeling that no one else is here.
Yeah, it's down to the boss himself, Boomage. He can sense the B attack coming through, rotates towards the coffins. It's a full execution. Needs to try and get in front of the smoke if possible, or find a kill through them. Good for one, but JL will respond here. Down to the 2 versus 2. The bomb, I don't think it's denied, but Perfecto, a wild swing through the smoke. Brings us down to the 1 versus 1. Wonderful. Looking to prove his worth once again. His debut on LAN as well. Electronic up against him, who's sneaking through CT spawn. Already made it past the choke point.
All of the pressure on Electronic here. Very tricky. That smoke makes a difference, though. He's got a kit as well. Wonderful. Setting up on the other side. You've got to make a decision right now. That's a missed shot. The Glock is out instead. And Electronic, ice cold inside. The full defuse. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Oh, it's unfortunate. You got 2 options there. You go for the no-scope Anders, or you bring the knife out and try and get a few stabs in. I think the latter might have been the better option of the 2, but it's just unfortunate. You see you're up against Wonderful. Of course, he's going to have the AWP. If he has, like, I don't know, a Tech 9 to go with it, even a P250, maybe he's got a chance at a spam, but he had 1 shot. The 5 seconds, blink and you miss him. And it's Wonderful with a great attempt here, but that was his only real effort. If he goes to the knife, who knows? Because you get the sound cue with a couple of slashes. You can work out where they are.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it doesn't work out from Electronic. Steals the round away. It is going to be 7-3. Final round of... Oh, no, I beg your pardon. Round 11. Still getting used to it, Anders. It's all fine.
I'm surprised we haven't screwed up, a lot more. That was my one big fear coming into it with MR15 to MR12. I thought, oh, no.
Penultimate round.
I'm going to...
We're allowed 1 mistake a day. So that's mine. Gone.
I feel like that's reasonable.
Burnt. Yeah.
We should be allowed at least 1 a day.
As humans, I think it's okay. Just doing our best out here. And so are NAVI in this difficult situation. They've got the AWP in hand. Pistols otherwise. Wonderful.
If you're Maui, you should be 3 a day.
Oh, God. Okay.
There's a kill.
That's an impressive kill as well. It's all by design. They smoke off towards the arch. They find a little bit of wiggle room towards middle. And he gets a great pick in towards the pits. But bear in mind, takes a lot of damage en route. Down to 20 points of health here. Hoping for a reactionary play from the CT side. And they'll offer up yet another frag to Wonderful. Time is of the essence, though, Anders. 30 seconds. And they're not biting. They're not giving anything away.
Yeah, they're really not. I think smartly so. They recognize what's coming. Flash on through, but the pistol or the AK on the other side and Perfecto on the crossfire. Just way too much to handle here. AWP's up there, and it's finding more kills, but it just might be too late here.
I think so. Like, now you might be considering the AWP. Like, 10 what's that going to do once he goes down? Like, can you even do anything with this round? Good position. Wonderful. Certainly seems to think so. His money was pretty decent regardless. I think he had like $3,500. So you better buy into the last round now as Cloud9 posts yet another pretty comfortable finish there. It was Navi in the mid stages. It looked like they could bring this first half back to life, but so far, not so good. Only 3 on the board as, like we said, this is a perfect hole. You've got 25 seconds to smoke down towards the apartments. You just have to push through. You just don't have no time otherwise. It was the opening pick. from Navi, like electronic with a maniacal laughter. I like that. That's quite evil.
That's great. I haven't heard that before.
Why was it so loud?
I don't know. It's very unnerving, isn't it?
All right, now we are into the final round of this first half, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful start at the AWP. On the helmet as well. He loves going down at the top of banana, bro. It's his favorite maneuver. Like, some things will never change.
At no point during any of that was there there's no necessity for him to do that. It wasn't required. Nobody asked him to do it.
Oh, it's
the
so
Molotov
sick.
landed
It's
in
still a
front of
thing.
him, and he's like, I'll push through it anyway.
I love it. Like, I'm so here for it.
It might have unironically set them up in an insane position where there's still 3 people behind here. It might be really hard for Navi. I wish Navi would just push through to be like, okay, he died. It's a 5 versus 2 at worst in this bomb site. We'll take it. It looks like Navi, though. I think, Alexi keeping his sanity for the minute here.
Yeah, it's an interesting round, isn't it? Because Cloud9 are just hoping they will just take that advantage, collapsing towards the B bomb side, but that is keeping Jay on this side of the map, listening out for rotations, facing out some smokes.
Sick strategy where you sacrifice yourself to hide the fact that there's a 3-man stack behind you.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe that was the intention, but it looks like it's all in vain, and there's going to be a 5 versus 2 now. It's Boomich and his aggressive efforts towards the top of B that give away that opening frag, and Navi will at least be posting 4 rounds here in the third and final map of this series. Cloud9 versus Navi. Hell of a fixture. Bear in mind, the action continues as well. We've got plenty more to come after this. We've got Vitality and Heroic, both in new lineups as well, Anders. Mezzi joining the ranks.
That game is going to be really, really interesting. I really look forward to that. And also Astralis Complexity towards the end of the day. Both those games really covered by Scrawny and Launders on the commentary. But I really look forward to I'm going to be following along with those games.
And for now, we take a halftime break, and we'll be back with the conclusion of Inferno.
I smoke it, you stick. That
Nice.
is nice.
Key on the bar.
Long, copy.
Copy.
That's him. Dirty shot.
I smoke pit. There's only one shot.
One pick.
He's Call Zera, Call Zera.
Go, go, go.
Oh,
Go,
kill him. Call Zera.
Oh, two guys. Dead.
Nice.
One more.
One side.
I don't see him.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I'm
Reload.
planting.
Dead.
Planting this.
I'm watching. Don't see him out.
Long clear.
Okay. Holding it.
I have everything. It can be short.
Okay, long now.
Under give.
Picking long now. Don't shoot.
Long out.
Nice!
Wait,
Nice!
okay, drop me.
Nice!
Drop me. Okay, come on, fucking come on. Oh, no. Nice push.
Nice volley.
Nice shoot. Thank you, thank you.
Nice boy.
Well, there we go. It's a bit of form from Bit there with the Desert Eagle. Some insight to the comms as well. It was a rough first half there for Navi, it has to be said. 8-4 down, but like we said on Ancient Anders, this scoreline is recoverable. All they need is a pistol victory. They're right back into it. We saw it converted in the second map. Can they do it again? Time will tell. That's the banana flashbang being set up here, so presumably some control coming towards that side of the map. Bit's having none of it though. Full send down the banana, and it's a couple. Make it triple kill for Cloud9, as Alexi B has got a lot on his plate right now, and he'll be spammed down as well.
What a start. Axar with 3 kills. We've been asking for him to get involved a little bit more. He did do pretty good in the first half pistol, and I guess he's back at it now again. He's up to 11 kills behind that triple, so not too shabby at the moment. He's not completely invisible. It's just that, you know, comparing himself to his own sort of all-time high.
Sure.
We definitely still want more, but I like it. It's a beginning. JL has decided there's nothing much to fight for on this one. 1 versus 5, so just try and get some more kills, perhaps.
Yeah, that's about all you can ask for. Axel, though, will get the quad kill.
Okay.
Nice round. CT's trying to get aggressive there. Got a lot more than they bargained for. Trying to flash back, offer up a couple of headshots, but it was Axel mowing them down there. Alexi B maybe could have got something down behind the barrels, but unfortunately spammed down as well at this moment. That's when Axel picked up his triple and then took down GL to close things out as well. That was the round that they kind of needed, not gonna lie to you, as they're unlikely to force buy in this second, so that's going to be 10-4 already for Cloud9 here, unless something devastating happens here in round number 14.
I was hoping for an electronic evil laugh, but
yeah,
you know, I kind of missed that now.
We've got the old Fnatic stack. 4 players
is classic.
Yeah, it can be annoying to deal with. If you just go for a sort of contact plane towards B, like, you get a couple of kills from this. But unfortunately, Cloud9 with a different approach. They've actually gone for the contact play up short, meaning the A-bomb site has to be defended by Bits with a USB towards Library. He's now got no HP to speak of. As the bomb site's wide open, they'll send the MAC-10 in first. And yeah, that's round over.
Yes, it is. I can't argue.
No, that is enough.
I'll concede this one, Henry. You win.
Even the AI agrees.
Even the AI. It still says 99%, I suppose. So Bayesian agent, Henry.
Yeah.
So it's not, you know, it's not completely convinced ever.
Always that 1%.
Oh. I think so. A little bit of a wild spray looking for the ace. The Galil ace. It's a rare sight, but he got it.
Yeah, the Galil's super popular right now. Seems to be doing a lot more work in CS2 than it did in Go, to be honest with you. That's why those second round force buys seem so potent on the T side. But no force buy for Navi here. That was the full eco, bringing out rifles in the third. Lose this round, I'm afraid it's GG that they won't be coming back from this one. So must win. Certainly possible they can pick this one up, but concessions have to be made. JL's down to the MP9 and FAMAS for Alexi B, just so they have a fighting chance, a bit of utility to speak of. As Cloud9, a bit of a bonus round for them as well. Galil's MAC-10s. In terms of helmets, you can see Navi have at least got a few of those. Only Wonderful and Alexi B go without.
I don't know how you bring this one back. Navi need this first round to go really, really well, but they're going to run out of grenades probably a lot sooner than they want here.
Yeah, this is a problem. As we've got smokes down towards the arch and the library right now, it's going to be the apps pop from Navi, from Cloud9, I should say. You can see they're setting themselves up. Rotations are happening towards B. They haven't read the round at all. And here comes the flashbang and the final commitment in towards A.
Oh, this is so scary. Bit getting overwhelmed. That's one of the 2 defenders at the site. Immer in the middle. Maybe he can find Boomich, but that almost doesn't even really matter here. He spotted him out. They knew that he was back there because he was firing shots and jumping towards the half wall over a banana, like he's always been doing. Emma goes down, bomb is planted, and the round is done.
Yeah, you can't really ask for much more than that, Anders. You've suggested a B attack coming through. You said one player over there. They've took the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
With the MAC-10.
With the MAC-10 as well. And they just had to take a gamble. They lost the opening frag. They were hoping it'd be a B-side finish, but anything but. It's really unfortunate timing as well. It was Bits given the responsibility of holding the pit, and unfortunately for him, he gets nothing, caught on the timing, and they're going to go on the hunt as well, and why not? They've got MAC-10s here. There's going to be a couple of frags found. They want to take every single Na'Vi player down with them, as Alexi B cowering away and towards the temple, saying his prayers, but Perfecto closes things out. Electronics absolutely bloody loving it.
Yeah, I haven't seen him this fired up in a really long time. But again, the original, the sort of the Cloud9 project with the core of the lineup, it just never worked the way that you wanted. So it must have been really frustrating. The fact that they're doing something now, and it's it's early days, the energy's back in the room.
Yeah, and there's some really nice calls here. That's got perfect round. And you've taken all 5 players down with you as well. Like really calculated calls. And at this stage, I think it has to be the half buy. Looking at the barrel of series points as well, Desert Eagles pretty much across the board. It's possible they win this round, Na'Vi, that is, but need a bit of a miracle now. It all starts here. The Desert Eagle doesn't quite connect. And it's going to be Bit to be dropped first.
Maybe worth giving a bit shout out to Perfecto. He's 16-8, and he had a really dreadful start to the series himself. Sure. So it's good to see him recovering just a tiny bit. Electronic obviously running over the show overall. Surely going to be the MVP for this match, the way that he's been playing.
God damn. Very assertive calls. You can see that that was pitch perfect once again. They got the advantage. They knew there'd be a window of opportunity to slip the net, make their way up towards short. No CT presence suggests it was the idyllic solution to the problem they had there. So it is going to be a 5-on-3 round confirmed. Series point in the bag. Cloud9 looking very good here today. Bad news for the Creamy Bears, Anders. To be honest with you, our prediction game is falling apart right now. We had Na'Vi in this one.
Yeah.
We chose NIP in the first map as well. Well, the first match, I should say.
I like giving
and we've got Heroic
I like giving the other teams a head start.
We've picked Heroic in the next matchup. So...
What were we thinking, Henry?
I'm not sure. It was... I changed at the last minute as well. I went into the spreadsheet like literally 10 minutes before the submission and said, yo, I'm changing everything here. I've got a feeling. And it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, but you know what? It's early days. We can make up for it.
We're going to speed run the tournament. We're going to be knocked out on like the second day. We're going to lose all our lives. We're going to lose like 4 lives today.
We'll see about that. We'll see.
Okay. Well, Boomich wants to make sure they close this one out in style. Doesn't want it to get close. Doesn't want it to be uncomfortable. They've had the dream run here on Inferno. Second half, haven't given up a single round yet. They're up 4-0. One more will do it. It's going to take something unbelievable now from Na'Vi. 8 rounds in a row required. They're on the CT side of Inferno. There was a half buy in the previous. The debut of Wonderful. It's been a great showing for him individually. Like, he top fragged both maps. 25 on Anubis to kick things off. 20 plus on Ancient, the map they managed to bring right back.
What the fuck is going on, boys?
It's time for a comeback.
Trying, guys.
What was that?
Just some banter.
Bit of banter.
Yeah. Wow, Blade is getting a lot of talking done here. They are in so much trouble. I can't believe it.
I mean, there's not really much you can say at this point, apart from, right, lads, round by round. We know the setup. We don't have much to work with here. This is obviously must win from here on out. Try and keep it together. And let's try and make this as competitive as possible. You're down in the dumps. It's no 2 ways about it.
Yeah, they really have. They've run a lock on this particular map. 12-4. They need such a long road to come back here. 8 rounds in a row to try and get this one into overtime is what they're looking for. They're on the CT side, and they do finally have the AW on Wonderful as well. So it's not impossible, but my God, it's a long ways off. Alexi, careful. That's like a classic CSGO kind of spray, but now in CS2, sitting down and just spraying through the smoke could be very, very dangerous if the T's blow it up. Sure. You're already spraying, you're just in the middle of nowhere. Might not be worth it anymore. Jail is lucky to be alive, but they did get a kill on Exile, so.
Opening frag has been found. Has to be a perfect game from here on out. Finding these closing round victories, though, can be very difficult. kind of shifts your playstyle somewhat. You just want to be running defaults and keeping things quite cagey while the other team are presenting a lot of aggression and throwing caution to the wind. So that opening maneuver has yielded at least the opening kill for NAVI. A minute left. Still a lot of work to do here. They've got 3 players remaining at the A site, one of which is Wonderful with the AWP close towards the quad side. And once again, the Apps pop is coming through. Bits, he's in a defensive position. It's fine to hold them at bay, but I don't think we'll be finding many kills here. There's the first.
Okay, it's something to work with. Jiggling around, trying to dance here. Running out of bullets as well. Hard to find a reload in the middle of all of the chaos here. Molotov burning Wonderful. He's not necessarily loving life at that moment, but overall, it's looking fine. He's going to get the kill in the end. That's a hard position for him to play. I mean, if he overextends just a little bit, he could get shut down, but good job in general. Just a nice shutdown, good defense.
Absolutely true. Well, there we have it. NAVI finally posting their first round. Arguably too little too late at this stage, but that's all they can do. Take it round by round. They got the opening frag, solid crossfire, pushing back Cloud9 here. And we'll now need 7 rounds in a row. As we get into it, it's going to be another buy available for Cloud9. They're going to close things down, of course. Right here, right now, it's Boomich. Dropping the initial utility. Smoke down to remove the vision. Molotov to push them back towards the car. Good grenade.
Ouch. Yeah, Electronic really feeling that. Some spam coming on over, but grenades are thrown in return. And they put Boomich down very low.
Off he goes. Yeah, that's his round. Pretty much done. 8 points of health. As Wonderful confirmed, they've got banana control here. Oh, it's costing them a lot here. Cloud9 don't really have any control and giving up most of their utility. They're going to boost behind the smoke, though. Never know. It's an interesting idea. I don't think it's enough to spot Wonderful, though. Now, what do they have left? Just a single smoke, a couple of flashes. B's not really an option with that sort of setup. They can, smoke spawn, flash over, Molotovs towards coffins, I suppose, but Wonderful presumably finds at least one and will call for the rotation, but it's certainly a gamble, Anders. So he goes down with nothing here. There is no backup whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say that's how it has to work out, but he's really swift on this one. Throws down the grenade, ready in case they want to come on through.
Well, that's why they're so confident with him holding that position alone, because if he does get that opening frag, incendiary's down, round should be secured. 25 seconds. Flashbang will push him back to a different line. Good smoke being dropped as well, and he's got the backup he needs at this point. Should be enough to win the round.
Yeah, they're really rotating in. That's for the smoke. Jail picking up the kill. And we're down to 10 seconds. Nobody knows what's actually happening inside of the smoke any longer. Axel just waiting. And eventually he's going to go down. Okay, well, that's it. Perfecto running away with the bomb on his back. We'll be able to save the AK into the next round. But, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit nervous, you see that sole AWP player, but it's not completely uncommon to play it like that.
No, absolutely not. You just have to hope he hits his shot, which he definitely does. He's been brought in to fill some big shoes, of course, replacing Simple. And yeah, you should be able to patrol the B-bomb site with that anchored AWP. Hits the shot. Even if you miss the shot, Anders, he can have the same result. He can actually just drop the same incendiary and drop off. Yeah. It would have been fine regardless. The fact he had the incendiary is why they can afford to enable that setup. But still, the money's starting to be drained. There's one more buy potentially for Cloud9 if they give this one up. And then now it's just 6 rounds in a row. I say just, still quite the uphill struggle, but they're chopping this one down to size at the very least.
Well, yeah, we've seen these kind of comebacks happen before, and not all of the rounds, like you mentioned, are going to be buy rounds coming out from the Cloud9 side, so you never know. Electronic looking to open this up. Last time he got grenaded. This time it feels a bit safer. See if he is going to get flashed in or if he just wants to take the peek. Going to set up for himself. Smoke on one side, Molotov on the other. Clearing a lot out, but the Molotov doesn't go deep enough. They're still going to get the trade, but Alexei and Imra on the other side. So they get rid of the AWP, but they still are down a man.
Oh, this is a very strong setup now. NAVI looking like they might be able to pull this one off. A comprehensive victory here as we enter the 4 versus 2. Need to close the round out, of course, but it looks like they are completely locked out on the Cloud9 side of things. Hoping a CT will offer themselves up. Time is ticking away. They do have a smoke from Moto. They've got to get past Bit first, who's playing a lovely position here. guaranteeing himself at least 1 kill. There's a smoke down. Like I said, this position, I just don't think they flush him out, but the flashbang is very impressive. The fact they even have the presence of mind to be aware of that spot, that's beautiful stuff. And now they actually have a fighting chance here in the 3 versus 2. Can they close things out here?
It'd be a bit of a shock if it works out. Yeah, 2 versus 4. Now into 2 versus 3. There's the first engagement in the afterplant. A lot of damage onto JL. They're really soft on that Navi side. Trying to go for the retake here. It's JL with a good shot. All on Perfecto. And he nearly could have had the multi-spray down. That's a lot closer than it seems, but it's Navi still fighting, still clawing their way back into the game. The bomb plant, though, going a long way to help out Cloud9.
Definitely, because the money was starting to run low. They were averaging, what, $2,000 per player. Now they've got some loss bonus. They've got at least 1 more full buy. That's a good point. Wonderful, only good for 1 there, but he certainly took enough aggro away for his CTs to join him from the arch side position. A really complicated retake as well. There was a chance Perfecto gets a double kill there, but they keep the dream alive. Unable to close things out just yet. Sigh of frustration there from Boomage. They can almost taste the victory. They're so close. It will be a tactical timeout, though, for Cloud9. Things starting to get a little bit uncomfortable out there now. 5 rounds in a row required from Navi to take us to overtime as they post a couple in a row now. Looking quite good. They just needed to come online with the full buy. The AWP in the hands of Wonderful. Their mid setup's looking very good.
Yeah.
They're fending off the banana area beautifully. And maybe, just maybe, they can bring this one back to life. The 8-round recovery.
Right when CS2 sort of came out, we didn't see almost any Inferno played. It started to get, a little bit more into the mix. But some of that, even when we see Inferno, I don't see a lot of B splits happening anymore.
There were so many 2-0s in the early days of CS2 as well. The events have been so unpredictable. With every time we turn up,
that's true.
There's a plethora of new lineups, and different teams and debuts of rosters. I think we're still getting information each and every event. This one is no different. Like we said, this is a debut of 2 new rosters here. We've got 8 teams at the event, 5 of which are here with new squads. So we're still finding our footing in CS2. Every map, get a bit more information. And for now, it's Cloud9, as we said, that loss bonus accumulating. Bomb planted in the previous round has given them another full buy. But this will be the last of it. It's NAVI, slowly but surely, grappling their way back into this one.
Another buy coming out here. And also, the round loss bonus for Cloud9 is starting to sort of pick up a little bit more. So I guess if they can keep finding bomb plants, they can make this more interesting.
That's a good point, but I think at this stage, this full buy, that they're hoping they can really just close things out right now. They're not thinking about the loss bonus. They just want to find that opening kill that gives them the advantage. This time it's going to be wonderful position towards the arch. He's completely smoked off. There's a bit more pressure towards him up. Patrolling that quad side now. You can't get Molotov in this position. Here comes a flash as well. He dodges it nicely. Electronic, they're waiting for him.
Smoke on the other side once again. Wonderful. Kind of put out of position. Imma, he's sticking around and he's going to get the shot. Oh, it's beautiful. Good double headshot. And Bit swings in for it. He nearly had a double of his own. I can't believe he didn't get that kill on Perfecto. 18 seconds on the clock here. And Axel and Perfecto left on the Cloud9 side, trying to see if they can find their way through. It's just Perfecto left. He's got 10 seconds.
Is that plant?
Yeah, the bomb plant, at the very least, just get a little extra cash on the board. But winning the round, very, very difficult at this point in time. Gonna smoke off behind him just to try and keep the focus here. They're running him down, and they should be able to land a bullet on him. Indeed, the headshot there, but JL will get him in return. It's another really, really close round.
Yes, with the bomb being planted as well, as you mentioned, that loss bonus racking up at this stage. It should yield another buy coming through. Tantalizingly close once again, but as you mentioned, Perfectus didn't have the firepower, really. Just 13 points of health, painted into a corner. He does find the penultimate kill, but the damage is already done. Probably the best sequence we've seen from Imma this entire series, to be honest with you. 2.5 kills, enabling Bit to have a nice spray down and leaving Perfecto in a pretty much impossible scenario as JL closes things out there. It could be another tactical timeout, as you can feel this one not necessarily slipping away from Cloud9, but it's a very different situation now with 4 rounds in a row for NAVI. We've been a match point for some time now. There is a buy, but you can see it's bare bones. Galil's and fast pace up towards middle. Boomage is called for a bit of a Hail Mary.
I do like it. Oh, and Hobbit actually gets the kill. I was going to say they only halfway followed through. It was only Electronic that really wanted to follow through on that one. The spray down for Immer. It's even better than last time. 3 kills, and Alexi will close it out. Now the fist bumps are coming out here on the Na'Vi side. Their start of the field, this comeback is really on.
Oh, it absolutely is. And Immer, he's turning up the heat towards that quad side position on Inferno as he manages to get another beautiful spray down, this time with the silenced M4, doing absolute work as he lines them all up, mows them all down, and that's round confirmed here, 12-9. This time no bomb plan, Anders. Has to be the partial buy. Could this be double digits for Na'Vi?
It feels like that. We're heading in that direction, aren't we? Smoke is down, and Na'Vi looking to see if they can make a quick work of this one. Alexi, flash though. Oh, it's uncomfortable. JL, the next one up. You got to be real careful. If you go down, this could be the map and the series over.
Oh, it's not looking good at all. The CTs need to hold on here, and JL will be dropped as well. Not like this. The Tech-9 rush of Banana. It could be enough to topple Na'Vi as we go into a 5 versus 2. They're incredibly low, and now Bit, he launches himself in towards the ruins. I don't think it's enough, Anders. As Wonderful is left with the AK-47.
All on his own, already getting tagged up for the smoke. I can't believe this is what it took. Cloud9, they tried to rush A the previous round. This time they go B, and it works. The flashbang around the corner. Alexi couldn't see anything, and JL couldn't make up for it either. Now, Wonderful, you already know what's coming. There's nothing to salvage this one. They know that he's out here, and with the bomb planted already, it's a matter of time here. It's Perfecto to get the last one, and it's Cloud9 to take the victory over Na'Vi.
Oh, what a great series it was, and it comes crashing down for Na'Vi. They were en route for overtime there. It was always going to be an uphill battle with 8 rounds in a row required. They make it tantalizingly close, Anders. It's a debut for both rosters here, and I think both teams can leave the server with their heads held high. It was a great game, a fantastic series. We'll throw it over to Des to break it down.
Holy hell, this got way too close. This got way too sweaty. But you know what, Jacob? Just as in life, sometimes the solution is just a B-rush.
The B-rush, huh? Out of all the stretch that Cloud9 tried to throw at Na'Vi, Na'Vi doing a great comeback. Emma coming alive in the last stage of this game. You know, Na'Vi really seemed like a force to be reckoned with, but the B-rush, as you said, too much to handle. Hobbit coming in, Electronic coming in with a MAC-10, and that was apparently enough for Cloud9 to win. But the foundation of the victory was laid in the first half.
I know, but tell me, look me in the eye and tell me you did not see the scenario that happened on Ancient happen again here on Inferno. We're talking about a Cloud9 in a commanding position, and then suddenly things get a little bit less smooth. It feels like Na'Vi are waking up. Players are having multi-kills left, right, and center. Felt like Cloud9 were running a little bit out of steam. And if that wasn't for this great call, the MAC-10 catching Alexi B off guard, flashed as well, I think we could have looked at an overtime here.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know. We're never going to find out, Matthew. But you're right. Na'Vi, again, showing a bit of resilience, showing a bit of mental fortitude, able to fight back. Good to see him having a couple of good moments. Wonderful as well over the entire series. Did well for himself. So not too bad by Na'Vi despite taking the L right here.
Well, we definitely sweated watching this game. Now it's time to hear how the players felt. We have Hobbit standing by with James Banks.
Things were certainly looking good here for the Cloud9 side, and your debut here on LAN with this roster coming together, very nice. But I want to touch, right, when we come into map 2, it didn't go your way despite it being your pick. What do you feel went wrong when it came to that? Because it looked so great when it was on Anubis to start off with.
Yeah, I mean, the Ancient, on the map everything was good. And the calls, T-side was awesome. But CT side just something happened. We just lost like 5v3. Yeah. 4v2, I guess, all the clash situations, and it's hard to say that the Makar game was bad, but I think we just didn't play like for 100%, and that's it.
But you definitely did coming into this map, though. Towards the end, you did, in the first half, all the work you needed to do. It looked like this was going to be a very clear win. Were you starting to feel like, okay, maybe this is slipping away? Did you need to refocus a bit?
I think on TeamSpeak, everyone was calm, and everyone was confident that we're gonna win, and the score was pretty good for us. And you know, it's still CS2 is not city-sided, and we knew that we're gonna win, and that's why we didn't show some stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So of course, if you're leading with such a big score like we did, you need to try to save something.
You can hold back just a little bit. I respect that. That's fair enough. Now, for you, Hobbit, right? Yeah. As this Cloud9 has been changing, you went from having to IGL, now you're not anymore. How do you feel? You more comfortable now? You back to normal?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm a team player, and what team wants, of course, I'm gonna accept it and I'm gonna support it. And yeah, Thunderpeak was last my tournament SIGL, and now Boomichacha, and I'm enjoying to play with him, to be honest. I never played with him before, even in FaZe matches or something, and he seems like very cool guy.
Well, it's definitely working out so far. Thank you very much, Robert.
Okay, we're keeping a little bit more in the pocket, in the bag. Hobbit says here they had enough of a lead. We have the scoreboard right there, 13-9. It is true, Cloud9 were in control at the end of that game. They remained calm, they remained serene, and they close it nice and easy now. Jacob, we have this bracket right over here, and I'm going to put you on the spot. NIP versus NAVI, LXCB versus NIP. This could get a little spicier than expected.
Yeah, that's a fun game, you know, a bit of a grudge match potentially for LXCB. I also do think NAVI are coming into that game as the favorites. I think they showed us more today than what we saw from NIP. And then, of course, Cloud9 taking on FaZe. That's going to be the first real big test for Cloud9 on LAN in this setting, so that's going to be a great one as well.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to stop discreet from FaZe Clan, honestly, even though Cloud9 did show some signs of greatness here. But the Counter-Strike is far from being over. Finishing up the day, closing up the day is going to be Astralis versus Complexity. But what is waiting for you guys at home, and what I'm going to be watching from my hotel room, is going to be Heroic versus Vitality. That is a banger of a game. And for that, we'll give you Freya and Maui Snake. That's coming up right after the break.
I don't think I had any idols, but I had a lot of things that I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be a baker, like pastries, also an actor, because I was really good at acting as a kid. I knew how to cry on command, like I used that a lot.
When I was studying, I maybe wanted to be an astronomer one day. I really love space and that stuff, so.
No, I didn't have any idols at all. Like, my friends were like, oh, I want to be a like fireworker or something like that, so a policeman, and I was like, okay.
I was watching a lot of tennis, and my idol was Novak Djokovic, but now I'm even bigger fan what he's achieving so far, and I think not just inspiring me, but I think everyone around the world who is competing in something.
When I was in kindergarten, I wanted to be a basketball player. Yeah, I played basketball for like 8 months, and then I gave up.
When I was a kid, what I wanted to be kind of when I grew up, I always loved working with animals. I always wanted to look into maybe becoming like a veterinarian or something like that, but that's a lot of work. You know, you gotta go to university and put a lot of time into that. I've shifted, now I'm playing video games.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch differs a lot, honestly, but if I had to pick one, I would pick Saiwu at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything, pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player and also a clutch shot.
Back in the days, I was looking for Device because he was close to my playstyle.
Div actually, it's pretty biased. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. I'd have to say like someone like Robs. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res. It's someone definitely I look up to as Robs.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch would be Flusher. He's always extremely annoying.
I don't really know like who is my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch right now, but like before it was Fallen.
When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. He's like had longevity in his career. He's been doing a lot for Brazil, and I just think he is a really good role model.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, especially when I was growing up, I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role.
He's always been having like a mixed playstyle. He could always play with the AWP and the rifle.
I would answer simple because he's like unexpected guy. You like cannot predict him.
It's like you never lose hope in him in like a 1v3, 1v4 situation. You're like, oh, he can win.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling great. I think obviously you would always want more time. I think every player wants more time, but no, I'm feeling confident. Practice has been going well. I think the team's made me feel like really comfortable coming into the team as well. So yeah, everything's good.
We've had quite limited practice. I think we played together for like maybe 1 week, 8-9 days. So I mean, it's been very limited, but we've had a good time, and we've just been trying to focus on going here, having some fun, doing our best, both as a team but also as individuals, and just see how far we can go. I don't think that anyone like expects anything from us, but as a Dane, you know, it's always great to come here and get a chance to play in the arena. So we also have something to fight for. So we're gonna do our best, of course.
Well, once the big bad boys of Denmark, talking about them lifting the trophy this time last year in this very arena, now they're coming in with quite the change of face. We're talking about Cadian, one last rodeo with the heroic jersey. Stan, Yabi, they are out of the equation, and Maui Snake. So many questions on the tip of my tongue for this squad.
Yeah, if I have to sum up what heroic is right now, to me, they are a hot mess. I actually think that this team has a little bit of upset potential within them. They've got, in many ways, the best in-game leader at this tournament in Cadian, but like Dupree said, they haven't had that much time, and we know that the roster is going to be changing as well.
I think a hot mess is a very polite way of putting it, Maui. Thank you for tempering your emotions there, because yeah, for Cadian, this is a very emotional moment. Of course, we're talking about him, you know, potentially going on. There's been loads of teams rumored to be scouting him out, potentially picking him up in the future. And for him as well, if we're looking in the context of CS2, we haven't seen him play an official just yet. So many questions of just how exactly it's going to be working with the new pieces of the puzzle. We got Dupree until the end of the year, Zyphon as well coming to stand in.
That's an incredibly salient point, Freya, the fact that we haven't seen Cadian actually play CS2 yet, and with how many people have talked about the fact that the AWP is not as relevant in this game, no one is going to go out on a limb and say that Cadian has been the sickest rifler throughout his career, so he has more or less relied on that weapon. For other players like you mentioned, like Zyphon, this is to him an audition. It's a chance for him to show on a tier 1 stage that he can have the potential to do some damage against some of the best teams in the world. Vitality is going to be a stiff task, and I think that when it comes to even some of the other players for this heroic roster, you're looking at them and wondering who's going to be able to step up, because the system is not there. And that's sort of the thing. That's been kind of the MO with heroic in the past. It's been a system team, and now it's going to really come down to the individuals.
I want to do some, you know, method acting right now. Zyphon coming in. Why do you think that heroic, if you were the heroic management, have picked him up, you know, on a temporary basis? What is he going to be bringing to the squad?
Well, Zyphon himself has been, in many ways, sort of one of those rising stars throughout the Danish space. When he was playing back with Copenhagen Flames, many were wondering, is it going to be him or is it going to be Yabi that's going to rise from this team and do more than what Copenhagen Flames have accomplished? And Zyphon hasn't really had that opportunity just yet. He's been playing with Sprout for some time. He's shown incredible mechanical prowess, but with a couple of role changes and with playing with Sprout in some of the star positions, I think this is finally his chance where he's able to break through that glass ceiling and show to the world why he was so frequently talked about amongst himself and Yabi.
There's so many layers to this game. I feel like I'm eating a good old British trifle, because we move over to talk about Dupree, and obviously standing in till the end of the year for heroic, going up against his former team in Vitality. What emotions do you think he's going to be feeling right now, Maui?
Oh, it's going to be a bit of a grudge match, isn't it, Freya? I mean, Dupree, right, playing against the team that benched him in Vitality. He has been phenomenal online. In the matches that he's played with heroic, he's at a 1.25 rating against online competition, and those are teams you can't really prepare for that easily. So look at this, a marked improvement in Dupree's individual performance, and I like what I've been seeing. When I went back, when I looked through Dupree's demos, I saw a player that was taking care of his own life, playing to still try to win and take down the objectives, but he's not hindered as much by a system that's making him play so selflessly. And finally, it feels like we're getting to see Dupree play a little bit selfishly, and it's actually netting them victory. It's winning Counter-Strike when Dupree's playing like this.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. We've got a Dupree with a few words about playing up against his former team in Vitality.
It's kind of poetic though, right, that we get your first game and it's going to be against Vitality. Does that hold any meaning to you? Does it really matter to you as much?
I mean, of course, it's always different and going to be exciting to play your old team, but at the same time, the team is a little bit different from what I left. I mean, my good friends from Magic and Sonic is not along the team anymore, and I think it would have meant more to me, and it would have been like more maybe like trying to seek revenge or whatever it could be if they were still there. I mean, they also made like a roster change. They changed the whole coaching part as well. So for me, it's also kind of facing a different team. And, you know, I still love the guys on Vitality. It's not, there's no grudge between us or anything. So for me, it's just going there, seeing it as any other game and just play out the game and then, yeah, see how things unfold.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this from so many different angles, not least the emotional one. But then we flip to talk about the side of Vitality. And of course, they're coming in with a few changes as well. We see xTaz returning to that coaching role. But interestingly, we get to see the British boy himself, Mezzi, taking on Vitality. And I am so excited to see how he's integrating. How do you feel he's going to be doing?
Ooh, Freya, I know that you and many of the Brits are going to be ecstatic about the fact that the best British player is now on one of the best teams in the world, but he has some enormous shoes to fill. Magisk was a star anchor. You would consider him in rarefied air with people like Rops for some of the best anchors in the world. And so Mezzi, he is an excellent player. He is an above average Tier 1 pro, but he wasn't Magisk. He wasn't playing it as frequently against Tier 1 opposition. And so even though the numbers on your screen are going to show that Mezzi has better stats, it's oftentimes against sometimes weaker opponents in the space.
Yeah, I think that is a very good point. And, having to fill the shoes of Magisk, no easy task for basically anybody in the space. But what are you expecting in terms of the specific positions? If we're looking at the maps that we're going to be diving into, Nuke obviously coming up first, where do you feel like are there going to be any changes in where Mezzi's playing?
I think that this has to be a 1-for-1. If Vitality actually are going to use Mezzi here. Mezzi didn't play ramp before, but I think that's exactly what they need him to do because Flames was so settled on that A site.
I am very excited to see how this one is going to be going down. I know two more gentlemen who cannot wait to see the big British legend enter the server. Isn't that right, Launders and Scrawny?
Yeah, Freya,
We're happy for you.
So stoked. So incredibly stoked to see Mezzi. Happy for the Brits. Big shoes to fill. I do agree with Maui Snake. Obviously, Magisk was really coming into his form as of late, and everything was great. But you know what Mezzi didn't have back on Fnatic? Teammates as good as he has now. So maybe Mezzi slots right into this Vitality project and hits the ground running. Feels like that is the hope. You know, we're talking about a team that was winning majors. Well, winning major, singular, and would love to get back to said winning ways. Can they do it with Mezzi? They've got a very wounded Heroic in front of them to start their endeavor in Copenhagen.
Yeah, they do. It could be a prosperous time for Mezzi. It can be an opportunity here for xTaz to kind of prove himself because he's had a pretty rough journey in terms of just, his luck with teams, whether it's been getting replaced on a team that, you couldn't say anything about it. It was on it coming in, or it was this TSM situation which got really ugly. But a chance now where Zonic is not going to come back, where he's got a roster that just came off their major win. He's got ZywOo to work with still, and I think Mezzi is a great place to start. Jack of all trades before he started playing in the Tier 1, and I think Fnatic was a really great place to start. But I think just like Flamesy, it was time to level up.
It was. You know who I'm hoping levels up a little bit, Mohan? Mm-hmm. It's, the man on screen. ZywOo. We've seen, I Am Sydney from Vitality. I thought of all the players who obviously we've seen kind of struggle maybe through the start of CS2, and then there was a conversation around opping with CS2, and now the way that flick shots work differently with your bullet firing off when you click and not where the crosshair lands. I thought ZywOo was one of the guys that looked like he was kind of uncomfortable. And just because of the small sample size of CS2 that we've had from Vitality, I'm really, really, really crossing my fingers that we're going to get an outlandish ZywOo performance to just remind us that this guy is inhuman. Because back at Sydney, he looked like a mortal amongst the rest of us.
Well, he was the best player in the CSGO year of 2023, and now that we come into CS2, his stats were fine, but you're right, that beyond the stats, he maybe wasn't exactly who he was in the months prior. So with the couple of remaining events left in the year, this one will be very important for him as an individual.
Mm-hmm. So, and of course, of all the names that we have on screen and someone I didn't expect to see, but pleasant surprise because this is an awkward moment at the moment for Heroic, we get Zyphin, the Copenhagen Flamer that we didn't really get an extra run from. Everybody benefited from the Copenhagen Flames run back in Antwerp, kind of barring Zyphin. He was the piece that got left behind in comparison to the rest of that lineup. Well, here's your chance. Play for that Danish arena, play for the Danish crowd, play for a little glory.
They'll do the rest for you once you get in.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to get there. So that's why these first 2 days matter so much. Let's kick it off on Nuke.
Heroic to the T side. ZywOo smoked out. A little bit of pressure going over towards the ramp, but it's Spinks to pick up the first one and drop off. Loses his teammate, but gets 2 kills. Magisk and Spinks alongside ZywOo. That was the winning formula for Vitality. And obviously without him, more of that pressure falls on Spinks. Clean 2 kills to kick it off. Man advantage Vitality. Cadian slips out through the squeaky door and then just sulks back in. They group up and try to hit Hut instead, Flames traded out. Dupree's got himself a double. And Dupree in this position within Heroic, the stand-in, you know, getting cut from Vitality after the major, he's looked solid. We get a Spinks versus Cadian clutch to kick off the map. Ooh, almost, while changing guns.
And Cadian knew he dropped downstairs, so that was Spinks' chance to get a really easy kill. But still, being by the vent means it's tricky for Spinks. He might be assuming that Cadian goes heaven in this spot. And meanwhile, Cadian has decided not to overthink it. He's dropped lower already out of the ramp, and Spinks will chill. Good situation for Cadian.
Yeah, at least Spinks does have the vent control, so it's an easy drop down. He has to do it silent.
Does he jump up and play clock, or does he go back to dark? Or does he go all the way to ramp? This could be a huge call out from Cadian. This will be very hard to read for Spinks.
Didn't catch him. Doors swing a little late. Cadian tucked in. Will he peek before the tap? Doesn't need to.
And he might know it's a no-kit situation. He's calling it out.
Yeah, first one's a fake. Cadian doesn't bite. Cool as ice. Comes back at it. Spinks going to have to desperately stick this all the way from 10. Cadian knows still 4 seconds to spare. Wait, he'll get tapped out.
Yes.
Yeah, but nice shot. We'll give him that. That's why Cadian plays it so patiently. Nobody wants to take a duel versus Spinks. 3 kills in the round, but not the clutch.
Yeah, they won't grab that. That was actually a perfect setup from Vitality because they doubled up on ramp and upper, and we had Heroic decide to go for an upper fake into a ramp hit. So Vitality had people in all the right spots, and they got the kills they needed, that even though 2 were spotted in the ramp, they weren't going to get punished for it later. But as we can see, there was a kid involved. Spinks only needed 1 bullet to be able to pull out that 1v1 in the end. A nice attempt, but great pistol here for Heroic. Right into the tech pause. And Nuke is such a good map for both of these teams to go head-to-head on, of course. Key maps for them this year. Very weird to think about what Heroic are going to be able to do because obviously Dupree knows Vitality's Nuke. Plus, he is very good on it. Plus, he's now playing with Heroic, who had their own version of Nuke. They've probably actually spent time learning from each other and now are exchanging notes. So that could create some fireworks for sure.
I actually hadn't thought about that angle. This is Dupree versus Vitality.
I always think about the one guy who got to leave with the playbook,
right,
as opposed to the team that gets to play against him. You get the game plan against one guy. He gets to take your game plan and use it against all the rest of you.
Yeah, and you know I'm selling it to the highest bidder.
Exactly.
Heroic opening match versus Vitality for the Fall Finals. We are talking about the reigning champions of the Blast Fall Finals. Or at least 3 of the 5. Single M4A1S for Spinks. Interesting buy coming out from Vitality. They kick it off with 3 kills, and the M4 hasn't even been unraveled. Cadian thinks he can slip out through Squeaky again. Will catch him on the reload. Spinks kind of offering that one up. Cadian's trying to recover, and he's doing so nicely. Flamesy low health, but gets away from the nade. Cadian peeks out, and ZywOo, hidden in the vending machine's shadows, has total possession of the bomb.
Cadian nearly saved that entire situation by himself, even with Flamesy being as close as he can now. ZywOo is thinking about Tess's pre-aim a little bit too wide. Oh my god! Dink. He survives, 9 health. And instantly into walking again, not knowing exactly where Flamesy could be playing from, and with 5 HP, you know that they're both terrified.
Damn. Okay. So 1 bullet, folks, will decide this one.
Dinks are confirmed here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I like Flamesy's position, how he's playing it, and I think he just got audio.
Wow, but he gives the timing back.
Maybe
TSS could slip through.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't get audio.
Flamesy's still flirting with it. Smoke grenade goes ahead. TSS. Oh, he's making sound. But Flamesy has the element of surprise. TSS gets back in through vent down to B, putting as much distance as possible between him and Flamesy, and with that Molotov, the chase cannot come through. He's got to wait it out. Now, again, comes down to a bullet, but still no kit, just like in the pistol.
And TSS plays it 1 step safer. Still doesn't know that Flamesy was there inside a lobby.
Yeah, but he had that hunch, right? All the utility usage. But still, TeSS has escaped. Now, the door's never open, so he couldn't have gone back through the control side. He's either backside or all the way ramp or here in dark. And Flamesy knows there's those 3 options. He clears backside first. Now he's honing in on dark. Oh! It gets weird with the shadows, but Flamesy picks up the kill with enough time to boot, and Vitality bounce back after pistol.
It's a bit of an awkward play here for TeSS because the bomb is planted backside, and as you just pointed out, he had the door open. Control side wasn't heard open. There's nowhere else for him to hide, and he could have made it back. He wouldn't have played in the ramp with the bomb planted there, right? Compared to Cadian's play, where he planted the front of the site and walked all the way out, he could have been anywhere. So didn't leave options out for himself and didn't have enough HP to just tuck unless he was going to hit that shot right away. Oof. So the only sort of position that he could have caught Flamesy out from was playing up on clock if he had jumped up and Flames cleared it. So, wow, crazy close rounds to kick things off, but now it broke Heroic, in total to come into round 3.
Flames keeps the AK. No purchase back here from Heroic, barring a couple of Desert Eagles. That nade touching 4 of the Heroic members. You know, my expectation coming into this match is that it wasn't going to be too competitive. Unfortunately, I just think that, you know, too many moving pieces with this Heroic situation. I'm not sure what you assess them as coming into the event, but, you know, just
I don't really see teams outside of FaZe and Complexity making finals. That's sort of just, that's all I've got to work with in terms of data. And yeah, like you're saying, with all the roster changes, it's hard to predict almost anything else. But you know there is going to be a story that we don't anticipate to happen. Like, that's, without a doubt, there is going to be some miracle run that happens or some magic way in which the chemistry just lines up perfectly on the debut. Yeah.
You know, dead rosters are dangerous ones. We've learned that time and time again. Oh, doesn't quite get there. So it's the one Deagle kill from Cadian, and if I'm not mistaken, a Spinx ace. Rack them up while you can.
You'd think we'd get less aces in CS2 being MR12, but it feels like there's been more on average per tournament.
Yeah, but it's these SMGs, man, they're just so damn strong.
That's true, yeah.
Making that moolah. Oh, Mezzi's a thief. Never mind. He got the 5th one.
Mezzi is someone who's also like Nuke, I think, as Maui brought up, he's going to be replacing Magisk in the ramp, which is not the position he normally played. But again, I think actually the versatility of Mezzi and the willingness, I think he's got that sort of floppy angle about him where he'll try anything that you want him to.
Yep. Ex-teammates as well, those two, Mezzi and Floppy. Oddly enough.
Everyone's back, including Henry.
The Colossus was ahead of its time.
I still want to see those salaries.
All right. No contact outer cross from TeSS. Hop on ZywOo, finds its mark. Also saw the players crossing, but can't stop them. Ooh, but the bomb did get dropped. Cadian dropped it. Oh, that makes things so weird. They've got a smoke grenade on Dupree, but it's not enough to actually fully cross. Now you know there's a player on the rooftop of T-side as well, so Spinx is able to lock in. ZywOo still has his angle from outer. Mezzi supporting from hell.
They can't use their one smoke to get this bomb back. They need that for lower, so they're in a very tough spot where they're barely just thinking about, can we even survive this round? Let alone win it. They'll go and try to grab it, but
yeah. Felt like someone was going to have to pay the piper. Did the bomb? Okay, no, it got picked up. Excuse me. The outline of the bomb just fell through the map as it got picked up.
So no smoke now left over. 2 players coming downstairs. Could it be more obvious? Can they still find a way in?
Oh, man. Poor Heroic, right? They're out on their yacht. They're catamarans. They've set sail, and then it comes to a grinding halt, dead in the water. Once that bomb got dropped, they did not have the tools to recover it fast enough. Then they lose their timing as we see Apex tucked in.
We're actually seeing people use a lot more utility early on in CS2 because of the nades and because of the smokes, especially when default in CSGO were essentially 3 smokes outside into cross, into mollies as counters to displace the smokes. Now you can just use HEs on certain timings to spot the cross. And that actually incentivizes what we saw just now, which is not using smokes at all, to not elicit a reaction, to take open fights outside, but then it leaves you open to ops, which means you might see ops start hell more often. You might see ops do interesting things like even start mini, where they can start squeaky, but then punish people outside. So we don't know what's going to happen, but I can only feel like the meta outside on Nuke is going to drastically change in the next year. But it's nice because we're not going to get the default, like try to link over half of your smokes in the first 20 seconds, just because they work and there's no way to counter them. And now people have to come up with new ways to use them.
Also just less smoke spamming in general. I think that's one of the changes that I'm still super happy with. Either A, giving away your tracers and positioning. It's so much easier to fire back through smoke, but Vertigo, maybe it does have a chance.
The smoke spam's also an angle dominance privilege, right? If you're spamming from far away, then you're fine. Like, you don't have to worry about the people who are inside the smoke, but if you're close up, it's way more risky.
Oof, what about inside the flames? Getting torn apart within Hut. Cadian's got a team kill in the middle of it all. This one just, again, falls flat, but not equipped really for a chance. They just try to pick up a tempo in upper. Everybody's ready to hold this one back. So Vitality, so far so good.
Sort of a tough veto to have to pick Nuke or feel like this is your best chance when you're going up against Vitality. Feels like Cadian's got his tie on, but not sure everybody's on the same page right now. The rest of them have those wooden bow ties.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend.
No.
Molly exchange towards ramp. Heroic not following through just yet. Toying forward. Flash comes down. Mezzi's not going to take a risk, and neither will ZywOo. Straight up into heaven. Let them have it. Lets Mezzi lock into lower sight. Flames to support, but
they're trying to juggernaut into these positions early, but they're always losing material along the way. We're not coming out with heroic 5v4 plus map control. Only the latter.
4v5 and a few nades. Cadian's full belt now starting to get chucked out. Mezzi has lost his support over towards single door. It's a fast rotation from Flames to double instead. Great to draw attention away from Mezzi, but no way. Zyphon's double kill with TeSeS on a single frag. This starts to bring it back. Where's Apex?
They're going to hear the rotation back, but there's no CTs up here to stop them.
No, instead, we've got both of Vitality's players over towards Secret. Out of audio range, but Dupree's already posted on main, so beautiful little rotation there from Cadian, calling it back from ramp through lobby. We didn't get to see the Zyphon double, but damn, is that ever instrumental.
Yeah, that's nice from a 4v5 position. Interesting with Zyphon, TeSeS, and Dupree, and Cadian, the amount of potential entry potential you have. Department of Redundancy Department.
And associates. Looking to punish the escape, but they're going to go save it in secret instead. And there we have it. Heroic, second round on the board in this T side.
I remember being in a bus to the after party from some event with all the Copenhagen Flames players, and I was like, Jabby's got the best aim on your team. And everyone in unison said, no, it's Zyphon.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh. Who says sprays are broken? Clean double kill coming out of the door. Apex frustrated, probably because he died to the bomb. But we'll get there. You know, we'll get there. It is still very egregious here on Nuke. I don't know what they're packing that bomb with. So.
I much prefer seeing these two smokes instead of 3 by default on the cross, long cross. There's less options, obviously, but you're just less wasteful.
Ooh, Zyphon early damage to the util. But that goes both ways. Flames is picking up frags. We've still got Spinks back sight. Flames triple, doing everything. Spinks is here to offer a helping hand, but Squeaky Door is shut. And the young gun shuts them out of the A site. No chance. Try again next round.
Yeah, no problem there. That was great. I mean, as long as someone backside shows presence, like we saw that, extinguishing the molly, it takes some attention away from Tetris, where Flamesy's playing from. Sets up nicely the flash off. So on Zyphon, we don't know if that's a counter from the CT side or if he's running out with his teammates, but that helped. We got the hype coming in from XTaz. The clean one from Vitality. The quick upper hit falls. And now we're on a low util buy for Heroic. Low guns, low util.
Oh, Zai was not having any of that. Op is indeed outside of main. Deep frag and a smoke. Mezzi's gonna have his hands full. It's majority pistols. Ooh, but they get through. Dupree and Shush. All you need's that one. AK-47, double headshot off the play. It's the Israeli duo versus the 3 Heroic players as they just bombard into the B site, and Spinks is met by a molly, so he has to hold off. But they're gonna double up on double doors. Dupree's still limited. 3 health at a Desert Eagle. No more util here for Heroic either. But the counter-terrorist looking to block off one side. Oh, Flames a second through the door. That one bullet needed to drop Dupree's enough. And it comes down to TeSeS. He lost his last clutch versus 1. This time, it's against 2. Sees a sliver of Spinks, and Flames is back on the bomb. Oh, it could have been. It could have been the lineup, but instead it's the retake.
That was
the 2v3.
That was such a classy flash out of Flamesy. You see it lands on the opposite side of the door, so he can swing all the way through without having to turn or worrying about it whatsoever. And that's because the T's try to set up one of those good post plants where they have the control door open and they're playing on both sides of it just to try to maximize the fact that they've got one guy on a pistol, one guy on a rifle. Look at that. No chance for Shush to fight back. I think he closed the door with the flash.
Yes, he did.
Insane. Insane stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
ZywOo, stamp of approval. Very sick indeed. Spinks, 12 frags. Flamesy, 11 frags.
That's the kind of creativity that they wanted Flamesy for. 100%.
And the door wallbang, just, you know, the cherry on top.
Through the box. 26 damage. And a warning.
They're going to try to pick up that pace. Only Shush gets ahead of it.
There was a chance.
Single bullet rings out, but off the mark. Apex smoked.
Wait, there's somebody in decon at the moment.
Yes, there is. Yes.
Oh, Apex, you let him by already.
He should have known.
Definitely saw him.
Gets a little weird. Mezzi sliding down to double doors, catching TeSeS as he tries to push around a smoke.
Few gaps in awareness. Didn't know that the doors were open at all, but should have.
Late lurk from Zyphon outdoors confirms that Flames is still upstairs.
Retakes on.
Mezzi's got positioning. Bomb nears the halfway point. And as every second passes by, the odds swing to the favor of Heroic, but that damage is big. Shush is barely standing. Still, he's able to take down ZywOo. Dupree offers up a frag. Mezzi's going to have to close, and it's Shush from the back of the site. Instrumental. 1, punishing Apex as he kind of haphazardly walks around the site, and then 2 kills from his anchor in the back of the bomb site to close out the post plant.
Yeah, we'll call that a small mistake from Apex, and a weird one just because he saw that Shush, got let through. And then also took a spray battle with these guys behind the smoke, but, I'm sure he had an inventory of somebody that was going around the other side. So opened himself up to a little bit of trouble, got punished for it, and then Shush closes the round as his nemesis. So at least allows the half to get interesting.
Ooh, it's a vent drop. At least that's the intended target, but TeSeS isn't going to get anywhere. Dupree's stuck behind the vent as well. Whoa! Managed to get down.
He called it, I think.
It's the bomb at least. And Cadian just caught ZywOo, so things get a little more interesting.
I think Mezzi has to be pretty careful here. If he plays a rotator spot, they're definitely going lower. He missed a chance maybe to get into a really cozy spot in the back of the site. Otherwise, he's going to get the molly and smoke on both sides of the ramp, and then he won't be able to fight. Could be a chance if Heroic figure this out, but No tells just yet, and the bomb's just lower by itself. No one's dropped down, and the bomb gets dropped. I think Dupree was going to head back into the vent. Nobody was there to help him.
No, it really felt like Heroic wanted ramp first, but then that's just left Dupree on an island on his own for as long as it did.
Yeah, it's quite a perilous journey to be over there when ramp hadn't even been established. Situations like that happen. But now it's full control for Vitality. Yeah. Mezzy back turned to all those dangerous spots.
Remember, he was the one with the bomb as well, so poor Heroic. It's a recovery mission that's not going to happen. Mezzy and Apex pinch on the 2 ramp players. Ramp is all for naught, and Cadian saves the op. So it is Vitality right back to winning ways. 3 times on this map, we've had Heroic win a round to just be instantly answered by Vitality. Total control of the CT half.
No, we see the entry and aim power out of Heroic to sort of blister their way into a quick round win, but overall, it's looking much more healthy and sustainable from Vitality on these big rounds. Counter-terrorists win. We're getting close to rounding out the half, and you want to hold your breath for half number 2. But it's been a good start for Spinks at 14 kills already.
Everybody getting caught walking around.
Oh, the damage. I did 250 in the round.
I spun 250 degrees.
Yeah. Losing that one in the mid round.
I remember having Cadian and Dupree both on the Launder Show season 1, and they both put up times on the leaderboard, and both just wanted to know what the other one got.
Oh, that's all they cared about?
2 different episodes. Ooh. The only thing they cared about was beating each other.
Man, the inter-Denmark rivalries are real.
Yeah. It's the incestuous revolving door of Denmark.
And it just keeps getting more and more dramatic, And
exciting, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta love Counter-Strike for the roster moves and drama. It's so good. It doesn't end.
Most sitcoms usually fall off, but ours just keeps on giving. Nade for outer. Yeah. Finds its mark in Tesses.
Zywoo's been putting himself in good spot. Oh, Apex goes down.
What?
Jumped up, I think? Yeah, I think he was up on the... Wait. Yeah, I think he was jumped up. Looks like a smoke frag, but...
All right.
Knowing Apex, he was probably yelling at them outside. Shoot me, you bastards.
Here comes Spinks' challenge. Ooh. Ahead of the flash. Sorry, boys. Main's close. That's Cadian with an op. Dropping off of main to try and go close combat. That's the one weapon that they were looking to bank on, barring pistols. Ambitious, to say the least. Zywoo makes sure to be the second stepping stone in the attack onto that A play. It's Spinks with a double, Zywoo with a double, and Heroic with another round loss.
Yeah, they're getting shut down everywhere they want to try to go. And I mean, I guess there is a massive element to this where it's not Heroic with everyone who knows all the plans. So they have to probably simplify some stuff. They're trying to keep the same chaos, obviously, but with an interim roster. So with the simplicity comes Vitality's experience shining through and just very stable on all their setups where these kills just look too easy.
Did you know that Zywoo has been practicing with the follow recoil crosshair?
He must have learned that from Steel. He's been using that. Apparently it's good.
If Zywoo becomes a world-class rifler,
if he wasn't already,
then you know why. But no crosshairs needed with the big green.
Very impactful kills from Zywoo this half. Like all the openings outside. Won this round with one hand. Oh, nade getting thrown. Oh, they're coming out.
Luckily, Spinks can handle his own. Going to get burned out from the vent, but just the remnants of round 12. Final round of the half, Heroic. They want that fourth one, but it's a 2 versus 5. So, a flash in the pan 3 times, and Heroic get burnt in response each of those 3 times. Their map pick like we started this match by saying, you know, feel so pinned against the wall if you're taking Vitality to nuke. So Cadian's going to try to hope to get something done towards ramp. They're giving him a lot of space to do so. His teammate gets caught out. I've seen a Cadian 1v5. But I don't know about with 25 seconds. Apex at bat. It's going to close the show for the first half. It is a 9-3 scoreline for Vitality, starting off the fall finals with ease.
Let's go. Are you ready? He's down. Nice, nice. I have actually dedicated around 5,000 hours in Counter-Strike. Well, whenever you are ready, we can go competitive.
Let's go.
I'm actually really good. I have reached DMG as a rank in the competitive Counter-Strike, but also I work in Mask as a conversion rate optimization manager. My name is Nazih Kozaoğlan. Nice. Nice. Guys, go together now. Reading the game is very similar to what we do at work, so you need to read your opponents and your team performance and then find the synergies to actually bypass all the obstacles. My passion for gaming is very high. It's not only about fun and having nice time, but also strengthen the relationship with your friends. I think it started around 2013 or 2014 when one of us actually opened his own gaming net cafe in Jordan. I'm actually from Syria, but I have never been to Syria. I was born in Iraq, and I was only 3 years old when we moved to Jordan, and I spent most of my life in Jordan. I moved to Copenhagen in September 2022, so being fast in terms of decision making is crucial in both gaming and work. Leads and registrations, and how can we reach to the best performing experimentation. The faster you are taking decisions in the right direction, the more value you can gain. So for example, this game ends when someone wins 13 rounds, and then if you're losing 5 rounds and taking decision to change or flip the coin is better than doing that decision when you have lost 10 rounds. I played a lot with my wife, and to be honest, she's better than me in Counter-Strike. We have 2 kids. I really love spending time with them. Sometimes I do gaming with my son. My daughter is not that much interested in gaming, but we do some other activities.
My turn. You're not gonna take it because I'm gonna change the color to red. Yeah, take one.
It's all the good things that connects you to gaming is the things that drags you back to it. So for me, having a good relationship with friends, and in my case, they are in totally different countries. So we are utilizing gaming as one of the ways to connect. It's something I want to keep doing.
Spinks and Flamesy having a field day in the first 12 rounds of this matchup versus Heroic. We're talking 32 kills between the two of them. 19 for Spinks at the top of the board, wasting no time on their journey to the potential stage games. And unfortunately for Heroic, a couple rounds here and there, but no momentum, no real chance, never any dominance. Hell, even one of those rounds by way of 4v5. So this has just been Vitality proving that Mezzy is Magisk. That they didn't need him anyways. Hell, they don't even need ZywOo today. Or at least they haven't yet. A T-side pistol to try and follow through. It's an ambitious outer to hell wrap, which Zyphon, Shush, and Cadian shut down quick with a kill apiece. Spinks and Mezzy make it just Spinks. Nothing at all. This is Heroic with a chance early on. Kick off your CT side with the pistol and conversion.
You really couldn't cast that one fast enough. Every time someone dies, someone else dies. Yeah. It's over and over again.
Yep.
Like a snake, basically. And that was an equally good setup from Heroic, as we saw from Vitality in the first round of the game. So they tried to do something tricky too. Like in the first round, it was a combination of Hut and Ramp. And this one, it was a combination of Secret and Hell at the same time. But because they were watching it and they were listening, they were ready for both. And we see 2 players from Heroic in both choke points ready to stop the rush. We'll see if it matters here. And Fro can build some momentum off this. Maybe CT side is going to be a little bit easier for them, for sure.
I'm curious to find out, you know, because we talk about heroic and like CT side aggression, and you touched on it super lightly in the first half.
Yeah.
You know, like trying to tap into that. Like it's not going to be easier for guys like Zyphon and Dupree who haven't thrived and grown. Think about how long it took Jabby to kind of slot into Cadian's system.
Took like 4 or 5 months. Yeah. It worked in the end, but it doesn't come easily, which makes sense because there's no other sparring partners you could have had. It's like, yeah.
You know, CT side may be easier.
You're trying to find practice partners to, you know, fight against Lyoto Machida back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Not everybody's a black belt in karate.
Exactly. Or John Jones or something who's throwing that many elbows. And so that's heroic. But they have heard about him.
SS leaning back, and this one's going to go down nice and smooth. We do get the vent dive from the bomb carrier. Oh, who put that there? Why?
Was that there?
You don't need that. One less support beam. Valve. Unlucky.
We're going to find out it was there.
The whole time.
No, the whole time.
Yeah. You know, he could have just also not jumped. Is that there? Yes, I think it's always been there.
And timing.
I know someone is opening CSGO right now to find out for sure. I know someone is checking for us.
That happened to
and
me.
will tweet it at us.
The other day I was playing Overpass. I'm in Connector, and at the bottom of the stairs, there's like a big spool in the corner.
Yeah.
And I swear that was not there. I swear it was new. I keep gaslighting myself.
Is that a con?
Yeah.
But you would get, that's how you get on the pipes normally.
No, but over in the bottom left corner. Not the one by the pipes.
Oh, okay. All
You'll
right.
see what I mean.
Opening kills ZywOo. He's 9-9, but we had opening outdoor kills with the op.
Washed throughout CTs.
So the opping's back already. That's the question you had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen, there was just like some uncharacteristic missed shots. Back at Sydney. It was the flicks that looked weird. And, you know, we find out that there is a, you know, new mechanic for exactly that. Turns out it is a different game. And turns out he's getting better at it already.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of oppers say they're just in a better place right now. Much better place.
Halzerk's loving it.
Halzerk's loving it, yeah.
Torzi's loving it.
Yep. Shiro's not loving it, I don't think. Maybe he should have stuck around, actually. We would have seen Cadian loving it? Not exactly sure.
No, not this
Flamesy
round.
is. Flamesy is. He's happy to be a upcoming rifler in CS2. That's 2 down for Heroic as Vitality look to touch 10. This is where it gets scary, and Spinks just keeps mowing them down.
It's just so controlled.
Wow.
2 players downstairs. Nice wide swing. Deletes Cadian. Pause. You know, this is Vitality not sweating in the middle of it, knowing Heroic are going to get aggressive somewhere, reading Heroic as they have faced off versus the core of this team so many times. Apex is in Cadian's head.
Apex in Cadian's head. Spinks is just developing. I think agnostic of the game itself, he's just becoming so good over every single month. You know, since there was a period late 2022, he came on, he was good, then he dropped off, and ZywOo was alone again. And then we had IEM Rio in the spring of 23, and from there, for the few months around before the major and during the major, Spinks was right there. ZywOo's right-hand man, stats leader, owning, becoming a better lurker, not going too slowly, all this stuff. And from there has just been continuously getting better and better. Okay.
Has that always been there? The ground?
The ground, yeah.
Yeah, it's always
I didn't even know you could die from that height, actually.
He slipped off the building. He didn't touch it.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why you don't climb slab.
True. Might break your nose.
Nicely done. Controlled state of affairs here for Spinks. Ah!
It's funny how, like, that can bring you together.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's because your teammates are all thinking, glad it's not me.
Yeah, true.
You know? We get 2 players leaning back into the garage. Gun rounds are going to be few and far between here for Heroic if they don't win this one. As is the length of this nuke opening map.
This is actually... Oh. Oh, wow. I was going to say Heroic aren't really doing anything about these smokes, but they are shooting.
Yeah, you take those. Apex will get the trade, but a ton of damage. So nice output here from Shush.
That's a big win with the tempo, because Apex gets the kill, makes it 4v4, and takes Secret at the same time. Would have been denied completely otherwise with the smokes coming up.
I feel like also you've lost control of outside if you're Heroic, that far back lane. So now what do these two Garage players do? Sit here for the rest of the round?
Exactly. There's a lot dependent on that setup. The only guys really watching. It's hard to rotate out, especially if someone's top silo or on mini.
Like Flames is.
Yeah. So Flames doesn't move. He locks 2 in. They can smoke out mini and take upstairs, and Flames just has to babysit
He saw
this
the
angle.
feet. He certainly saw the feet of Tess as he crossed around the garage.
Oh, there's one escaping, but okay. He can actually transition into being part of the attack.
That's fine.
That's a nice deep smoke, actually. Oh,
Apex catching him off with a position. Now
never
B becomes
left.
a possibility if the Heaven player can stop something, but it is Spinks not missing. Headshots after head, 24 kills.
Oh, he's on a steamer.
Bro, we're 16 rounds into this map. 24-6. Like, it was a comparable Spinks and Flames performance at one point, and Spinks has just not stopped.
No.
Wow.
That was dirty. That was a great attack overall from Vitality. Identifying all the pieces in place, taking the right site, and even the deep mini smoke that allowed Flamesy to drop in without being even smoke blind for a second. That was nice. You know, you could just throw one that's plump and covers a choke point. He drops in, but just to make sure, to give him extra space, they did that. Covered his back and everything. I don't know about this one, Heroic. It's Vitality just looks so nice.
Yes. And I mean, you know, there's kind of a question around Vitality with losing Magisk, losing Zonic. We think to ourselves, like, you know, sure, they're going to come in and still play some good Counter-Strike, but can they be finals contenders? And that boils down to the level of CS they put up versus their opening 2 games. And honestly, dispatch of Heroic like this, to me, it's just the nature of these T rounds. They look so collected, not stressed. Obviously, with Spinks being 24-6, I wouldn't be stressed if I was his teammate either. But it's just the tempo of the rounds. There's no rush. All the protocols that they've been establishing over the months of playing together clearly still just intact and doing fine. And it's going to take more than a ragtag gang of Danes to upset this Vitality hype train. Apex insta-kill outer. Cadian's going to move that M4 back. Hope maybe he can put it in position to stop something elsewhere, but it's Vitality with good map control already, and more of the same. That patience looks good on them.
I don't know how they blow this one right now. We've got everybody waiting outside for some kind of late wrap or, I don't know, ready to follow kills, but as far as Vitality are concerned, they can see if Heroic want to make any more mistakes, and then they've got a 5v4 versus what they know is mostly just USPs. So finally, a little bit of movement. And the organization from Vitality right now should start taking place at the same time, so they'll move up into Squeaky. There's a chance maybe for a flank, but 3 players may be going up towards Heaven. They're hoping it's still upstairs in this case. They were spotting outside.
They see some moving pieces. But it's really about that M4. Dupree's going to shave one off the back of the play. Big scalp as well, and Spinks down. Then the 2 in the pocket. Still Cadian right where he needs to be. Ooh. But Mezzy gets away with 11 health and can comfortably plant because there's no challenge to come through main. Dupree does get his hands on a rifle, the one he earned back in lobby.
I got canceled. They can push a little bit.
Mauling the doorway just keeps Dupree at bay. Zyphon naded down to 17 health. That gets cleaned up by ZywOo, and all is good here for Vitality. Yes, Dupree finds a nice timing on the lobby kill. Yes, Cadian's in the right position to try and hold it back, but it's still just too many weapons from Vitality and in the hands of some pretty sharp riflemen at the moment.
Yeah, they hung on to some clues there. At least they maybe knew that unless they were going for some kind of vent drop and there was no noise at ramp, okay, they haven't crossed outside. They're going to try to take upstairs.
As he's a dead man. Dupree can go running away and keep the fruits of his labor. 2 alive for Vitality, 7 map points. And not a stress in the world.
I wonder if Cadian yells on this roster.
Can you yell at stand-ins? Is that allowed?
With I mean, not at his teammates. I mean, yells at his opponent.
Oh, okay. My question stands.
I've never seen him yell at his teammates, though, or like even, have you?
No, but if it's a stand-in, maybe it's easier.
Maybe it's easier.
You know?
I only yell at people I understand.
That's fair. I only yell at pimp.
I actually have a photo of you guys watching a video together and laughing that I'm going to use.
What?
Because you guys always pretend to hate each other, but I know you're great friends. That'll be on Twitter shortly.
I don't think that's real. Come on, Heroic. No op on Cadian, but at least there's rifles in everybody's hands and grenades in abundance. ZywOo, 10 and 10. While Spinks is stalled out at 24 kills, he is the tip of the spear towards that ramp room. It's Apex and ZywOo to trade outside. Again, we're getting this, unannounced cross, or at least the challenge. No smokes up. Secret players coming to look for a piece of the action, but they do pull back. This is making ramp room a little more liable, and Zyphon's going to have to be cautious. Nade goes a little deep, doesn't pop the smoke. Spinks just waiting for his chance to gun him down. So as the smoke fades, that challenge looking likely. But the outer fight also fizzles out, and so we get Heroic moving back more so into the A site. Comfortably on top of the silos and the hut. Cadian towards Secret is helping Tessa, so it is still Zyphon on his own. We hit 40 seconds. Vitality grouped up in lobby, looking and rearing their heads to go. But where and when? Let's see it, Zyphon. Has a flash and an M4. Pops up, dives down.
That was a good disengage. He's got to get out of there. And this slows down Vitality in a massive way. They have 25 seconds, so they literally have to take lower. So this is a very awkward situation for them. I mean, unless there was some kind of fake, but yeah, perfect rotations from Heroic.
Let's see it. Oh, Zyphon just playing on Astralis, holding off for now. 10 seconds to the clock. Smokes come up at the perfect time. Cadian gets his one. Now the trades start to trickle in. 5 to the clock. Dupree's double should be enough. No chance on this one. They get their pieces in the right position, and Vitality, feeling like they had to commit to the original plan, never stood a chance.
Yeah, Vitality were too slow. So I think they were too slow, and that was very good from Zyphon. He knew they were too slow. I think before the fight happens, 30 plus seconds, he knows that if they're coming here, I just need to tell my team. If they kill me 4v5 and they get down, okay.
Now look at the damage. Way more frag than
Yeah.
That's crazy. Thanks, sir.
I'm moving. You did
I wish
damage
it was only the damage, not the frags.
It's just comparing numbers. That's what Apex is all about these days.
Yeah. The kills don't count, guys. It's the damage.
Ooh, that's a nade frag plus an upper lurk. Oh, Spinks! So laser beams!
Oh, he just slices through the defense. Makes it look easy.
To win the game.
Oh, dude. Shreds him like deli meat. Just like that. Spinks has decided enough's enough. And with that surplus of utility, there's no chance here. I mean, Apex has another smoke if needed. I love that Tessas tries to blow it open, commits to the spray and catches Spinks, but it is nothing but desperation now. 9 health. Felt like a matter of time, and it didn't take much time to get here. Vitality open up this series with an attempted knife to close. Bad manners on full display. It's nice to see that Mezzi slots right into this Vitality team. It's nice to see the individual level coming out of Spinks. Flamesy not far off, and ZywOo is there if you need him. Maybe not needed in this series. We'll see what Heroic have up their sleeves. It is Vitality's map pick of Inferno up next.
Vitality starting off strong and stable here in Copenhagen. We're talking about Spinks firing on all cylinders, Flamesy following up to the charge. And for Heroic on the other side of the coin, Maui, looking pretty unstable, pretty disjointed. I don't know exactly what we're expecting with this roster coming into things, but great signs from Vitality to start off this tournament.
This was an unfortunate look for Heroic because even when they were playing with a couple Mao's NXT stand-ins, I actually felt like their coordination was even better. I will say, though, that Vitality did a great job in terms of disruption, constantly making things a little bit awkward for the side of Heroic, and I think that Vitality were the more clearly well-drilled team here. I know that they talked about it before, that they wish they had a little bit more practice, but I think their practice has already paid off, and it is especially paid off for Spinks. This guy was such a beast in this one.
Absolutely insane. What was it, like round 3? He was already on 10 kills or something absolutely ridiculous. He's looking super hot coming into this, and it's great to see, obviously, coming off of that week boot camp period, obviously integrating Mezzi into things. Just a quick note on that. He's playing exactly where you expected, right, on that CT side.
Yes. Mezzi has been just slotting in 1-for-1 for the positions of Magisk in this game, so in terms of the question marks there, I think that they might switch things up on a couple different maps, but as it stands on Nuke, this was a 1-for-1, and it made things look very smooth for Vitality.
And I'm loving seeing this confident form coming out of Spinks, particularly as, you know, we're going to put a caveat to it, but the start to CS2 for Vitality, it wasn't great back in Sydney. We saw them playing 2 series, getting pretty blown out there. Obviously, they've had that time to be looking at what went wrong and integrating the new name into their lineup, and Xtaz standing behind them.
Yes. When they played the Sydney thing, though, on top of the fact that they had some roster changes that were afoot, they didn't have Zonic behind them at that point, they didn't have Xtaz behind them, and it does seem like with the extra added support staff that Vitality are used to, I think they usually have 9 people that travel with them to these events. I know at Sydney, it was just 6. Like, they just had, it wasn't even their assistant coach, it was someone else that was behind them. So they're looking like a much more formidable opponent, and one that people are going to have to worry about in the latter stages of this tournament.
We do have to look on, you know, the more unfortunate side of the coin with this one, though. Obviously, this was Heroic's pick of Nuke coming into things, and we go back to the final round of the first half, and this kind of exemplifies the disjointed nature, I guess, of Heroic.
Yeah, you can just see in this one that every single death on the side of Heroic is just solo plays being made. You see, none of the positions that the Heroic players are in are tradable by any means. They're just going for these little non-starter plays. There isn't even really nade setup for any of those kinds of openers for Heroic, and that's very disappointing because they obviously picked into this map. You would have expected that they had a couple strats to work with, and I will say some of the rounds looked a little bit better than that, but I think that one really essentialized the fact that Heroic were just kind of relying off the back of individual efforts for them to have any chance in some of those rounds.
And you look at the round distribution as well, basically unable to string any rounds apart from winning the pistol in that second half back to back. It was Vitality really fully in control, and that's great to see if you're a Vitality fan and wanting to see them getting off to a good start here with that new roster.
They definitely were able to pick up on the fact that there was some discomfort from the side of Heroic players. I think there were a couple of role swaps too. Like they gave Zyphon the ramp position, for example, where Tessus used to play that before. So Tessus looked really uncomfortable towards outside. And you could see that it's almost, I mean, Heroic have always just been good because of their teamwork before. It wasn't really the individuals that were popping off the page in terms of just monster performances. It was the whole unit. And you can see that when even 1 or 2 of those pieces are missing now, as we're seeing Dupree and Zyphon standing in for Stown and Yabi, well, yeah, it's just not the same beast by any means.
And that's why, you know, I was kind of nervous when you were talking about the focus on that individual form coming into this game for Heroic, because we always used to talk about them as, yeah, such a well-oiled, well-drilled, synergized machine. And it's a shame that, you know, we're seeing them in this situation, right? They've got to work with the pieces that they have for now, but of course, this isn't going to be the Heroic we're going to be seeing going forward, right?
Right. You know, this is Heroic. I even would have liked it more if in some of those online cups before, instead of playing with those Malice NXT players, if they had Cadian, if they had Zyphon, I would have had a little bit more faith for this. And, you know, after Nuke, I just don't know if it's going to get that much better.
Yeah, a lot of question marks, but we do have one answer of Inferno coming up after this break. Obviously, the pick of Vitality coming into things. They had a great win streak going back to CSGO. CS2 hasn't been looking too hot for them, so let's see if they can redeem themselves after this.
Nice, man.
Fucking vigtigt. Kom så, drenge. Fucking vigtigt, mand.
Nice.
Sådan, Peter. Helt varmt.
Helt varmt, Peter. Så nice, man.
Dum, han fik den i munden op.
Jeg siger bare, i min første CS2-runde, drenge, jeg tager Saivu. Jeg tager Saivu.
Well, I'm glad that Cadian could find a silver lining, I guess, in that first map, because that wasn't pretty, that wasn't cute for the side of Heroic, but potentially a chance to redeem themselves coming into Inferno. But if we're looking at CSGO history for this map for the team of Vitality, an 8-map win streak was how they rounded out CSGO. But, Mari, I'd argue that Inferno is a map that we've seen more changes on than some of the others in the pool. So how do you feel like Vitality are going to be tackling this new-look Inferno now?
I think that Vitality should be fine on this one. I have liked the way that this map has in some ways become a little bit more dynamic. The way that people fight for bracket control, for example, when they're smoking one side of mid or the T's are. There's so many fun ways for the CTs to play back, and I expect that Vitality's really going to try to get in the grill and try to be disruptors as they were on Nuke.
So where do you think Mezi is going to be ending up? If we're looking at the CT side, where's his position going to be?
So Magisk was the pit player before, and you're kind of maybe think about, okay, is Flames the better person for that position, or is it going to be Mezi? Because Mezi on Fnatic was a B player, but I think that Mezi definitely has what it takes to be a pit player, and just based off of skill set alone, I wouldn't really imagine that Flames is he doesn't really strike me as that kind of like lockdown anchor position player in pit. Sure, he could do it, but I think he's much more comfortable in an active position like B.
And just looking at, Inferno lineups gone by for Vitality, they haven't been afraid to be changing around the positions on this map when we're looking at things, and it really paid off for them. So yeah, I'm interested to see exactly how that one does play out. But for Heroic, on the other hand, this is just going to get extra complicated when we're looking at the lineup they're bringing in, right? Do you see any hope in Heroic able to even push us to a third in this occasion?
Ooh, I was never really even gonna say to you that even when it comes to CSGO, that Inferno was one of the hallmark maps of Heroic and Cadian's calling style. I mean, sure, they could have some nice wins against top-tier opposition, but they definitely relied more on maps like Nuke, which we saw them easily just upended on by Vitality in the last one. So I do think that this series does end here, Freya. I do think that Vitality is going to be closing it out in 2. I think that in some ways Heroic just need to play a little bit more together. I want to see that they are able to show a better face in officials with this 5-man lineup, that they're going to trade off of each other at the very least. Not something like round 12 where it was just a scattered death in a million different directions.
Yeah, you'd hope that would be something that they're improving on coming into the second map of this best of 3 series. I want to just pick your brains about the AWPing side of the equation, because I know you've had some takes about, the most recent update. There was a lot of criticism prior to that in terms of the legitimacy of using the AWP. Obviously, we saw ZywOo still picking it up on the ground of Nuke. So yeah, how kind of impactful do you think it is after this most recent update?
I do think that the AWP has actually gotten significantly better with the latest update. I know someone showed just the way that the time scale works, that it was kind of like your bullet would come out in a first frame moment versus a last frame. And so it felt like flicking with the AWP before was a little bit weird, and it's almost like your crosshair had to be on the person for a little bit longer. That being said, I mean, when it comes down to these two oppers, Cadian didn't really have the best game for himself there, and ZywOo more or less has unfortunately felt a little bit more pedestrian so far in CS2. That last map was just the Spink show entirely, and on top of that, I mean, they're going to be going into Inferno, which I think people famously remember when they brought Navera into the lineup with ZywOo. He actually was opping on Inferno, so ZywOo doesn't always love to pick up the weapon on this map, and that might actually be to his benefit.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned Spinks. We've got to talk about him coming into the second map, considering how on fire he was in that first round of Nuke. Where do you see Spinks, typically having impact on Inferno?
Well, I do think that when they're playing against a team like Heroic, one of the ways that Spinks was able to take advantage of them in the last one is purely he was just the better aimer. Okay, like every single 50-50 gun duel, he was just winning it because his mechanics were on point. On top of that, I mean, that disruption, what he was doing in the last map, what he's going to be doing on this one, the way that especially that you get to play back into bracket with those nades to blow open the smokes. I do want to see if Vitality is going to throw that into the equation in their defenses here, because Spinks can be such a nuisance already when he's pushed back into the bomb site, but I expect that he's going to try to even push more now that things have changed a bit.
So it's kind of sounding like, Apex is the IGL of the squad. Doesn't really need to change up too much of the game plan. Obviously, it depends on where Mezi is going to be sitting in terms of positioning on this map, but I feel like this is a very confident pick for Vitality coming into things. It's not like Mezi, it wasn't like this was a permaban of Fnatic or anything. No. He's used to playing this map.
Definitely. I do think that Pit's going to be a little bit difficult for him if he's forced into the position, because I think we have thrown so much praise at some of the best Pit anchors in the world repeatedly, because It is such a tall task when there are nades flying at you, mollies, the way you use your counter utility, the way you have to get that one kill and try to stay alive. And simply put, because Mezzi was a B player before for Fnatic, he has to change up his style drastically. Just playing those anchor spots, it requires just a completely different skill set as opposed to before where he got to be active. Maybe he's going to retake Banana. Maybe he's going to just fight for Banana control in the beginning. Now he's going to be on his heels a little bit more. And
Magisk was always, you know, close to, if not top of the list for some of those tier list of the pit players, right? Like he was just so versatile and so reliable in that position. I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Any shining lights for the side of Heroic? Is there anything you're saying, hey, if they can get this together, there's a chance of this going to a third, or is it all coming up for Vitality?
I'm just going to say this. What I'm really interested in with Heroic in this one is not as much now the team coming out. I want to see if Zyphon can hold his own. I'm not exactly sure what position he's going to be playing on this map, given the fact that they're seemingly changing a lot with this Heroic team. Like, I thought he was going to maybe play outside. Well, they made Zyphon actually take Testis' spot. So I think they're actually trying to give Zyphon some of his positions so that he can use this as a bit more of an audition.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel like for Heroic, right, we're obviously going to live in the reality of this isn't the roster they're going to be going with going forward, but that isn't a reason for these players not to be putting in their all, right? They've got to be showing like, hey, I'm a versatile enough player. I still have the skills to maybe be picked up in when we come into the end of the season, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's actually time to get this one underway.
I think it is indeed, Maui. So Launder, Scrawny, we're going with the Vitality train. How are you guys feeling about Inferno?
Picking the easy way out, are you? You know what their team name is, Mohan, for the Blast predictions? Freya and Mount.
It is the Spears of Newark.
The Spearheads.
Spearheads.
The Spearheads.
Oh, okay.
You know, at the front of the charge are Maui, Snake, and Freya. So thank you for your service. Welcome back, everybody. We got map 2 about to begin. Are you concerned if Mezzi plays Pit that he won't match up to Magisk?
I don't think it's going to matter enough. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to Pit sometimes. So,
well, then I know who you're picking for this one.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good for sure about Vitality because they showed lots of strength on Nuke, and I think you have to kill a certain amount of players before you get to Mezzi on this map right now. So, and we also, I guess we'll see what happens on CT to kick things off. It won't even be him in Pit until half number 2. And it looks like Zyphon is solo B at the moment.
Poor guy. But may not be a problem. Right now we get the grouping of Vitality in alt. It's a very quiet bracket control.
Looks like they're trying to give him a false tell by fighting down. But actually, this is a very common Heroic setup. They fight down mid and then they flank the B play. But they're getting out-called, actually, it looks like, because they walk down and die. And this can tell you that there's 4 Heroic players here. It's actually a very common thing that they do. Will they be able to find anybody else?
Flames just made the audio drop. Shush is trying to hide it, follow it.
Shush, very careful about the wall he's standing on. And you can see that Flames was just touching his hair in real life, so wasn't super worried about this. And Shush now gets caught.
Yeah, no escape on that one. He just wanted to take a glance. Maybe he'd find somebody to fire off towards, and instead he gets pinched in the apartment's room. No chance at escape, and we do indeed get that Vitality rotate back towards Banana.
Well, this is the max difficulty fight because they killed 2 at A. Now they're going to 2 inside of B. Chance here for Heroic, I think.
They praise Zyphon's aim. Apex able to start sprinting. TSS takes the head off. 20 seconds. Oh, it's a second one from TSS. Flames on the recovery. He's got a teammate to cover him. Dual Berettas. Zyphon comes back with them and will get nothing done. It's a safe plant for Flames, and it could very well be a pistol here for Vitality.
Double up con is so strong. Tough one for Dupree. We got the jump spot to get info. Dupree's hoping somebody gets really egregious with it, and yeah, he will. And it's his old best friend. Goddamn, Zywoo puts one in his head. Vitality come away with a quick one, and we saw one late organization round on Nuke that made it feel like Vitality also still have some stuff to get comfortable with, but then we remember it's only one new player for them.
It's one new player, and I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from Magisk. I think that his form was excellent coming in towards his tail end, of his service at Vitality. But you've still got Spinks, bro. You've still got Zywoo. You've still got Flamesy.
Yeah, he was the third most important player on the roster in terms of, but when it comes to winning a major, he was critical.
Yes.
When it comes to winning a game where they're favored, maybe not quite as much.
It's going to take a few matches to see where Mezzi slots in and sizes up in comparison.
But Magisk was that guy where I told him this once, where I was looking through some of his games because his stats were only pretty good, Vitality. But I remember looking at kill matrices, and I always noticed that Magisk was out-fragging the best players on the other teams way more consistently than anybody else in some of their big games that I looked at. And I was like, that's why the impact feels so high compared to the sheer frag count.
Yeah, he's a big game hunter.
Yeah.
You know, he's going for the drafts, not the rats.
No pride in ecos.
No. We lose Apex here in round 2. That's a death towards top banana. 3 players spotted for Vitality on that half of the map, but TeSS will waste no time trying to run it back. Dupree gets caught on the side of the truck. 30 to spare and despair for Heroic as they have lost that A site. TeSS connects with the Deagle. And there's more where that one came from, but the smoke grenades are going to give just enough time to Vitality so that they can plant this bomb and be on their merry way. Mezzi in the little pit, gets bested.
Shush.
More Deagle frags coming out, and Shush is inside of the bomb site, on top of the bomb. Spinks looking for the 1v4, is halfway there. Pistols trying to surround him. Cadian catches the kill, and what was done to them back on Nuke, they get back on Vitality. A robbery after the pistol.
That should have been so easy. It was the mini player that had problems. They came through on the side of the Vespa, and no frag for the guy in mini. He's supposed to get 2 versus that, you know, full plumb smoke sitting there inside of Modo and can't make it happen. 6 shot out of TeSS. Great shot and play from Shush to push into the site. And even Shush, TeSS just staying alive for that long made that ugly. So, well, nice catch in the outfield here from Heroic to steal away some momentum.
Vitality buy right back though. Double AK, Tech 9 Deagles.
It looks like we've got ZywOo spearheading a rifle play up ult. I don't know how fast they're going to go, but this isn't going to be some kind of full default. This might be one of those continuation flash executes through boiler and lane instead of trying to even go through. Yeah, they don't have the smokes to go arch. I think that's almost certainly what's going to happen. It's a weird timing for them though, because bottom B was smoked, so they have to go make sure that it was clean.
But TeSS has the jiggle on the corner, holding off on half wall.
Oh, they get him back. Now they can go for the same play they wanted to earlier on. But it's a 2-3 for Heroic. They're chilling.
Not panicking with the utility just yet, but the smoke does indeed go down.
I think that smoke is actually nice for them to see. You never want to smoke out an eco, so that does mean they're actually worried about it.
They've lost bracket controls in the meanwhile. Cadian leaning back in the wine bar. Missed chance versus the Deagle. Utility here to block off Arch, so trying to get into this fight versus Cadian, who decides to take it to them as the short players pick up a frag apiece. Flashbang finds its mark. ZywOo's still alive and kicking. Only players so far to get anything going until Apex has to trade him out for, at the very least, a bomb plant. The 1v3, though, seems like a tall order, and they thought it was backside. More damage on Zyphon made that one a little sketchy. Cadian shooting at ghosts.
Oh.
Oh, my... Oh, maybe he had no audio. Is that thing plugged in?
I think if you have no audio, you don't play more aggressive.
Wouldn't be the first player to put their earbuds in backwards.
Can't hear anything. Just start shooting.
So I started blasting. Nice.
This is, the Dupree Shush cone fire is where it kind of starts and ends. At least they get their first 2 kills. So as ugly as it gets, a bomb plant is sort of what they were prepared to deal with.
And one more AK for the road. It's on ZywOo. Raid boss of this one. Spinks is the backup plan with Kevlar, if he needs to be. Heroic aren't going to let this one go for free. Already top banana control theirs. They're going to leave TeSS on his own and move pieces towards A. Looking to get ahead of what they expect to be the pistol push, but will they fall victim to this single AK? No. Shush makes sure that that hits the ground quick. Spinks picks it back up, so again, that second set of Kevlar coming into use. This is protocols for Vitality, but it's not opening picks. Dupree doesn't skate all the way back, feeling comfortable with Cadian on this off angle.
Wow.
Sure enough. There's the peek out from short side. Dupree mows him down. And that goes swimmingly here for Heroic.
Clean there from Dupree. So look at he's making the Donkey Kong noises. That's how you know they're having a good time. What does Exist think about all this? You know, he's somebody that's never get a comment from Exist.
True, right?
I'd love to know. Maybe he doesn't care.
I'm not sure if he's noticed.
He's like, I could. It's just 5 players, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean they're different people? What does that mean exactly?
Yeah.
Aren't they just molding figurines? You can make into whatever you'd like.
Wait, where's Faflaren? Oh, ouch. Damn, on a gun round too. Eat that, Zywoo. They say robots don't need to eat, but the Cyborg just chewed on that one. Smoke for the half wall, gonna keep him back. And the banana control falls into the hands of Heroic, allowing for that rotation away. Cadian's gonna be the guy to leave, as he has been. Pretty quick on those B to A moves in the last couple of rounds. That's the beauty of Inferno. Moving pieces.
I mean, if Heroic could somehow even win a map with the, you know, with Cadian coming back into this crazy haphazard situation of, you know, or a lazy Susan of roster moves and, you know, a lot of turmoil, that would just speak volumes about him, honestly. Like,
ooh, one ahead of the pack, but Mezzi will get nothing. TSS primed for a multi-frag. A little bit delayed because of the Molotov, and they expect that he has fallen off. TSS will give up the angle. Bomb's looking to go down. All right, they're recovering a bad position. You can fall into the back of the bomb site, but you've lost Church already. You've lost the CT cross. TSS is mowing down bodies. And so you are lucky that that bomb ever went down, because outside of it, Heroic dominate round 5.
Oh, looked very comfortable from Heroic. Every situation was chaotic, but they were all in good spots. Easy kills coming their way. And even a smile on Siphon's face. I think TSS really just took charge there. You could say IGLing for that half of the map. Usually on CT side, there's IG. I mean, you have an IGL for the whole game, but it's usually the IGL for the entire T side. And then on CT side, you have like a communication leader at least on each side of the map. Because as good of an IGL as you are on CT side, you're missing so much info for like half of the entire round. One AK comes up again. 4 rounds straight for Heroic. 1 non-defuse.
Ooh, Apex likes his timing here. Yeah, ahead of the smoke, but Shush gets a line on it.
I thought he did something there, but unlike when they fought last time into bracket, they always had a chance to recycle the AK. Here now, he took a risk and they lose it totally.
They could still try to follow through, but we already get that Cadian rotate on Arch. More smokes block off mid. And it's feeling suffocating if you are Vitality in this position. Mezzi still without a kill on map 2.
It's because he's IGLing when Apex is dead.
No, I would like him to just not IGL for once, you know? I want...
Oh!
Okay.
Like it. Maybe you can call and frag.
Okay.
That's a lead. That's a lead. And but they aren't ready for this.
No.
Zyphon and Emo. Oh, when they had someone spotting Banana, this should be a sequence for Zyphon.
Okay. For a second, looks scary, but he collects 2 kills on the bomb site. They're going to be pissed that he was back there, just hiding in the corner. I thought Heroic got rid of their rats.
It's an incredibly unlikely position to find him after someone was jump spotting the half wall. I think he was maybe they're setting up a flash, didn't get to use it, but was in the perfect spot in case they try to jump on that kill.
That's like a Homer Simpson, hedge gif.
Yeah,
when you're
fading back.
Yeah, just kind of hides into dark, like, oh, maybe they won't. And sure enough, they don't. What is this, Fruit Ninja?
Fruit Ninja.
Packs it up for the day. Let me see this Sphinx Deeg. The Mezzy one? Yeah. Nice shot, but again, Xiphon just back at the bomb site.
It was all a ruse.
Yeah. False sense of confidence. They thought they were getting the plant. They thought they had enough room to go take church control. But you don't clear your corners.
They got taken to church.
Yes, sir. I'm praying for an answer because we are 7 rounds deep. Vitality stalled out on 1. Ever since the pistol, it's been nothing but heroic. Oh boy. ZywOo catches Tessus on a timing. Thought he had a bit more space to be throwing nades. This time Xiphon's not in the back of the bomb site, so he'll just have to bank on his smoke grenade, deterring the follow through. Vitality, it's so early in the round. They've got plenty of time to work. No rush.
I think they felt 90% confidence that that kill could have been the round, but they want to probably be careful after what they just saw. So, but it doesn't change the undeniable fact that they've got a 5v4 with lots of time left over, so they'll hang out. I think they move pretty well in these slow-paced rounds. One or two times it could have gone a little faster.
I mean, this round being one of them, right? They didn't follow through with the kill on B. It's afforded a time for Cadian to put the op on Coffin. And if he peels the front of the playoff, maybe Xiphon from Orange can put up something too. Deep nade. Ooh, smokes in the face though. ZywOo's going to come through with the entry frag, and Cadian, well, he just bails out into church.
Yeah, there was no other play there for Xiphon. I think in his mind, if he gets one, but that's just a very easy hard clear from ZywOo. There's no flash deterrence. There's no other resistance. There's basically him versus ZywOo, clean 1v1, which is exactly what ZywOo's happy to see. Sphinx, all that damage through the stone wall, crazy. It does feel like wall banging is like a touch stronger in certain places for sure.
A shot. Racking up the costs here. No. Okay. Well, not this time. We do get Vitality second round, so a kill towards top banana early in the round.
I don't actually like the smoke from my perspective if I'm holding one when someone runs through. The smoke cloud around him.
Right, yes.
I think it's a nice effect, but I don't feel at an advantage when someone comes through with that going around them. Just, if that makes sense. Like I want to assume if someone's running out of smoke, I should be at an advantage. But you have any strong opinions about that?
Not really.
When you're holding the smoke, don't care, yeah.
No, I mean, I think it looks a little goofy.
Okay, I was thinking it looks cool, but
it's just like a big. It's just so round.
Yeah.
If it was like a trail of smoke, I would like that more. But it's the fact that there's smoke in front of them.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
I feel like I'm playing Naruto or something.
Hadouken. Or something. Kamehameha.
Okay. All right. You watched Demon Hunter like 3 months ago. So you're just being an ignoramus.
Yeah. That didn't feel good.
Now you sound like a pervert.
Yeah. Ooh, he's in boiler.
Oh, everyone's dying.
Yeah, it's a 3v5, but Shush looks to bring it back. And he's got a chance to bail out. Xiphon, if he'd been able to get a kill, and he almost did versus Mezzy, we'd be right back to the 3v3. Xiphon tries to press out. Nade nearly finds him. What a warning sign of things to come. You think you're getting tricky, then you get red like that. He goes on to Boomich, and ZywOo, he'll take that instant headshot. But it's the damage that could really still push this back into the hands of Dupree and Shush if they end up at the right bomb site. Right now, gambling in the wrong direction.
Xiphon's just been sort of, it's not that he hasn't played tier 1, but like some of the angles, I feel like he's the way that he's taking these fights, he's thinking it's a free first one, then I can work on the second. But it's like ZywOo knows where he is.
Yeah.
Free 50-50. He's happy to take him a duel with him in that position. And it's going to become too late quickly to reinvent yourself in this one half. But luckily, Heroic already have the 5 rounds so far. Shush has granted them an extra chance at this round as well by getting a kill inside a boiler. But at the moment, they're about to find out B is open completely. Yeah, this would be one, watching the POV from either ZywOo or Zyphon's perspective in this half. You're really going to learn a thing or two about what angles you want to hold. But ZywOo's entry game has been
very good.
Stellar, both nuke and here.
And 2 things he's been doing more of, playing with rifles, and again, playing with follow, recoil, crosshair.
Well, I think in CSGO 2023, ZywOo was 60% rifles anyway, right?
Yep.
Something, either 60 or 40. Can't remember. Either way, it's a lot compared to any other top opper.
Yeah, 60 or 40, 50-50.
Flip a coin, 60-40. What do you like?
Terrorists win.
He was the best player with every single gun that he used this year.
Yeah.
Every single weapon.
Well, give him the R8. Let's see how he holds up.
Yeah. He never beat Snacks out in the R8 department.
Sir. Strong start from Heroic, starting to feel a bit of resistance.
Ooh, peach juice.
ZywOo juice.
Don't worry, it's just from his fingernails.
Oh, goddamn.
It's a sustainable way to make more.
When do you think ZywOo's going to get in on that whole bathwater trend?
Yeah, I wonder... I'm not going to say anything more, actually. That's gonna...
Flash for the mid-fight. That half's stunning them out. I mean, off that flash, they could have taken a peek, could have taken a spray, decided not to. Dupree's going to go blind around the corner, slide some bullets into flames. And Shush now has control of mid brackets with a smoke for the push. Mezzi returns the favor. Frag to Cadian, still TSS in the corner of Banana, but that is Mezzi working, oh, I was going to say on his own.
I think take this back to B again.
Surely.
Take out Cadian, that's one big guy who rotates very quickly. And then it's a 2v2. Zyphon's had some trouble being comfortable. I think you just go right back to fighting.
Ooh.
And preying on the sort of like, oh, Zyphon's going to go for the push. It looks like the... Oh, sorry. I thought... Oh, he's taking the nades over towards the A site.
Just a pack mule.
Yeah. This is an interesting gamble. I mean, like, from my perspective, I'd go B if I was Vitality. From Heroics, it looks like they're trying to hope it's not going to be the B site. Oh, man. And Apex runs right into TSS. Smoke down. He sees he playing rotation as well and doesn't have to think more about it.
Apex. Think less, do more. Just slams him. There was a single tick of Molotov damage there, and I wonder if that kind of serves as the trigger for Apex to go. Like, the audio cue's given up.
Yeah.
He just decides, screw it, I'm swinging.
He said he lit a fire under my ass, literally.
Yeah. I'm going. And when Apex decides to do something, I don't know if anyone can stop him.
No.
People talk about IGLs not being able to stop guys like Simple from doing things that he wants.
Yeah.
Well, who's here to keep Apex in check?
What if that guy is your IGL?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, great idea. Yep. Well done. Tessa's still recovering from throwing the utility as well, so easy kill towards the B site.
I'm looking forward to the... What the hell?
It's the shrine.
Wow. I did not know that was there. I missed that. I'm looking forward to the thought that if Vitality power up enough with Mezzi, who's, you know, he's not just coming in just for now. He's coming in. Like Heroic, we don't know what the future holds for them. But Vitality are, every time they practice, they're trying to put a brick in place that's going to stay there for a long time with Mezzi. So with that sort of deliberate thought in mind, I mean, them versus FaZe in a tournament like this after a few matches where they're exponentially getting better by the day.
Yeah,
that could be very exciting.
Well, I mean, they've been one of the more inactive teams during CS2, to be honest, right? They played Sydney and now they're here, but like
G2
there's been a bunch of online through that mid smoke. That's a CT mid smoke that they love to rely on, and Cadian has paid the piper with his life. Shush double.
Not bad.
Right back. Hell of a recovery, but on his retreat, making a ton of sound with an empty magazine. So he has to go for the reload, but he's at least smoked off apps, and Spinks has hurt him every step of the way. TeSeS takes a chance on Banana.
Oh, rotation's so slow. They're not even going to think about it. There was no punishment from Vitality right away. Oh, they're coming through the smoke. This is a chance for Heroic.
Oh, two smokes. And the T-side smoke ends up fading first. Now Zyphon is pinned in the corner. Again, it is Mezzi on low health, just like the round prior. He gets his Banana pick, but at a bunch of HP.
I feel like they're going to
go back A?
I think so. I feel like you can count on Shush to make that rotation. Yeah, they give the bomb away.
But last time they went B.
Yeah, because Zyphon and TeSeS were there.
Apex calling it well. Zyphon tucked into top Banana. He's got a full belt of utility. Do they go for the push? They want to confirm what's here, and they will find Mezzi at the very least. This is going to express the A play from Vitality. They're still concerned about Pit. This is going to buy some time for Heroic to go for the faster rotate. The rumblings of the commitment now come through. And we already have Heroic barreling up middle, wasting no time, but maybe you should have waited a little longer. Zyphon didn't even have his gun out. It's a missed op shot from ZywOo, but no problem for Spinks. He collects the 2 kills, and damn, did they go fast.
I think when I was looking at the map, it was based on the new players and what they were doing, because they have less authority, I think, to rotate in ways, and seeing Shush move from A side to B side, that in my head made a lot of sense for the gamble. And I feel like that's all the Vitality we're thinking about. Where it's worked out well for Heroic is trying to shove their way into mid in brackets. Dupree and Shush had done a great job early rounds, getting that kill in bracket, in boiler, whatever it is. But without that, it's been Struggle City. And they're the mayors.
Looks like Heroic have given up on that mid smoke they were throwing. CT spawn to halfway up mid. Features of a couple rounds in a row, but TeSeS, what have you got up your sleeve? Oh, okay, I don't think so, bro. Settle down. TeSeS hanging on to the half wall with 48 HP. Can't escape yet. Starting to burn. He'll get away. It's all good.
But they see an MP9 holding top Banana. They know low utility is going to be there as well. So, and this demands that Heroic, you know, overreact, and I think they just aren't willing to do that right now. Oh, but actually, we've got Vitality actually bringing the bomb back towards A site. There's still eyes on bracket right now, but 30 seconds. This is ambitious.
You've got the majority of Heroic to try and get through. Cadian Zop nails the first. He'll be smoked off from Library, so he doesn't play it. He's looking to kernel up on the bomb site. There's nobody in Pit. It is 3 inside of the site, and Cadian doesn't pull the trigger. They're going to the top rope, so concerned with Pit that they still don't know about these numbers. 5 seconds left. 7 to the clock, and they clear it just in time. 4 frags in a row. Talk about down to the wire. And the little bits of health on these 3 means TeSeS could still queue up this clutch.
All the smoke coming in on Arch as well. And TeSeS will have to walk away from this 1v3. They all have the same amount of HP. All 4 guys left. Just a couple bullets away from death. And it looks like this AK is the only thing that TeSeS can take with him out of the round. I guess maybe a kill as well, which is nice. That's rough.
By the skin of their teeth.
That's rough. That was actually the one situation out of the last 3 where Vitality didn't pick the better site to go to. They didn't have that much time, and they needed every kill on the second, and they got it.
It happened so fast. Here's Spinks coming through.
Any of these kills would have stopped that entirely. And that smoke was really rough too. They jumped up over top of it. They weren't ready for the site guys. Cadian's rotation into the site was good. Opening kill with the op. What more could you ask for?
That Spinks headshot on the pillar player.
Nasty.
Opens it up. You know, if Mezzi doesn't get that kill on the player on the box, he's spraying down the bomb plant in the one position it's going down on.
Mm-hmm.
But long live the king. You know, this is a real social experiment. We're trying to mend the gap between French and English Counter-Strike.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, that goes for the French and anyone, though, right?
I mean, I get along with them.
Okay. Wonder why. Because they literally own you.
Yeah, okay. Last round of the half. Heroic looking to just tie this bad boy up at 6. It's a peek off Banana that ZywOo is going to shut down. Sorry, Tesses. Not this time. And he's been rearing for the fight at top Banana. You saw him with the MP9 pin behind the half wall. Apex hasn't had a chance to wide swing CT in a couple of rounds, so he's got that bloodlust lined up here for round 12. It's going to have to be Cadian and Zyphon on the B site again, trying to draw them into the op. Ooh, there is no op, excuse me. Oh, Apex, that's what he wanted. A piece of the B site, gets himself the double kill, goes real deep. And it's this boiler anchor from Spinks to close out the half. A 7-5. The next Taz excited about Apex putting up a double to close out the first 12.
Someone wants to go back. No. All right. Look at the blind fire battle that's coming up. That means monitors are no more.
Excuse me?
You can't see what you're shooting at. Now, I'm not gonna lie.
What do you do?
Maniac, for some of these players, that might not make a big difference, but...
Is it just about intuition?
It's just about intuition.
Other senses?
Scrawny might be better with no monitor. This might be where
there's a case to be made.
Playing at home.
We're leveling the playing field. Out of memory, you can kind of say, okay, I need to go to my right-hand side, then I can get to middle. But see, Jason is trying... I think Jason is trying a strategy. What is Jason doing? What is Moses doing?
He's trying to play with another monitor. Is he just trying to relocate himself?
Oh my God! He's cracked the code!
The man is a genius.
Jason has just... Well, you're looking at yourself, buddy, now. I don't think that's going to help you.
Maybe Genius was too swift. All right.
Oh my God, he's done it.
He's moving in the right direction.
I think he's cracked the code.
Now, it seems to be lagging a little bit. I'm guessing the wireless connection is just, you know, you can see it slipping in and out, but it doesn't matter. He's got the vision. If you're playing...
He's got all the answers.
How
is he down 50 HP?
If he loses while cheating...
Wait, what is he doing now? What is he doing? Is that WWE? Why is he moved away?
He's got the bomb back.
Oh my God, no!
James is trying to stop him. The other coach is in.
No, he's trying to plant the bomb.
We got all.
Oh my God, it's a brawl!
In as well. They're battling each other both in and out of the server.
What happened?
He's
right made
there.
it. He's planted it.
Yes, they can't ever find it. He's looking for it.
Come on, Jason!
Oh. Is this what American exceptionalism has become? Jason has found a way to play around the system.
Wait.
And it's working for him.
He's got a bullet?
Now.
No, he's got 3 more bullets.
Yeah, but that bomb is going to do everything to try to find it. The rest of them are running around like headless chickens, but...
London's just been on B this whole time.
How can he be so bad when he's the only one with a monitor? There we go. Second kill. And the bomb is going to go up and consume probably half the team at this point. You got to give it up.
That's what they mean when they say, don't work harder, work smarter.
Apex barreling down Banana into that B site a couple of rounds in that half. He wanted a piece of the action, and Vitality are piecing up Heroic in this series. It's an easy first map win and a pretty solid T side on Inferno as well. 7-5 at the end of the half. Now a CT side ahead of them, but we jump into the team speak.
Guys, before we start the CT side, can we win a pistol?
No, because we are winning, so fuck it.
And we won a pistol.
And we won a pistol, mate.
Oh, cool.
You don't... Okay.
We all look up to these pros, but
yeah.
They're just like us.
Y'all thought ZywOo was serious? No.
Yes, yes. Is here?
One flash C slip off.
I would.
I'm loading.
It's still in China.
I think he's running to A. I think he's running to A. Let's leave. Let's leave. It's on. Yeah, pushing A. One mid, smoking, small pit. Apps as well. Good luck.
That's not us casting.
One will be long, guys.
Yeah.
But it is now. As this bomb gets planted on the back of the site, Heroic take pick control. And there's Apex and Mezzy down. A post-plant retake that you might try. But I don't know. They're looking in alt to see if there's any kind of flank because, of course, it's Heroic. And yet they're going to walk away from this. Not even an attempt on it. And I think because of also the nature of MR12, you're going to try these retakes more often, you know? Like, even though saving's important, risking it on an eco and also going for more retakes is probably just as key to be able to do, which is great.
I feel like you'll risk more rounds when you've got a few guns or so, but like the thought of the follow-up after a pistol round specifically when you know you're going to force buy anyways, now you've got that extra 1,000 because you kept your Kevlar.
Yeah. Yep.
If I go down 4v5 in a pistol, I'm saving from now on. And I'm going to tell myself, if ZywOo can do it, then so can all of us. There's 4 players, Banana to kick it off. They lost one on the wall, and Apex just couldn't do it all in a zone inside of A. So look at this buy. Double FAMAS, double MP9. Apex with all the nades he needs.
Now this one's interesting. I feel like the Lils are too strong that this is like quite a serious advantage here.
It's like Galil's plus T-side economy is just it's bananas. Mezzy's MP9. Oh, that's TSS.
Spots 2.
Compromised spot though for Spinks. I mean, you've got 2 coming up short side and the 2 inside of apartments. Yeah. He was done for. Never stood a damn chance. And so it is a very clean split from Heroic into the A play to convert from pistol to tie this game at 7.
If you want overwhelming control on CT side, you got to have the utility as well as the guns actually don't matter as much on Inferno, right? Like MP9s, shotguns, and FAMASs are all fun. There's lots of close angles on both sides of the map, but utility is what really is the glue in the relationship between the two sides that allows you to delay and rotate and play those close spots effectively.
I have a balancing suggestion for the Galil.
Yeah, go for it.
I think in order to bring it kind of in line with the FAMAS, they should both have 25 bullet magazines.
What if we just made FAMASs better instead of making everything as bad as the FAMAS?
Well, I mean, we could. First of all, I think the FAMAS is better in CS2.
It is better in CS2.
And secondly, I think it's not... Don't touch the Galil's stats, but 10 less bullets.
Okay,
35 bullets in a rifle is crazy.
I don't think you're wrong, but you're close. Let's make them both 30 bullets.
Okay, all right, sure. All right, we'll work in multiples of 5 for now. Because 5 is the best number. Double Deagles, MP9.
Everything's going to see all right, guys.
Keep it 55th. We don't mess with custers. Cadian. Oh, not going to happen, buddy. Those Deagles set the trap and spring it, but he tries to go back in for second servings. And greed is a sin. Flames makes it back into the bomb site. However, not unscathed. 20 HP to his name. But it's man advantage nonetheless. on his own, though. Just hoping Shush doesn't come hunting, but, you know, Shush has also got the smoke for the CT cross, but the bomb is on Zyphon towards A. Ooh, this one could get weird in multiple directions. Reading into Flames' position.
They get more spread out. Gets critical here. Shush can die as well, trying to fight into it. Maybe he doesn't know. Oh, nicely done from Shush.
Yeah.
And that
write it off.
One rotation out. The bomb probably wants to come back. And now it should be calm for Heroic.
Slight delay, though, because of the bomb's long journey, gives ZywOo just enough time to get over towards Coffin. And because they refurbished the smoke on Cross, there's still no smoke for Coffins. Last smoke's on Dupree.
10 seconds.
He's gone ahead and thrown that out. It will land where it needs to, and ZywOo gets his fight before it pops, but is unsuccessful. So the pistols gonna fall to the wayside here. It's very nicely done from Shush. Good presence of mind. Didn't skip any protocols. Didn't forget about top orange. And by killing Flames, he reopened the B site for Heroic to take a lead.
Yeah, that's a real lead here, T side. We don't have any idea as to how well they're going to play right now. The map pick for Heroic was Nuke. They wouldn't play Inferno if they had a choice, but we don't know. They could have precipitated Inferno in the veto, so everything will be learned live, I think, for both squads right now. But this round's won by Shush. This is scary from Zyphon. That bomb could have dropped forward with 10 seconds if that Deagle kill went down. So quite a scary moment, but we don't see what happens in that circumstance. And now the full buy comes in from Vitality. There was significant pressure on that round, but no win. And let's see, because their CT protocols over on Nuke were immaculate. Impeccable. Splendid.
Superb. But I mean, listen, Vitality said it in the TeamSpeak segment themselves, right? We don't need a pistol. We're winning.
Well, it's one thing about FaZe is they lost so many pistols in their era right now.
Yeah, look at them go.
Yeah.
So I would look at a cheese over the smoke, but it's a bit too tall. Hanging on to some utility, but also burning others at the minute mark. It's Flames facing forward. Apex tries to rotate back around to the CT cross. 5 members of Heroic ready to rock top Banana. A flashbang to try and set up Flamesy.
Oh, it's pretty calm here. See, the molly comes in.
It blinded them for sure, and he's able to catch Tess on the climb up. Oh, Dupree able to hang on for now. Apex comes through, rattling off shots, looking for the damage at the very least.
Oh, the damage is huge.
Massive amounts. It's going to leave them limping here, Heroic. They'll try to get back to Banana. ZywOo spams onto Zyphon. Spinks is here already, and that headshot connects with ease. Mezzy also railguns through. Everybody's dying through smoke. It felt like Heroic in that post plant didn't even get an aim duel.
No, they got murked before the smoke even plumed. Really, everyone was being lined up. That was so easy for Vitality, and I think they actually missed a Molotov. I think. Because it sounded like one popped behind second oranges, but Flames was totally fine aiming. Then the flash was perfect here, and he could just tuck, and there was no problem. So, not exactly sure, but maybe. And you saw that like when Zyphon died, like when he played oranges or something, that was like the round. It's going to come down to that on the exact. If someone's playing within smokes, in second oranges, or at quad, or in fountain, if that guy dies, you can lose the whole round. Like that's how important it is for you to get yours on CT. So Flamesy does just that, and very, very good support out of Apex. Means that now we're in a tie game. See if Heroic can deny any spillover. They also had entry potential on Nuke.
Ooh, that's such an invitation to the B site. Apex through the smoke. Flames, whole pack of players coming right at him, and it's a nice clean double kill from Zyphon.
Hell yeah.
A favor for Heroic. Him getting 2 headshots just like that, answering immediately to Vitality's first CT round win. The pistol, the conversions, all heroic to establish this lead. Sure, you lose as Vitality pick up guns, but Zyphon answers with 2 clean headshots. Lickety split into the B site. Vitality, save your weapons and hope to God that you don't get hard reset in the next.
Yeah.
Heroic are making a run on this T side.
Already looks like he could be more comfortable now. Those are such clean entries. It's extremely dangerous, though, to play car, especially with CS2 smokes at the moment, because, well, you shoot through them, you know where you're getting shot from. You don't even need just audio anymore. Plus, nades can blow the smoke open. It's just harder to be cheeky now, basically, up there. It was already dangerous in CSGO. You were going to get spammed. Now it's even worse, so probably just not a great idea to try that, but as you can see, he literally paid for trying to put that spam damage down through it. Zyphon out of jeopardy entirely. Apex thinking he got unlucky, but I mean, looking back on that, really, I don't know.
Sure.
Just a bit of geometry. Xtaz behind Vitality.
Yeah, it's been a while. Ever since they were a fully French roster, I believe, at the Blast World Finals 2021.
The Navera era.
Yep.
I miss Navera, CS.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was good, man. He was very good.
I thought it was all about Masuda.
I will not speak.
RPK? Remember those days?
Yeah. He's back.
Is he?
Yeah, I
Good
think
for him.
he did a tweet, right?
I
With
thought
a
that
tank.
was tongue-in-cheek.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I hope I didn't just write that off as a joke.
I think, okay, yeah, I thought that was serious.
Okay, welcome back. Zeus next.
You still think it's a joke?
I like this position, Sphinx.
Man.
Oh, yeah, he caught Dupree with that. And he gets out. And I mean, we saw Heroic throwing that smoke as well on their CT side, or one similar to. So nice to see that Sphinx actually has a vision over top of it. Little gimmick, little trick.
Here's a chance number 2 on the hold between Flamesy and Apex. Just kidding, they're not even coming, yeah. Well, we might get to show off maybe what Mezzy can do then, holding over towards the A site. They've got an enclosed hold, hoping that they can catch a lurk. Rotation's a little bit scary through the arch now. Pushing down through Banana means you get some info back. DTs are coming, so good call out of Katie at 45 seconds.
Oh, they're scrambling. Sphinx is blind, but they didn't clear the corner. Shush didn't look deep, and so it's an easy hold. Zywoo's found one through the smoke grenade as well. It is a total collapse of the hit. I am shocked that they didn't check the corner.
It looked like Shush was looking at mini pit, not worried about cold at all. Maybe they were just so hyper focused on Mezzy plays pit, Mezzy's playing pit, Mezzy's playing pit.
Where's matches? Where's matches? Where's matches?
Yeah. So a bit of a freebie, but man, with some proper clears right here, they could have had an easy sight. No pit players. With 2 on site, that's sometimes a dream for the T's attacking via lane. No one on balcony, no one in halls. And now they still have that option open.
All right, well, critical response from Vitality. With the majority saved the round prior. Yeah, Heroic rack up a 9th round. Vitality needed a nice, clean, convincing 5 alive situation to get this CT side back under wraps. An element of comfort that lets Flamesy get a little more ambitious on Banana. We haven't really seen Vitality go beyond Banana. But with that deep smoke, they're eyeing it up. Corralling Heroic into the apartments instead, justifying this Vitality 3-man A setup. And yet no eyes on Bracket. Nades go back and forth. And that's an invitation here as far as Cadian is concerned. But But a smoke stops things towards B. 30 seconds to the clock. 5v5.
They got one extra player. It looks like Mezzi might be up to the plate again, which will be interesting to watch.
That smoke, though, I mean, that's huge. Right in the front of it. Zyphon's going to have a lot to try and press through.
So much damage.
4 members up short.
Here they come.
You know they're going to check that corner this time, but they don't really have time to check much, and there's nobody within it. We've got Vitality just holding off to the smallest positions, looking to maybe stop bomb. Shush connects. Spinks and Apex a kill apiece, and Spinks, well, he's swinging to stop that plant. So sure enough, with the kill, it's enough.
Yeah, no way to put it down. Even though they're up material, they're down a round. That's 10 now for Vitality, and a chance to do some real damage. I mean, they could close this out 2-0 at this point. That's a rough loss out of Heroic. They were stopped in their tracks almost, it seemed like, because they couldn't even get one flash out when they were trying to scale, and wanted to make sure they did that before they tried. They actually were able to decapitate Mezzi. This is the guy they were looking for who was in cold last round. They found him now in his usual position, but it was now with help.
Yep.
It was with Spinks getting 81 damage and 30 on another player before the attack came in.
TeSeS had a chance to cover that bomb plant, but it wasn't an instant headshot on Spinks. And if you don't kill him fast enough, you see the impact. Denies plant and lets Flamesy just walk it over the line with ease. Vitality back in the lead. That banana control out of Apex and Flames, it's what burnt off so much time. Cadian tried to lead a charge back to Banana. She didn't have enough wiggle room. And they don't really have enough money either. It's a dire straight here for Heroic. Tail end of map 2. Oh, TeSeS, he's going to burn.
Oh my god, it's still going. On the outside of that smoke, that is brutal.
Immense. 120 some odd damage off of the Molotov.
That takes the wind out of their sails. They were going to go fast behind that, it looked like.
And they get no damage in return.
Yeah. Trek back to the A site. Out this could be a total failure out of Mezzi. Once again, some pressure on him. There's not great guns coming his way, but his impact will be critical. Only other player right now, Zaiwu, could be on the outside of a Moto smoke with the attack coming towards the A site.
They're going
but Spinks is looking for his opportunity to slide in.
Yeah, big pack of players right there. Oh, team kill, not ideal at this point in the map. And Zaiwu just locking down the arch side. Cadian's going to try to swing it. Double out of Zaiwu. Slams him against the wall and leaves Zyphon 1v4. 50 seconds, no bomb, no gun, no damn chance. He'll duel versus Mezzi. The only fight Mezzi gets from the pit and the only one he needs to close to give Vitality 11.
Yeah, 11 up. Cleanest of the last few here for Vitality, and also the worst guns of the last few for Heroic. Spinks just so clean on the timing. I mean, he was like milliseconds off making that even worse, where, you know, he probably gets 3 on the lineup, but of course Shush gets a team kill in the middle of his spray down.
Sacrifices must be made. We're going to keep a little under $2,000 here for Heroic. Only Cadian. Can maybe be the jackknife of round 21, but it's an instant couple of kills. Sure, TeSeS will get an answer. And an AK. With bomb back under wraps.
Fair play. I don't think you could see much there.
No. Grab what you can. There goes Cadian's last nade, so no flashes to get into brackets. But at least an armored AK. This is indeed doable. Feels like it's also going to bank on a missed shot maybe from Zaiwu. He's preoccupied with balcony. It's Spinks in the pit. Fine by me. But they have managed to get dangerously close. Spinks doesn't want to overcommit to the swing. Sure, Cadian does find his headshot, but he's gonna need another. And as he tries to chase down Spinks, who just does a great job of serving up a distraction, forcing Cadian to come off of the bomb site and into the open lines of the rotates, it is indeed Vitality to that 12th.
Everyone needs a ROPS right now, and for Vitality, that's Spinks. Just Mr. Reliable.
Yeah, I feel like when we get cloning, you know, really, when we smooth out the kinks in cloning, ROPS is going to be in high demand. You think those signed mouse pads sell for a lot now? Just wait till they rob you of his DNA.
Might actually drive the prices down. Maybe we should shoot for that. I can get one for myself. Well, a 3-round lead for Vitality and what feels like a win here up on a silver platter. One chance more to buy potentially for Heroic. No op in play, as you might not need one. That's a cool setup, my god. Opping through the legs.
Wow. Mezzi better be playing hand off the keyboard.
This is the Eiffel Tower here, Mezzi's legs.
This is CS2, dude. The trade's there.
Okay.
You lose Mezzi, but it's Zyphon out of this one.
Zaiwu said, I know a cool play if you want to try this. Dupree was like, how does this help me again? Jokes aside.
Off the flash.
We got some action.
Oh! That is flamesy, baby.
Yeah, free haircuts.
Yeah, that second fadeaway headshot is just sick. Just quick reminder that, yeah, he may be 8-13 here on map 2, but the kid's got something special. And Shush with 15 health is his next victim. It is a 13-9 on map 2 for Vitality to close this series. Their first outing at the Fall Final over the reigning Fall Final Grand Champs, or at least the majority of said roster. And 9 rounds is nothing to scoff at if you are indeed Heroic. This is a limping Heroic looking for something to be proud of in Copenhagen. Not today though, boys. Vitality looking good.
Competitive affair than that of Nuke, but B still does indeed stand for victory. Inferno wrapping up for Vitality 13-9. We're seeing Spinks still firing on all cylinders. It wasn't easy at some moments, Maui, when we're looking at Vitality on this very map, but a great bounce back from a hot start from Heroic, arguably on both sides of this Inferno.
I've got to look back at some of the earlier games that have been played today, but to me, Spinks has really stolen the show today at the Fall Finals. I'd be hard-pressed to imagine that anyone from Series 1 or 2 had a better rating than what Spinks did in this one. He was a monster in terms of performance. You could see that there are still some growing pains in the way of Vitality and maybe the setups, the way that people are playing off of each other, but it was definitely enough to get the job done handily.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Spinks, really, pulling Vitality over the line in some of those crucial rounds. I do want to talk a little bit about Mezzi's positioning again. You hit the nail on the head. He was indeed playing that pit position. Didn't get to see too much action from him, but as a little taste test, how do you think Mezzi fared in that position?
I would say that I like that we saw from Mezzi that he tried a couple different looks. We saw in that last round that he was in the halls playing a little setup with Zaiwu. We saw that he was playing in sight alongside Spinks. We saw that he tried pit a couple times. He didn't really actually have the best time with the position. I do find that Mezzi's skill set lends him to being a slightly more active player instead of just wanting to pick a spot and try to do his best in it. But I think that is going to be a natural growing pain for him as he recognizes what are all of his options in certain kinds of rounds like that, or even what are his favorite sorts of angles to hold.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to be filling and not easy shoes to be filling either. Of course, Magis departing that particular position when he departed the Vitality squad. But if we're looking at the shining lights from Vitality, are you putting it just down to Spinks as the reason that Vitality kind of, pulled this one over the line, or were there some other good things you saw at the tail end of that Inferno?
I just want to say, I think Apex himself was such an X factor in this game. Sometimes he just seemingly threw the rulebook out the window for his play, for his strategy. In some early moments in this game, it looked a little bit silly. Yes. Jumping through smoke with no really support. But then sometimes he's pushing a Molotov and finding an entry frag onto a bomb site. And so he knew that he needed to probably change things up a little bit just to catch Heroic off guard. And he did just that. That last round that he set up Flames as well with that flash. Flames getting those 2 kills at the top of Banana right there. I think that Apex has really at this point shown to me that he is doing everything that he can to get this team up to speed as quickly as possible.
Well, I think we've certainly crowned Spinks as the MVP of this series. So yeah, I think we should go ahead and check. We're going to hold that one, actually. Banks isn't ready. He's getting Spinks, so hold the cards for that. But yeah, I mean, I think your point about Apex is very apt because, yeah, Sacrificial Lamb, I think sometimes we saw him, particularly on the T side, just kind of running in through smokes at mid. Hated to see that. But sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, and it's just how the cookie crumbles with Apex.
Oh, yeah, of course. But I think as we just shine the spotlight back on Spinks here for a minute, this guy, in terms of just mechanical deliveries that he was finding, peeking. I like that there were some tricks, like we saw that smoke halfway down mid that he was peeking on over. We saw Heroic in the first half throwing that same smoke. They weren't really finding much mileage out of it, but Spinks, on the other hand, did a great job to just kind of change up the formula regularly, and we see that he actually found kills from a variety of positions in these rounds. Sometimes he's pushed up pretty deep, sometimes he was back on those bomb site defenses with Mezzi, and he was frequently the one that was either inflicting massive amounts of damage or just flat out getting the kills.
Well, we do have one member of Vitality here to give us some winning words. We've got ZywOo, courtesy of Banks.
I've got ZywOo with me here, and ZywOo, the first outing with Mezzi, okay, it gets a win for you, but it's against a Heroic that can't be considered really prepared and ready. But how did the first going feel for you guys?
I think for us right now, obviously we didn't really prepare week because they have a lot of problems also inside, so we don't want to only watch anti-strat and only based on that. So we just play our game, and like always, we not overthink because it's a new game as well, and also Mezzi and new coach. So there's also a lot of things in our side. So we just try our new thing on the new game. So actually we just play on our feeling. So we didn't think about every week what they're gonna do, what we need to expect from them or whatever. We just play our game to see if it's working or not on official.
Now you're talking about good feelings coming in there. Xtaz now back, and we've got him obviously working with Apex. But how much does this change within the system and what Vitality looks like as we know it?
I think it's gonna be almost the same. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be different, obviously, because we have new coach and new player. But I think we will try to put them inside our system. But obviously, something will change. We cannot be the same Vitality like we was with Magisk and Zonic and Dupree. But most likely, we try to. 90% of us will not change because we know it's working. We know like what we couple off about individually also, but also technically. But I think we keep our same thing. We're just playing our game, and I think it's gonna be that. Yeah.
Well, I look forward to seeing it throughout the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much, mate.
I like that we get to hear a few words from ZywOo because although it's a small sample size, Maui, I am going to be putting the spotlight on ZywOo a little bit because it's not like we've seen the same superstar form that we saw at the end of Go, right?
No, if we just decided to end the entire year right when the switch from CSGO to CS2 happened, ZywOo was clearly the best player in the world in the game. And with CS2, I don't even think I'd put him in the top 10 right now. It's been only now 3 series that he's played, the 2 at Sydney, this one here, and he's been solid. Like, he's definitely been a good piece for Vitality, but by no means is he a world beater superstar just yet. We saw in this series, he had a couple of little moments, some multi-frags here and there, but it wasn't that safe pair of hands where you just expect him to win every single clutch, to hit every single easy shot. Sometimes I actually just saw straight up whiffs, and that's a bit concerning because he also apparently switch mice between Sydney and here also. I don't want him to have any doubts. I want him to just get comfortable again because it's nice to witness greatness for everybody.
Yeah, uncharacteristic of ZywOo, but hopefully he can warm himself up coming into the tournament. And we can take a look at the bracket to see the Group B side of the equations. Of course, Vitality progressing. That means just one more W, Maui, and maybe we see Vitality making it straight into the arena. But next game, final game of the day, we've got Complexity versus Astralis. I'm very excited for this one indeed, because we saw a lot of Complexity in Sydney, right? They were looking really, really good. Astralis, so we've got some question marks about, right, Maui?
Right. There have been numerous reports regarding Astralis and the future of their roster. We know that it's fairly likely that they will be sticking with BlameF and Device, but I would say that the future of the other 3 is much less certain, given that Astralis has been targeting Yabby and Stown, poaching them in some ways from Heroic, throwing that team into turmoil. And so in some ways, this is going to be a big, big audition for the other members.
We have got so much to be dissecting coming into the final series of the day, but not before we head to a quick break. When we're back, it's time to find Vitality an opponent in that upper bracket semi-final. It's going to be either Astralis or Complexity. We'll find out after this.
Buzz, coming into Fall of Finals in the Royal Arena, your first time playing here. What does it mean for you just as a Dane and also representing Astralis? Has it got special meaning?
For sure, it does. I mean, it's pretty special to play on with a home crowd. We know we have a lot of fans here in Denmark, of course. And yeah, we're really excited. Hopefully we get to play in front of them. We're going to do everything we can to make that happen.
And in terms of that, right, looking at this event, looking at this venue, and looking at the team of Astralis right now, are you feeling extra pressure?
Of course, there's some extra pressure, but it's something that we work a lot with. Like keep focusing on what's going on inside the team, and yeah, just focusing on the match and hopefully to win.
Hopefully to win. I think it's a little bit more than hopefully when it comes to this, but I will say this for you, Buzz, right? I remember the first event you came to with Astralis and first new you come in. Your development as a player has been quite impressive, but I want to see, how do you view your development?
Well, thank you. Of course, I feel like I developed a lot, learning a lot from all the experienced players I played with, and yeah, just keep trying to get better. I feel like as long as there's like a progress, we are doing something right. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I am better now. I also feel more confident. Also playing in the Tier 1, so yeah.
Astralis versus Complexity, the latter putting themselves on the CS2 map after a valiant performance at the first ever CS2 event in Sydney, making it all the way to the Grand Finals. A great game versus FaZe to really put their name in the spotlight. But then we go on the flip side, Maui. We talk about Astralis, and this is where things get so damn interesting because we know there's two hot names waiting on the sidelines. The question is, who's going to be the names departing from this current Astralis lineup?
The jury is still out for me, Freya. There are many reasons to believe that you would probably be moving away from Borup due to his poor performance. But between Buzz and Stair, these numbers aren't that much different for me. And in terms of potential, you would probably, even looking at the age right there, imagine that they've got a lot more to give. They haven't even really played too much on the Tier 1 circuit too much. And so for both of them, this is one of, if not the final audition for this roster and the 5 people that are on it.
I want full bias here, Maui. Who should stay? If you were part of the Astralis org, who are you picking to be going alongside and forward in this new Astralis roster?
Okay. I'd say just purely eye test. I'm gonna lightly lean Buzz. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to make that decision right now. And I think that if the decision came down to me, it probably is just who has better comms.
Yeah, I mean, even after Stair's performance at CAC, he was looking pretty good, right? Did that maybe make it a bit closer for your money?
That's exactly why. If that performance hadn't happened, I think I would lean a little bit heavier towards Buzz.
Okay, let's talk a bit about Complexity, because we've obviously been praising them for, Elige coming into the team and really, breathing new life into the roster, particularly with Floppy. Like, the complete 180 we saw in terms of his consistency in Sydney, I absolutely love to see that.
Complexity have made their way from plucky underdog and moved into playoff contender for every tournament that they now attend. The new look for this team with Elige is night and day. The nerves on these players have seemingly vanished. In previous series, previous games, if Complexity had a bad loss in a round, say an anti-eco that they just fumbled here or there, they would lose momentum. A string of rounds would go into the other team's favor. That is not the Complexity I see anymore. The professionalism that Elige has brought into this roster has not only changed how they look when they're sitting outside the server, but their play in it as well.
Is that the reason why you were so confident picking Complexity in this series? We're obviously teamed up this time for predictions, and you made the final call on that one. Was that the reason?
I did. But beyond that, I really think that tactically speaking, Astralis have kind of been just sort of resting on their laurels, doing a couple little things here and there, but Complexity just seemed to have such a deep bag.
Okay, so Team Spearhead, I guess, as we're branding ourselves. We're going with Complexity. Launders, Scrawny, who did you guys side with in this one?
Well, Freya, if we're talking about team names, you guys are Spearheads. We're the CS2, and we, too, like you, took Complexity. That was my decision. But the joke, I mean, here's what nobody knows, Mohan, all right? And I'm going to spill the beans.
Go for it.
I've been doing your prediction for years. Launders doesn't open Excel sheets to do his own predictions. He just says, yo, Scrawn, you got that, bro?
Also, why wouldn't I want a fantasy expert to do my predictions?
Yeah.
Makes both of our lives easier.
No?
So Yeah, but I would have picked Complexity as well.
All those OG picks, it was actually me.
Yeah, look, he can't take credit for those, but those are a little too crazy to make sense, okay? But in this game, yeah, the only thing, first of all, this Astralis jersey look awesome, by the way. It's like the new blue or something. It's actually closer to the Complexity blue. Questions that we don't have answers to. Okay, Complexity versus Astralis. Last time they played fall groups. No CS2 history head-to-head. Astralis have the crowd to look forward to. We know what this means to Astralis. Screw being Danish more than any other team, period. Okay? This is the tournament that Astralis want to go the farthest in every single time, period. So I think that is one thing, that fight, no matter how much they're going to be down, which will matter. And you brought up a point about Complexity where they've been winning a lot, but
they do occasionally just get completely stomped on certain maps, right? Like even just go back to their most recent game versus Mouse. Yeah, it's online, but you know, Complexity, good for you. You're taking a map off top opposition, ranked 2 in the world, Mouse that is. And then the other 2 maps in that series are like 13-3, 13-2. So, you know, it's a best of 3, thank goodness.
But that's a crumbling.
That's a crumbling. It's a collapse.
Yeah.
It is a systemic failure.
Yeah. Not a Yatoro, more of a collapse.
But here comes JT, who I have to say has had a huge uptick in performance. JT's always one of those guys that like goes under the radar. He's an IGL who can frag. He's got the best Desert Eagle in North America.
He's the Snappy of America.
Exactly.
Of Africa.
Yeah. And, well, let's see if he can bring it to the table. Okay, he gets it. He gets it. That was a kill. It works. It counts. Device in with the double. Man advantage to Astralis, despite the initial 5v4 being that of Complexity. Ratty angle device.
Uh-oh.
And the P250 gets away from him this time.
But he saw 2.
And the hit is on. Here comes the hold from Floppy. Oh, they both tried to jump, and he just plucks Borup out of the sky, shuts down Blame F. And we're talking about a new and improved Floppy. This is somebody who has looked better than ever with a liege on his team. And Buzz's 3 HP will not be enough. It's a solo hold from Floppy on the B site, who has to be Alicia's right-hand man as of late.
That was individuals right there, right? That was Astralis in great positions, but better individuals. Floppy killed both players trying to entry. Third guy is just hoping to have a free plant with teammates covering other angles. And then over on the A site, Device has a great place to hold from, right? That pocket to hold an A push should usually get you a kill easily, and he couldn't do it that time, even though he got 2 in mid. They needed a bit more. They couldn't get it.
And now you're stuck with Glocks. We played laser tag with Halzerk yesterday.
I've got a great picture of Halzerk that I'll put up after the video comes up, I guess. That was a good day.
JT.
He was sniping.
He was sniping.
Yeah.
He hit me with a couple flicks. And he's been feeling it in CS2 as well. Sitting outside of the ramp, Astralis just burning off the clock. You know, on the ride back from laser tag as well, he was talking about how much Elige and Floppy has been sending to the CS2 devs, you know, making sure that they give them input and whatnot. And I like Halzerk's attitude as well. He said, I'll let them fix the game.
That's exactly what
I'll just let them fix the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Halzerk has nothing to complain about. All is good as far as he's concerned.
Yeah.
You know, gets a little upset sometimes mid-game, and I used to be a big critic for that because I thought he'd be, you know, banging desks and kind of spoiling the atmosphere. But I think actually he's improved a lot in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, he's cooled off.
But I think compared to Complexity then to now, I think that's one of the best parts is like, you know, Elige brings like probably a little bit of toxicity, but then also a little bit more will to win. And I feel like Complexity needed that badly because it just felt like they would just be dead without someone getting angry about them losing. And Halzerk would get mad, but not in a way that Elige would fire you up to figure out the path to victory. And I think Elige really brings that, the experience. They can believe in it. And
Yeah, one of his first interviews, once he joined Complexity, Elise straight up and came and said, like, you know, getting to the major just isn't enough for me.
Yeah.
I'm not here to just make it to the major, which was kind of Complexity's whole shtick. And wow, has he ever elevated them. To the bottom of the ramp they go, and Stairs gonna gun down JT. Floppies trade their blind, and Stairs able to recover that second, but pressure still continued to be output. Through the cave comes Elige. MP9 just the one.
That smoke isn't good enough.
Man advantage held onto for Astralis.
That helps Device and Astralis so massively. Look at the bomb. It would have been dropped. I mean, actually, he wouldn't have been able to get the trade, I think is the big thing here. So the re-aggro onto B. What happens here for Hauser? Ooh, that kill means it's going to be the A site, but Grim gets it.
Oh.
Back in the game or Complexity. I like Hauser's rotation because now he puts himself closer to middle.
Yep.
But there's still time for this lurk to take place. This actually might be a nice counterplay from Blame F.
Yeah, you know,
knowing that Grim's got to go back to his site.
Man, he just thrives in these kinds of moments, and Blame F taking his sweet time to come and wrap around the A site, looking to split onto Grim
Probably
with Device.
A jump spot, right? Something just to bait, and oh wow, it's perfect.
Yep, perfect timing.
That's sick mid round.
Beautifully orchestrated. There is still time to stop the plant. Oh no, okay, whoa. I got excited. Halzer jumping up, spotted by Device, who's now just got this covered to work with, and Halzer concerned about the second T. No chance. Beauty of a 2K coming between Device and Blame F. And if you've got two Astralis players in a clutch, those are the two I'd pick.
Those are the two you'd want, yeah.
You know, no offense, Borup, Stare, Buzz, but it's hard to compete with Device and Blame F.
They cast a big shadow. That's for sure. I thought this was a very high level round from both parties. It was interesting how a lot of it came down to this one smoke that allowed Elige to get traded out from Device here. And that was a misplay from, I guess, a CT smoke, or I'm not sure exactly who threw it for sure. You could tell now, I guess, looking at the smokes, but I couldn't tell in that moment. Am I crazy? Or
I mean, for unrelated reasons, yeah, I think you're a little
Well,
crazy.
the colors on the smokes, right? They're slightly different now, right?
Yeah, they're supposed to be. But I swear sometimes my CT smokes turn out to be, you know, yellow. Yeah. I don't know.
So I've been talking about this idea that now, like in the elbow smoke, you can nade it open. But, you know, before you could flash through a smoke and run through. Now you can blow open a smoke, check it, and then push through. As if it was a totally safe push completely. Which is something you just couldn't do in CSGO no matter what. You could disrespect a smoke in CSGO, but you'd always be running a risk. Now you're literally not. It's very powerful counterplay, especially to what was an imposing and overwhelming elbow smoke for map control from CT side on this map.
A push got caught just now. That ever-present lurk from Blame F to give man advantage before the pack of Astralis players commit into B. And this bomb's gonna go down no contest. Nothing Floppy can do about it with smokes up on the lane. Obviously, we talked about the heroic lineup and the fact that, yeah, it's a little bit of a tryout. You know, you're trying to look good if you're a guy like Zyphon. You know your time is limited. These players on Astralis kind of looking over their shoulder as well. We'll see if anybody puts up a big performance on the road to the Royal Arena, but it's a fall off of the B site. 4 standing for the Danes. All is good.
Yeah, I mean, if you know this is going to be your last tournament, you're going to just, you know, I mean, you're going to enjoy it, I think. Like, regardless, it might not even be personal. It's just you're on a team that's going to make roster moves. All other things aside, this team in and of itself has had promising results. I actually think, you know, if no roster changes were happening, I think it all honestly comes down to the opportunity. There are some players that may be on the market in a moment that Astralis can't look past, or for whatever reason it's lined up that they could get them. Okay, you put the politics away for a second, or just look at the lineup before that opportunity. I think they would have just stayed together happily and tried to make this work for a little bit longer because
they're making progress.
They're making progress for sure, and Blame's not a new IGL, but trying again and doing a pretty good job, I would say, for sure.
Grim's looking to press through this. A player gets caught and a ton of damage versus Halzerk with no trade frag as well. So suddenly Grim's aggression seems far riskier. Couple shots pinging on the cement above his head. And he's not having any of that. Leans back into Donut. Astralis, plenty of time to piece this one together. With the comfort of a 5v4 and a 21 health Halzerk, who looks to get aggressive. Mid control becomes a question. Halzerk presses down the ramp.
Those pushes are so powerful right now. They were using them a bit a couple months ago, but I think in CS2 on Ancient, you want to basically spam it. A-site could get taken over, but playing from Donut is totally fine for the moment. Let's see, 2 going to push out slightly. If there's a mistake from Grim and they don't make any noise, then it'll become too late. Halzerk's watching his back. They haven't gone back to take up mid. Grim, was he? Oh, a little unawares and definitely loses it. And there goes the round completely. Oy.
Feels like that smoke grenade out towards middle. Mid-side Donut got blocked off like 10 seconds sooner. He was worried someone's behind it.
They're a little bit slow on protocols though, right? Because they had Grim and Donut, which means they have vision on mid, but they have Halzerk watching his flank from the B site because they're worried about a mid lurk. Why?
Well, Donut got smoked off.
Donut got smoked off earlier, but then he needs to come back to reclaim it, right? They need to go deal with that problem, and then they can have movement on the map. But Astralis throw their smoke down Donut, and then they can do anything. I think if they looked at the map from Complexity, they'd be like, wow, they were just sitting there scared.
Scared CS.
And then Grim gets caught checking mid after the smoke comes up. Shot on the side. They just had the minimal amount of information, but not actually that much pressure from Astralis, right?
Buzz coming through with that killer instinct. So Astralis, look at speedy, look at quick, look at sharp. Swinging out of the gate in response to the pistol and conversion out of Complexity. 3 in a row. And also kind of scared. Remember, Grim, he was out in elbow last round. With the M4, decides to kind of crawl away. There was no playmaking outside of these A pushes. That's 2 rounds in a row. Complexity have lost a player on the A push. They've headed elsewhere. JT tucked into Pauly's pocket. They know about him now, so it's going to have to be Floppy to try and pull off some pressure. Maybe get him out of this with that support from ramp. Nice forward aggression coming out of Complexity. But
what's Halzerk watching right now?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. He's just at the ultra passive line.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize he had a line there. Okay.
Minimap's not lined up perfectly. Looks like he's staring at the wall.
Yeah. Where's my damn keystone?
Yeah. Halzerk, you have A? No, just CT spawn. The rest of the camp holding off. I mean, Complexity, they know they're down
here. They held
here.
this late. This is a perfect setup from Complexity.
Forces Astralis to have to somehow unravel this, and maybe they bank on trade frags, but they've got Elige ready to swing the cave.
They're so ready for this.
They got Floppy on the counter flash. JT smoked off. Floppy with the triple. And JT the last 2.
Damn.
Now that is not scared CS. That is proactive setups from Complexity, and look at the reward they reap.
Why was that what was that read so hard? Why did they know exactly what was going to happen late into the round? Well, there was no one pushing out of A. They had Grim with full mid control and a late elbow smoke. Floppy had his back to mid because they had Grim watching it. And maybe it's a pocket play from Astralis, but I feel like that's just that's good anti-strat out of Complexity. They were totally ready for that exact maneuver.
2 rounds of pushing A and losing a player into a complete adaptation, lane control wrapped up, with protocols in place that Astralis still didn't see. They didn't know if Elige is standing on the doorway.
Now, with that smoke that came out to the left, they might have precipitated some kind of setup for Complexity.
Sure.
And there's a chance that Floppy gets ISO'd and dies on the right, which actually means maybe they could have still won. So there's always also the off chance that Astralis knew what they were walking into, but had an idea for what to do to go to the next level.
Floppy has been stepping up in recent months, and 6 rounds into this map versus Astralis, he's there again. Huge multi-kill in the gun round. Stair gets ahead of the Molotovs, already on the brink of the B site. And look at the pack of players right behind him. Floppy has no line of vision.
JT's looking lonely.
Oh, he's stuck back here, but...
Oh, if he just peeked.
The molly doesn't spread. And they're going to fall victim to this, but he loses his support. Floppy goes down first. Double headshot out of JT. Needed.
This is his version, isn't it?
And Elige makes sure that nobody else actually comes over the top of the ramp, but it's not like last round where you've got deep cave control, deep mid control, deep ramp control. This is Complexity leaning back and giving Astralis free reign of the map. Still util on the Opper for the defense. And Hulzerk with Grim next to him. They want the mid play. Oh, the timing!
Oh my god.
At least he trades, but it does cost Grim his life.
He holds it steady.
Again, we go into the 2v2. Again, it is Device and Blame F, but this time Elige within the mix. Blame's got the bomb.
Blame's got to be looking for Hulzerk, right?
Surely.
Does he walk this way?
But Hulzerk playing outside of Temple, and Elige playing deep inside of Cave, knows that his back is compromised.
So does Elige just do a lap here? Because it can't be late mid anymore at this timing. I think this is just a great move from Elige, but Blame F should be able to get this bomb down. Depends if he does it versus Banana or he might smoke this out. So we'll see. Oh, an interesting plan.
Plays Cave. Or does he? He clears it and then looks at his own smoke instead.
But where can he go from here? This is such a potentially good play from Blame F, but he's got to find that first kill.
And he's got to find it before Hulzerk shows up. Minimize the trade potential. Elige comes through, and it's a huge amount of cover. Here for Blame! No way! The headshot deep, read like a book, and burned like one too.
Damn, take it easy, Blame F. That was nicely done. Elige gave him that one chance that he needed to. Did not have to push the smoke, but that's the play Blame needed to win early. They could have waited this out, but they had no idea where he was.
Smoked. God,
I wonder if you look at that. If you look at that again, is there any way to not justify being patient so early into the bomb? That smoke coming out before the plant even began. So we're talking about 5 seconds left on that smoke, probably.
Yep.
Elige had pushed through, knows that it wasn't a cave play. Probably thought that Blame was going cave in the post plant.
Sure.
So.
And he almost did.
He almost did. But sometimes they're right there, right under your nose.
God, Blame F loves to play in a clutch. Thrives in the spotlight. His 4th and 5th frag posts Astralis 4th round, and it answers Complexity. Off of that convincing lane setup, they will try to go right back to it. This is a copied situation from 2 rounds prior. Elige, oh, double kill into the elbow.
He's mad.
Yeah, he's pissed. He's looking to start up the war machine for Cole, and with a 3v5 at hand, Buzz has gotten through the defense. He's already passed the line. MP9 gets damage in. Buzz on a single point of HP gets cleaned up by Grim, but that does unravel the mid setup. We've got a Device and Stair 2v4. Oh, missed shot from Device. Now bomb in possession for Complexity. We're going to go back and forth, and this could be, honestly, a real sign of things to come throughout this entire series. 2 top 10 teams at the moment in CS2. Complexity looking for another grand finals after their IEM Sydney run. Astralis looking for home turf in front of a very Danish crowd. Stairs first in Donut. Doubles back to A main, and with Elige leaning in the bomb site, there is a very small chance that Floppy gets bested. No, sir. Floppy off the angle, and again, it's what worked for their one other gun round. Elige quickly up onto lane, secures outer B, and in this instance has to turn back to elbow, but not even a contest. 2 players before they even see him.
don't know, it's with that smoke getting blown open. On T side, we'll see Elige on the other side of it playing elbow, as he was in CSGO, still doing the same thing in CS2, but now he has more options to play with, and he also has more expected reactions from T opponents. People are going to be not just respecting that elbow smoke anymore, boosting over top of it and waiting. They're going to be actively playing through it, constantly making you turn around if possible, but Elige is ready.
A little awkward out of spawn. People changing directions here. Borup, he's going to head elbow instead. Early nade damage is very nice. Mid control as well. Again, the climb up falls to the favor of Complexity. And Floppy is pulling off players already. Device is single Galil. JT tries to go for the flank, and that's 2 kills, but the bomb delayed Elige, killing Blame F. And I think that's a result of that weird fumbling of the bomb.
Why is the bomb delayed?
That's the thing, is we saw Borup running towards B, but then instead he takes elbow. I think bomb gets changed hands then. We would have had to see a replay of the map at the start, but they awkwardly left spawn, and I think that this is a result of that.
Okay.
And a shame, because Device just picks up that kill. Could have been a bomb plant inside of B. Could have forced the retake attempt. But devil's in the details. And Complexity dancing on Astralis' graves here in this one.
It's all the action outside of B that's working out. Borup's already at the frag right now. 1 kill. To kick off T side, but we'll see how much that means when we switch over.
Now an even more dire spot. And they move Halzerk with the op over to the B site, so Floppy changes bomb sites, but he's about to get a handful. He's got Grim to help him. Here's it coming. Looking to jump over the angles. Very desperate round for Astralis. It's just going to get mopped up. 4 kills for Floppy. He says, thanks, Halzerk, for the ecos. Easy does it.
Just no problem. Hell of a half already for Floppy, despite how much parity there's been. Denmark, the country that starts Christmas 3 months in advance, folks, if you want to come by. And you like glögg.
It's also the country that burns the most candles per capita in the entire world.
Well, Astralis might be burning the candle at both ends right now.
Yeah, this one's almost wrapped up. The first half down to the final 2 rounds. And Halzerk, this A push has been punished almost every time they've tried it. For once, it'll give them the 5v4. That was the door left open for Astralis early on this T side, was the kill inside of A main, and Elige taking a bunch of damage, but still getting the better of Blame F, leaving all that's left of Astralis to try and slam into the B play, but that's gonna get covered. Slight rotation on the smoke. No, he gets it.
Wow, perfect lineup out of Floppy.
Fire on his feet didn't make Device's life any easier.
Now it's almost too hard to get this bomb plant down. So much damage done. Borup, well, Grim will kill his last remaining teammate, and now in a 1-on-5 situation, first kill up, and starting to clap him.
No way, right? Surely not. 7 HP off of the Molotov, and okay. Halzerk shutting him down. More kills in this round for Borup than the rest of the map thus far. But they're clean.
They're clean. He was getting excited about it, but would have been a good opening to maybe plant that bomb, but how good would it have felt in a 1v1 instead? So this is a slight mistake here from Blame F. Elige actually plays very carefully on the approach, but doesn't spot Blame F. Still gets the kill. Complexity come up with another round. We've got 3 MAC-10s and an Eagle coming in to round 12 here for Astralis.
Okay, 2 back. Blame F making the most of his teammates' efforts.
And this is a wise call, obviously, for Blame. Comes forward with the lurk. He actually doesn't press all the way through.
I love it. Gets Stare and AK, upgrades his MAC-10 into a full-fledged rifle as well. And because of that threat of the potential red room push, Halzerk has to give up Temple. He's got no angle from deep CT. So just BlameF's sheer presence is enough to get him off of that original A hold. Now there is no gun for Buzz at the moment, but that frees him up to get a little curious. Missed shot out of Halzerk. A threat from Buzz up close. There's going to be a very critical duel that comes down between Grim and Stare inside of Donut. And if he dies in Donut, then BlameF on the bomb site is compromised. But Buzz bests the op, and Stare gets one back as well. This was all BlameF, and he's the closer of the half, as Astralis nab a 5th off of the back of the double Mac 10.
A kingdom of Counter-Strike ready to rejoice as Copenhagen's coveted crown ready to be claimed. The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
It's time to open up the Royal Arena!
Rez will be stopped first. He sees the fate. It's 3 ice cold drops.
Cadian, does he realize he's close? Oh! Cadian in front of the home crowd. Show match is underway. Oh, but what's that? The savior! It's Niklas Bentner! Simple, he's taken down Gate as well. Dupree keeps going, the time has run out!
Tonight, a Dane will win in this Royal Arena. Wow, what a matchup this could truly be. History's gonna be made. Come new Copenhagen! Let's get rowdy! And it's Rain inside the corner. The stoic giant of FaZe denied. Give it up for your fall finals champion, Heroic!
Care B. They know we're out of smokes now.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I just saw your shadow again.
Sun, double sun.
I'm running through this.
One more. One more.
Nice!
Nice indeed. That was the adaptation that got Complexity's CT side truly up and running. Screw the A push. Just bank on Floppy. What an anchor he is at the base of the ramp. Munched up some easy anti-ecos as well, switching sights. But it was kind of that aggressive CT setup down middle, climbing up lane that I think really got got Complexity rolling. So 2 rounds, the advantage after their CT half of Ancient. Astralis' map pick, and they will now look to cruise on the CT half. 3 sets of dual Berettas.
Some people are struggling CT Ancient right now. It's hard to say if there's objective map biases or if it's preferential. Still early days, of course. So I wonder how they're feeling about their 5 and 7 rounds at the moment.
JT trying to show shadow. Clears it and goes for utility. Does Buzz swing? Yes, he does.
Well, but if there's no actual fake commitment behind this, this is going to be really bad for Complexity. So JT has to swing out, but nothing else is spotted. And now the attack has to come in fast.
Oh,
and it does.
He can't handle with the dual Berettas, and Elige gets the headshot. Challenge out of Cave. Device will pick up one. Bomb planter comes off of it as Elige gets himself a second kill in this pistol, but as the molly burns out, Elige has 3 players ahead of him. Look at this lineup. Look at this potential ace from Elige. He's got him running. BlameF sprinting for the hills as Elige does all the heavy lifting.
Oh, he's excited about this, and there's actually still a chance that he grabs the ace. Blame will shoot a bit. Elige coming up from behind, but ends up dying. But still, he's won the round. That's 8 rounds here for Complexity. They are in a good way at the moment. We know how important pistols can be, of course. So map biases aside, it's a 2-round lead coming out of the first half. A pistol to kick off the second. And a real perfect attack. I mean, the thing is that Buzz could see that no one was hitting the A site. So he got info as fast as possible. But that just speaks to how well organized they were when it came to attacking at that moment over on the B side.
You know, beautiful Molotov deep lane as well, right? Just cancels out any rotator. Easy mow down for Elige. He goes 8 frags in 2 rounds. And just like that, he is tied with Floppy at the top of the board. Complexity making mincemeat of the mid push.
Yeah, that perfect timing and angle right there and the spray down. 8 kills in 2 rounds. Honestly, eat up, because lots of key kills in that first half from Elige. 2 Ks and 3 Ks on rifles.
I feel like Floppy's so stoked to get to play next to Elige, right?
18 kills apiece. He was the star of the show first half. Happy to have some help.
Most decorated American CSGO player.
Hold on, Borup's gonna die. He's the only one here. Again, they're coming in from cave. Oh, that's awkward. Borup, what happened right there?
I don't know, man. I mean, damage on JT and Floppy, but it's 2 kills and a bomb plant instantly.
Careless, right? That was a bit careless right there. There was almost no reason to not expect they could be ready for a push like that. Very standard setup, but not the risk they can afford to take at the moment. The best way to deal with Device and BlameF is to not fight them at all, and right now it has just been the B side on repeat these last 2 rounds.
Complexity coming through with that killer instinct. Wasting no time in this T side. Looking to keep 4 alive in what was a gun round as well.
Did they throw some kind of fake, or maybe they threw some utility, I don't know, over towards A, and it could have also been a miscomm, but that's 2 positions where he needs to get his, or at least stay alive, and there's not even a way for him to fall back. Look at how big this site is. It's like a parking lot. There's barely any cover for him to get to.
TC's like, yeah, rush B against Borup.
No contingency plan.
And it just leaves Device on the M4. So, I mean that round right there, that's Astralis' best chance at putting up a CT half.
Yeah, that's just so important.
Wow.
This is their map pick. Oh my god, the zoning. Second nade doesn't kill him, though. Stair stays alive.
Hanging on for dear life.
Don't even know how he survived both those grenades. Not even armor to his name. Finally, he'll die.
Yeah, no chance at escape there. Too many sets of prying eyes from Complexity. It has to be Device, it seems, with that M4. Currently tucked in cave, which does look like the point of contact Complexity want for what is, again, another B hit. Can Borup draw them into him? Nah, they molly him out. Perfect utility so far, but he still survives. Gun goes dry. Halzert gets a double. and looks to lead the charge with Bomb into B versus Blame, leaning back on a Deagle and Kevlar. Complexity are just chewing through Astralis here on Ancient.
It's pure tragedy. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. Like, this is a nightmare half from Astralis. Every single setup fails. Every risk is called out. Barely get a chance to fight back right now, and their key rifle rounds have looked like the weakest of all. So Complexity just have to find a way to lose this game, basically, at this point.
And they can.
Call these guys Sherlock, because they might find a way. They might sniff out a few clues. Yeah, no, when it's FaZe on the other side, I understand.
Yeah.
When it's Mouse, yeah, that can. Well, with Mouse, it was like stomps. With FaZe, it was comebacks. FaZe been coming back versus everybody. You lose focus for 1 second.
FaZe has been coming back for 9 months, bro.
Yeah, that's true. They are so back. That flame is bigger than ever.
Yeah.
The center flame on the molly, massive.
They stuck a little napalm in those Molotovs. Yeah. Yep, we are very sick at Ancient. Another gun round coming out of Astralis. Second gun round of the CT side. Trailing by 6 with Complexity 2 off of the map 1 win. It's got to be now, and sure enough, JT just creeps into Device's scope, who's looking for a second, but a missed shot. Oh, but he recovers versus Grim in the background. Elige is the third victim, as Device says, enough's enough.
No.
But still there's a chance, because the B site has a bit of an opening. Blame F, deep on long, sprays for the double. It's a full house between the two brightest stars of Astralis. It's enough. It's a chance. It's not too late.
That was cool. That was cool out of Device. I mean, the first shot being missed only made that more spectacular. So couldn't get anything back.
Bagged them, tagged them.
Took him out to pasture. They said, let's go back to mid. Let's give it another try. JT. No one's smoking out cave. It's almost suspicious. Stare. Taking a small risk playing out here in front of it. Whoa, and he gets spotted, but he doesn't get the kill. How long is he going to hang out? You run out of bullets, Stare. And he finds it.
Ramp push denied by Floppy, but Stare's able to just get that little bit of health left. So nicely recovered from Stare. But that causes a bit of a panic rotate out of Astralis, who go into Red Room.
That was A4 privilege right there.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
There's been a lot of A1S action as well, but Stare making the most of the A4. Hulzerk and Grim. They don't know what Stare got up to after he traded those out. For all they know, he's fallen back down through a cave, but he decides to push it.
We've got some roaming going on. Yep. Oh, wow. 4.
There we go.
Jesus.
Doubles his kills in 1 round.
I thought bro was dead after the first few bullets getting missed outside a cave, but that's why it's me talking about him.
Yeah.
It's a nice one.
Device again being a nuisance with the op outside of Donut. You know, and luckily for Stare, I mean, if Complexity come through that doorway, a second sooner, he's clearing that close pocket. Both teams getting active. Stare comes out with the better timing, and we have Complexity again looking to slam into middle. Device's op has been on Donut, but this time it is Buzz point blank. And Blame F able to tuck into Cubby.
Not gonna lie, this is sort of a silly reason for not making a play like that, but right now, running through a smoke, that can cost you a few frames.
Okay.
That can actually just make it harder to get that kill sometimes. The smoke nade interaction, I should say. Wow, there.
Just the one. Grim gets past as op is on cycle. Oh, and Hulzerk instant headshot. But luckily the cave player, he got one. JT quick on the Flank into Cave gives Halzerk just enough space to get in with the plant. It's BlameF in another clutch, working with Buzz. Coming in on both ends of the bomb site and each with a kill apiece. It is all good for Astralis. Again, we said that one gun round that they come back after Borup dies on B site, that one goes down quickly. They had to make the comeback start then and there, and they have. This is a streak of round wins now for Astralis, closing that gap to only 3.
Yeah, that's very nice. And I mean, I like the style that Complexity win when they're up rounds to try to make plays like this, but the fact that Astralis can deny them means there's not going to be any momentum built in. It starts off 4v5, and in the 2v2 retake, well, they walk in comfy as ever and find 2 easy fights. So I think after having a lead, I think you also, in general, do want to keep pace and try to speed up your strats and slow down if things don't go wrong after that. I think sometimes if you keep a lead and then you go slow, super slow in the next rounds, then it becomes obvious if you start losing and you want to throw in something very quick. You also do it when the economy is at its worst for your opponents. So, but now that Astralis have survived that, it sort of resets the situation. I think they can see now that this is not going to be an easy win for Complexity. Even though they're close, there's actually a great chance for the CT comeback to take place. Minimal utility here for Complexity. And look how little attention is going over towards the A site. Not a single player here early into the round. Establishing on elbow, pushing down B early on. That's what everybody's doing at the moment.
Leaning back into A in time. T's working with 3 smokes, no flashes.
I think there's a part of Complexity like, oh, let's get this round over with and go A, but they know exactly what the default is right now. And so it sort of forces your hand to play a bit slower and think more carefully, but it just shows that they're in this to try to squeeze the most possible juice they can out of this, even if they've only got pistols.
Red room smoke first, but there is no real potential for the mid split, and Stair knows that. Being deep out cave for the second, but it's at least enough to draw them back, so they've unraveled the forward B setup of Astralis just by throwing out the red room smoke. They've gotten util back out of the A defense, and BlameF's leaning over here. If Floppy and JT can go barreling into the B site, you are indeed up against the 2 weaker players of Astralis at the moment.
Oh, this is a really good creep, though. The jump spot doesn't see this. JT, well, he'll die. Okay, because Stair's got this covered.
Yeah, they were hoping something would go well there.
Luckily, he wasn't pushed forward in cave or anything at that moment.
We get this 3-man cohort up through lane into the cave. Stair confirms it, still worried about ramp, but he draws them out into Borup, who cleans up an easy couple kills. Device there to help, and it is still Astralis closing this distance ever closer to a tied game.
Yeah, you could lose it any moment, so it's still scary playing these CT rounds, but promising all the same. I think a more default round that Complexity want to be able to try to win is a late take on mid. I don't know if spawns will change that at all, but I think trying to win mid after it's maybe given up in the same way that Astralis tried to take it from them before is a thought. But here is a pure default coming in. The first attention from JT on cave is a very common occurrence here on Complexity these days. And Stair getting busy, jumping up, and will he get this spot actually?
Ooh,
that's pretty massive.
Chance at the mid recovery. Alige feeling like he has to do it all.
They took
him and
mid
Floppy.
late.
They've lost that B lane, but they've confirmed at least 1 deep ramp. They've gotten Buzz to burn his smoke. It's little utility already for Astralis at a minute 15. Single smoke on Blame. That's it.
If I'm Complexity, I'm happy to take the 4v4. I think, you know, Stair almost got that material advantage and got away. Now Device goes up for the high ground peak. Might find that opportunity. No, it's Halzerk this time. 4v3.
Looking to secure the 12th. Looking to guarantee OT.
It's been slightly tragic over and over again. Borup over on the B site by himself. 7 and 20. They need a lot from him.
Without Stair. who at least has had an uptick in the second half of this map. It was a real struggle between him and Borup, but things have started to change. BlameF, can he cut off what could potentially be the Elige Red Room split? Does Buzz find timing in mid? Because Elige is about to get an attack from the backside. We've got a flash going over. Elige gets the entry. Borup's also down. And sure enough, the B site now belongs to Complexity.
Perfect
the perfect
timing.
squeeze. And it was a critical Halzerk duel versus Device that makes this one possible.
No kidding. And like Halzerk has not had the chance really to play with his op so far. We've seen him get shot in the side or when it's a trade too late or something like that. But here's the one that makes the world of difference. The one that makes up for all the rest of them. 12 rounds off this, off of a proper default, the late mid control into trading out Stair, who was tormenting them earlier on with these cave pushes. That was dealt with. I think this, in Complexity's mind, is the exact kind of round you want to be able to say you win, moving into the next. You still haven't won the game. You know that Astralis are getting close, but now you've shown Astralis that when you play it slow and methodically and thorough, you can outdo them. This is a bit scary for Astralis to try to copy and paste their same default again.
Man, Elige is such a closer.
Yeah.
He's such a closer.
Dude, that timing was immaculate. I mean, if he comes in any more late, it's selfish, actually. And instead, it takes out BlameF and completely wins the round by displacing Borup. Even if Borup looks this way and gets the kill on Elige, it's already too late. The site's being taken over. So whether or not Borup got that kill, I think it was done.
Puts an end to the Astralis CT reign of terror. 1 round short of getting on fire. Elige surpassing Floppy in the kill department off that last round as well. So crucial. Again, Halzerk, that op headshot onto Device, cracked open the rotation, got all those players climbing up lane into the B site. Borup needed help and it never arrived because Elige just cuts it all off. Three attempts to close out Ancient, the map pick of Astralis. Complexity right into the ramp boost. Already posted up to try and get Device again. 2 rounds in a row, maybe missed shot. JT goes up the ramp. Halzerk turned. He just stopped Stair from coming out cave and getting anything. And the B site, the victim again. Complexity know what they want, they get what they want, and they will have to now bank on BlameF and Buzz. All that remains for Astralis on Ancient is this 2 versus 4. The utility is suffocating as BlameF's position has been found out. He is stuck behind the box and dealt with swiftly. Buzz presses out through the smoke and dies to Grim, and it is indeed the North Americans continuing with form in CS2 for the 12-9 close on Ancient. An attempt at the comeback. Solid rounds from BlameF, clutches as well for the Danes, but not enough to stop Cole this time. And we go map 2, overpass next.
Yeah, the Astralis comeback ultimately just cosmetic. It's Complexity to be sealing up. Put some attention to the kill feed on the side of Astralis because we see Device, we see BlameF, but everybody else kind of struggling to really get any impact, particularly when we're coming onto that second half. Yeah, it was an uphill battle from the beginning.
That has more or less been the story for Astralis in recent memory. The fact that it really has been the two-man show, Device and BlameF. You'll get the occasional contributions from a couple of the other players, but I think once again, this has kind of been the same tale where there's a very obvious reason that Astralis are going to the lengths that they have been to try to poach and just dismantle Heroic because they need some more firepower, they need some more help, and it's not coming in the players that they have at present.
Yeah, that's why all those rumors out there, they're circulating. But I'll tell you what's not circulating, or maybe what was Floppy's impact during that game. We already talked about it, but let's run some highlights because I know you're a North American. You want to be indulging in this moment as well because, yeah, we've been waiting for this kind of consistency coming out of Floppy for quite a long time, and we're talking about, you know, Elige unlocking that potential coming out of Floppy.
Right, and with Floppy and just how fantastic he's been lately, it really does make such a big difference in terms of the cultural change that Elige has bestowed upon him, and the fact that he now can just focus so much more on his game, because before, in the previous iteration of Complexity with Fang, so oftentimes we had to see some kind of gamble plays coming out of him. Something didn't go according to plan, maybe Fang would die in a certain position, and then Floppy has to overextend. He has to try to play outside of himself. But when Floppy's able to just center himself on the game that's in front of him, when he really only has to focus on one angle at a time, he said it in a pregame interview, he said it in one of those reels we had before the game even started, he idolizes people like Rops, and Rops is one of those masters of just focusing on an angle, winning the duel, and something that I've never had to worry about with Floppy, mechanics. When he does just have to focus on a 50-50 fight, he is so sharp in them.
We also get to see him smiling as well, which is something that we love to see out of Floppy. I want to touch upon Elige too, because we talk about, you know, maybe the unseen impact that Elige has brought with so much tenure, so much experience. Then we go into the second half of this game. He gets a 4K in the second pistol, then the round after, another 4K, and yeah, that's ignited Elige in this map.
Beyond these two rounds, I mean, in the first half, Elige was doing some great work, but I really love where Elige thrives is in the mid-round for this team. He's great at openers, don't get me wrong, but it's where the second stage of the round is underway, and he finds the perfect time to strike. He knows exactly what he needs to do in order to create a win condition for the team. He's one of the players that Complexity needed so desperately. One that can play outside of the system at times, sometimes just find that one gap in the defense, and then finds the perfect opportune time to strike.
Well, we've been talking so much about, you know, the experience that Elige has been bringing to the server for the side of Complexity, so I want to hear it from Floppy himself, exactly how Elige has been changing the game for the Complexity camp.
Now, since adding Elige, we've seen improvements to Complexity. We've seen what I would say is a better looking mood for you guys in and out of the server. Specifically, your performance has also improved on the server as well. So what do you put that down to? What is it that Elige is adding? What are the differences? Give me some details on this, please, mate.
Yeah, so I think John brings a lot to the table in terms of our micro. We talk about a lot of the little things which add up to, you know, one round at a time that can cost us like entire games. So I think John is really good at talking about our micro, and obviously you can have like arguments about stuff like that, but he makes it really easy to talk about stuff so people don't get like upset over things. So I think in that regard, it's really chill to just talk about our mistakes and what we could do different with them.
Would you say it's a lot easier to improve right now with this team?
I'd say so, yeah. If you can get along outside the server, it's really important to get along inside the server as well. So I think it's really important.
I love that little phrase from Floppy, one round at a time, because that's what I feel like Complexity maybe were a little bit guilty of before Elige came in, right? You just see him get ahead of themselves, maybe get the mental not in the right place. Great to have such an experienced player come and, you know, reset that mentality for them.
The fact that they're able to learn from their mistakes so much easier because the conversations are easier to have with a veteran presence like Elige. Elige has lifted huge trophies in the past, and Complexity were sorely lacking anybody that was able to do that. He knows when there's a good time to strike, he knows to pounce on these opportunities.
Right, okay, so if you're Astralis, you've come into that second half, you've been absolutely deleted by Elige 2 rounds in a row with 8 frags total. Then we come into round 15 and things don't get any easier for them, do they?
No, and this is why we sometimes just point the finger when it comes to Astralis. I mean, this round is not going badly by any means, but there's kind of an overstep right here that you'll see on this B bomb site. And then Complexity, they aren't even really having to enact any kind of plan. They just recognize that there's a player out of position on the bomb site, and then they just swarm. They're already in good positions, but you don't even have to see them using their utility that much. And it does seem like there might be some kind of disconnects there on the Astralis side, unnecessary in terms of peeking off of that B bomb site. And then we just get Complexity not even having to show their whole hand, because that's another great thing about being Complexity in this kind of situation. It was a gift. That round was a gift for them.
And it gives them such a leg up when we're looking at the round distribution as well, right? 4 rounds off the bat coming into that second half. And just to phrase this correctly, that was Astralis' pick. Of course, we're going to be going into the pick of Complexity. That's going to be Overpass, and we're going to be chatting a bit more about it after this break. The pick of Complexity in Overpass coming up next, which by the numbers, Maui, is favoring them pretty heavily. When we're looking at coming into CS2, we've seen Complexity playing it 4 times, winning 4 times, 0 losses on their cards. But when we're looking at Astralis, there's a certain bomb site that we can't really underestimate when the Danes get on the server. Which site is that?
Depends how you want to frame that, actually,
Yeah.
Freya, because the A defense is impressive for Astralis. You've got BlameF, you've got Device. That should be one of the best 1-2 punches in the world for defending it. But when it comes to the B site, you have the rest of the gang. And we kind of have already been telling the story of what it comes to be when Astralis are playing and focusing on that trio. And I do think that for many reasons, that is probably why Complexity picked this map.
Okay.
They see that trio of Borup, Stare, Buzz on that B site. And if they're just going to play how they've always been playing, I think Complexity are seeing an open bomb site.
Yeah, because we're seeing Astralis, you know, starting on that CT side. So what I'm hearing you're saying is Complexity are going to be attacking towards the B bomb site, right?
I would be shocked if Complexity, in good faith, actually attack A more than 3 times. Honestly, I wouldn't want to mess with BlameF. I wouldn't want to mess with Device.
Fair enough.
And trust me, if it's Borup, Stare, and Buzz, I want all the smoke. Give it all. I want to see Complexity just charging in there, throw in all the variety of executes. Obviously, you know, push back the defenders on A a little bit. Don't make it so obvious every single round. But I think the game plan is quite clear for Complexity here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've talked about the strengths and weaknesses kind of in one shot for the side of Astralis. So speaking of the T side of Complexity, where do you think is kind of the biggest punch in their wheelhouse at the moment, if you were going to fixate on one particular aspect of that offensive side for Complexity?
Well, I do want to say that if you do just have a one-dimensional game plan, if they are just going to be going towards B repeatedly and just trying to hammer it over and over again, you open up yourself to the potential and possibility of being flanked from connector. I think BlameF is probably going to be working towards that area quite a bit in this one. Even Device will probably send the op there at times. And what you're trying to do for Complexity is just keep Astralis' defense honest. You can't actually simply just rush it every single time, because I mean we saw moments from people on Astralis, even if they didn't have great kill counts. People like Borup even had like a really flashy 3K, and if you just present him those types of fights, that's when his mechanics can do some damage. But it's just that you have to throw a little bit of confusion their way.
Yeah, and we're talking about 2 teams that have, you know, a very deep understanding of this map. We've seen Astralis, you know, not afraid to be picking into this or leaving it as a third decider map when we go to a series gone by. But if we're looking at individuals from Complexity, because we've been praising, you know, Floppy, Elige, rightly so much coming up with Ancient. What kind of impact do you see them having overall on the map of Overpass?
Well, I do think that this is another map where we just saw a great performance from Floppy, and has another great opportunity. He's been doing a lot of great lurk work on this map, and I do want to see with the pack, with people like JT, with Halzerk, if they can just also make sure they take space safely away from Astralis, because again, I'm really focusing on that B attack, but if the pack of players for Complexity can just end up taking some map control and just making things a little bit awkward for Astralis, I think this is a closed case.
I love that you mentioned JT. We get the man himself on screen, because back in Sydney, it was the T-sides that really impressed me. He was being so proactive with the calling, some great mid-rounds coming in. So particularly when we're coming on to Overpass and having to be, you know, super adaptable when we're talking about, you know, one bomb site being a little bit more bolstered than the other. I'm interested to see tactically how he's going to be approaching this.
Right, and I do think that with JT and for Complexity as a whole, one thing is that even though for quite some time they were kind of scraping around the 12th to 15th rank range, I would say that Overpass even then was one of their maps that they were very methodical about. They took map control very well, even when they were playing with Fang. They gave a lot of the top teams in the world a run for their money. In 2022, I remember they took this map from FaZe, and that was a big scalp to take, because it showed the diversity of openers that this team has, and it's not like when they've added Elige, they've suddenly lost those. And so they can have explosive plays towards short water. If they want to do something towards long A, like a run boost for Halzerk, the world is their oyster on this map. It is a map that they have so frequently picked in the past. I thought in this veto, though, they could have gone a couple different directions. I'm glad that they kind of roll it back to this one, even though, like we've mentioned, Astralis do sometimes pick this map, but I just think the game planning is where it's going to be key for Complexity.
There's one name that we haven't really mentioned on the side of Complexity. That's Grim. Where's his impact going to be on this map of Overpass during you expect him to be maybe bolstering up a few more flashy plays. It's not like he was playing badly, obviously, back on Ancient, but I'd like to see some more style coming out of this kid.
Right, and for Grim, I think that in some ways, since Elige has joined this team, it's not that he's necessarily fallen off, it's just that he's had to do less. And sometimes that's because the opening plan goes so well for Complexity that Grim coming in as a trade fragger in some of these situations, I mean, when JT's getting a couple of kills on the entries, or Elige for that matter, there's only so much he can do. And Floppy's been such a good closer that it seems like Grim has almost lost his star power in some ways. And I think that this is going to be a map where if he's defaulting it all towards Connector, he's going to have to face one of the big guns of Astralis, and I would like to see that he turns it up a notch too.
It's also young Grimothy's birthday today. Do you want to say happy birthday, Maui?
Oh yeah, happy birthday, Grim.
Happy birthday, Grim. Scrawny Launders, what do you think Grim is going to be wishing for when he blows out his birthday candles tonight?
Grim wish for I mean, if you win versus Astralis today, what else do you need?
The tournament, I guess. The
Oh,
rest
yeah.
of the tournament.
Yeah, I would
dream big, right? With the wish, why not?
Yeah, I'd be dreaming
HLTV #1 or something. I don't know.
Maybe just a trophy lift.
One trophy.
Copenhagen. Yeah, they gotta win. I don't know, Freya. I don't know the guy.
New set of teeth, brand new chompers.
Yeah, fresh diamond grill.
Yeah, exactly.
I could see Grim with a fresh. No,
that's what I meant. A grill. He doesn't need teeth.
Just a handful of teeth.
All of my opponent's teeth.
Yeah, it is indeed his birthday. You know who else shares a birthday with Grim?
It's me. Happy birthday to me.
It's Heku.
Heku. What the Heku?
Happy birthday to Heku as well.
Happy birthday to
Out
Heku.
there somewhere on the internet in the ether watching Counter-Strike, no doubt. And that's and T Connors as well. Shout out T Connors.
TC, baby.
One time, baby. But that's an NA Counter-Strike ordeal, so all you Euro nerds, don't worry about it, okay? Today's about us. And by us, I mean Complexity. Not that I'm a part of them. But CS2 has looked good on this squad. It has looked very good on Floppy. And Elige, I think, instrumental in that last map. Some of those winning moments, winning rounds, definitely comes down to just him and his desire to be back at the top.
He's so impactful.
Yes.
He was like top of the leader, like the scoreboard, but besides that, you know, you could watch it and see every time he made a push, it was on time, it was early, it was perfect. It was just he's playing CS in a way that like only very few players can, and they really changed the game for their team. So, and I think that Complexity winning is. It's great right now. This matchup actually has some potential. I feel like Imperial and them had with their vetoes because they play on Ancient, which can be a good map for Astralis, but Complexity can win and overpass a map they both love. So let's see what happens.
The Berettas sing for one. Halzerk, immediate trade frag, still floating around the top of Connector as Bomb looks to go back down and join up with Floppy and JT on the monster split. Seems simple. See if Buzz can throw a wrench in the works. Hanging around for the pillar wrap, and sure enough, Grim's dead. Nobody cares that it's your birthday as far as Astralis is concerned. Borup now living inside of the smoke grenades. We got so many CTs in this bomb site. So much smoke that no one can see jack. But those smokes soon to fade, and then the gunfight's gonna continue. As Borup climbs up onto the site again. Heaven player looking for that deep angle. 3 down in the water. A's completely clear, but they're very much locked in, so hit a headshot.
The CTs will keep having to fight out, but they are going to fight out successfully, so that's all that matters for them. But they have to keep peeking because of the, there is a chance that the A play comes back, but obviously that's not Complexity's goal right now.
Bomb reconfirmed. Borup gives them the jiggle, and the Heaven player now coming back in stare, making sure that nothing can get too weird. JT.
If you ever analyze this round, it'd be one of the worst, most boring.
I wish I could forget this round.
Yeah,
I really
not the best.
Yeah,
seen better CS. But
maybe we should just replay it.
You thought the winner was going to be Astralis, ended up being Astralis, and lots of ammo was used.
Man, there's something about, I feel like pistols are more difficult than CS2.
Oh yeah.
You know, I feel like we're seeing more P2000s because the USP just doesn't.
I get
feels
that.
a little wonky.
I use a P2000 as well. Yeah, for sure.
Recent change, or have you always been a P2K man?
Oh, someone tipped me off on like day 1 of CS2, and they were really early, but they were so right. Now, like everyone used it.
And yet,
shout out to Darius for that one.
I think the Glock is better than ever for some reason.
Yeah, the Glock is...
The Glock is crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
Goes hard. Let's see if 5 of them can manage to finagle something down on this B site. Stair's going to rack up 2 kills. It is an anti-eco, so we'll all relax. 2-0 start for the Danes.
So Complexity are completely undefeated on Overpass in CS2.
How many maps is that?
3.
Okay.
But one of them is FaZe.
That surely counts as 2.
That counts as 2, so that's 4 maps.
Yep, I'm keeping track.
And then if you want to look at their other wins, which are also not ones to scoff at, not just delaying for time. Mouse.
That counts as 1.5.
1.5.
So that's 4.5 wins.
4.5. M80 is the other.
Oh, that only counts as half.
That brings them down to 4.
Yep, there we go.
That's still... Oh, sorry, there's one more.
Yeah?
Monty. Just 1, I think. Just a straight up 1, right?
1.25.
1.25. So 5.25 wins in a row on Overpass by Complexity.
We've done the math, folks, so you don't have to.
Astralis have a chance to try to stop him.
Nice push out of Buzz. Flashed nicely by Borup. And just getting Floppy, who I think is going to be very much operating in his own world down towards that B site more often than not. So he gets cleared out of the corner. Utility flushes him out like an insect.
Oh.
And blame. Oh, big guy.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Those are impenetrable. You can shoot through stone and concrete, but not through some cardboard boxes, the real final boss.
They get their connector control, get Grim into it, and double the bomb back around towards Monster. Poor Elige, though, didn't get that blame F kill fast enough, ends up costing him more than half his health.
It's actually an early Molotov. It's kind of nice for them to come out now.
Done. Oh no, Elige survives that. Grim just takes it for him. 42 damage on JT, excuse me. Grim looking to get the ball rolling, but it's the Monster players that come out with the first frag. Ooh, there's Grim's second. This reopens the possibility, but no, dropping the bomb from heaven is Device. Grim can't get it back in time, just has to run in absolutely desperate. Poor guy's hand is forced, and so it's Astralis with another.
Yes. Pistols are important. They actually, well, are they? Historic 40% win rate on pistols for Complexity, despite it being their best map in CSGO or CS2. But the thing is that they crush on CT side.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, so that's the big difference.
Give me the numbers.
64% to 47 on T side. And that'll be the last number I talk about for the rest of this game.
Yeah, numbers are overrated.
Okay.
Ooh, the Tech 9s and the Deagles are doing something. They're doing something.
The A site?
Things are happening, and it's not the way that Astralis want this one to unfold. Stare and Borup.
Ooh, risky play from Stare. He can make... Oh, he could actually lose this round, and it does.
Oh, Lord.
He felt like he had to do something. He was probably right. But at that moment, it wasn't the play that he needed to make. And now Borup is just looking for a place to call home.
That one started slipping so fast that I lost track of all the kills. You know, one died front bathrooms. I see a death inside connector.
Yeah.
So somebody playing alone in connector versus pistols. When will they learn?
Fair enough.
Stay out of there.
Stay out of there.
Oh, it's the top of the stairs. He tried to run.
Never try to run from pistols, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When will they learn? An interesting turn of events then. Complexity winning one.
It is.
In a round they have no business picking up.
Now, this is Astralis and Heroic are two teams that have been in grand finals at fall finals in the past.
Yes.
But they have not had rosters that were under this much duress in history. Well, they have at different points in history, but not in the last couple of years at the fall finals. It's
Not
always
in
worked
recent
out,
history.
Not in recent history. It's always worked out very well for them. But I think, don't they play each other if they...
If Complexity wins this game, Astralis and Heroic will eliminate one another.
Will eliminate one another, so...
It's a Dane world.
Kerrigan's like, yes.
I am the chosen one.
This Batman rises from the stage once again.
It's my crowd. And he's not wrong.
No.
Although FaZe have yet to secure their place in the arena, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, Kerrigan, stop getting so excited.
Two players pushing short side B. Check this out. Buzz is getting a peek into the tunnels, and sure enough, shaves JT off the push, gets both kills.
Okay.
No trade out of Floppy. Let's go.
Halzer comes out like, all right, well, what happened here? But there ain't nobody to see. Everybody's peeled back to their bases. And this is about to be one long minute. Device. Of course, you know, Sengo's going to get walked into, probably. This is like a no chance round, like no chance ever.
No chance at all.
No chance at all, no. Won't happen, can't happen.
I concur. It's exactly what Astralis need to. A little excitement out of Buzz, pushing into the short water like that.
Blame is very active in Con these days. Watching some of their overpass games recently.
Okay.
That's the interesting part about the duo here. Right now with him and Device. Device is playing support with an op, basically, inside of bathrooms. He's taking all the usual angles, but he's way less aggressive. Like, almost never going for a deep mid-peak. And it's Blame F who's actually pushing a lot on CT side, which is nice, I think, for him to be used like that. So he's either in Con a lot or pushing Fountain or whatever the case may be. But it's very rifle-centric with the op in the back, more, I think, than it has been in CSGO for Astralis right now in Overpass.
Wow, almost cost him. Floppy just can't get out fast enough.
Dude.
Bro.
Go.
Dude, they're pushing connector. Dude. I feel like that's extra frustrating because you saw how awkward of a fight that was even for Blame F. You know, that wasn't clean. Grim knows he could have had that.
Mm-hmm.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
This definitely is going to be about how much of a lead Astralis can have now.
Yes.
And then how many rounds can Complexity get now.
Okay.
Because the CT side is what they're both either scared of or excited for. So good start for Astralis. They'll need more than 4 rounds, but good start.
Going back for it. Ooh, the boost. Ton of damage here versus Floppy. It's going to make his round all the more difficult. Oh, make it now over. Stairs nade finds its home. Bore up on barrels with the teammates flash. Almost gets caught out by Elige. They're going to use that as a chance to pull back.
So nearly a wicked find. Now they actually use a lot of utility trying to scare the CTs here, but this is very nice for the CTs to have re-smoked B and take control out of already. Like, this is exactly what they needed to do. They have all the info now.
Got this bomb site stacked, bro. 4 players deep here, Astralis, and they're not going to waste any time. They try to go hunting, and Halzerk from inside connector door catches Device on short B.
Yeah, was that the necessary play? I mean, that's a free frag for Halzerk.
Thing is, it could just still lead them right into this Stair Borup double up on Monster.
Oh no!
But Borup dies with nothing. Stair catches the first one off, gets himself the second kill, but as the gun goes empty, we are left 2 versus 1 with Halzerk still very much anchoring connector, joining forces with Grim, and setting their sights on the B site while Buzz is nowhere to be found.
Damn, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I didn't like the way that Borup was playing on the angle. It felt like he was going to get caught off somehow. But if I'm Device there, that setup is excellent because he's there. But when he's dead, I mean, it's only pretty good. And I think the protocols moving into that position was awesome. But can also hand some credit to Halzerk there for just, like, waiting in the right position. But in my opinion, like, that's like a pretty safe bet for Halzerk, right? He's in Con after they retook B. If they do push short water, that's the easiest mistake I could punish. You know, no one's going to kill me sitting here waiting, so can't say I was super excited to see that push coming out of Device in that situation, and I think that just put too much. Like, listen, it's like, at the end of the day, it's Device and it's Blame F, and almost no one else is consistently reliable on Astralis. So yeah, you want those two players to be like a little bit more careful than everybody else, because I can't even remember a scoreboard in the last year where they haven't been number 1 and 2 on that scoreboard every single time.
I am Cologne when Buzz had that ridiculous ancient map.
Oh, and then Device hugged him at the end. Yeah.
Yes, that's the one.
Fair enough.
That's the one.
Well, it is winter now, so maybe winter. The winter, I can't remember.
And with that map, Buzz secured 6 more months.
Maybe more.
Maybe more.
Maybe more.
Device on a different angle, not pushing, but playing passive, right? You just had a spiel about his passiveness, and Blame F is tucked beneath a leash, is crawling by him. Ooh, hot mama.
They're going to smoke and go in front of it. Oh.
Yeah.
That's sour.
I feel like when you get that cross, you know, facing front bathrooms is almost the more predictable play.
I agree.
Yeah, right? What if a leash crawls around the half wall? You got the back of Device. You got the A site prime for the taking, but hindsight 2020. Borup 2023.
Okay, well.
Found out by Floppy, trade frag out of the water player and Buzz, and because of the connector control from Blame F, it's an extra member on short side. They do, however, push past. Grim has been doing a good job of helping out and getting space on site, but this attempt from Blame F is all that they need.
1v1.
Can he do it? 35 to the clock. Oh, wait.
Oh, that was short already dead.
No, a DC. We've got a player out of the server.
Oh, it was Blame, I guess.
Bro.
Well.
I was like, how did Grim, through short wall, get the...
Yeah,
okay.
Okay. Well, luckily Astralis won right there.
Yep. Yeah, actually, that's how it should be.
But it was Blame's presence that's the reason that Grim was looking at short, because he didn't know either.
Yeah, Blame gets 2 kills short side, just yeet.
Halzard missed an easy trade, man.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that was should have been a guaranteed trade.
Blame F. My work here is done.
That's how you stay big. You don't burn any extra calories.
Yeah, that's true. Damn. Could have been an even better clip, but still 2 kills on the short side. Smothered Complexity as they thought getting that barrel frag would be enough, but I'm not surprised that Blame F is slitting up short. Inside connector. There was no presence from Complexity in there the entire time. This T-side turning out to be more difficult than Complexity were hoping for off of the back of winning Astralis' first map. Undefeated in CS2 on Overpass. Can Denmark do damage tonight?
They're kind of the one of 2 teams right now. I mean, like, Maus had that Pro League victory, but like coming into CS2 we're primed to be able to take some finals, but so it's just FaZe have sucked up all the air in the room right now, like where Complexity and Maus are just in CS2 look like a team. They look like 2 teams, kind of like Heroic and Cloud9 did coming out of 2021. That, well, we'll see what they can do on LAN, because the finals are not looking that good. We should be looking at Complexity as this really pretty terrifying team right now, and I think we have respect for them, but they've still got some proving to do.
And I think that doubt that is still cast upon Complexity, at least in my eyes, still comes by way of those blowout maps that I brought up earlier. Like, you can't just be winning series more often than not, but then just getting smashed on certain maps. It's just, it just screams inconsistency.
Need some respectable losses too.
It delegitimizes some of your wins in the eyes of pundits and critics, you know, it gives fuel for haters to hate.
Never help those haters out.
You know, even if FaZe lose games, not that they have because they're the kings of comeback at the moment, but even the day that they lose a CS2 match, I bet you it's going to be close. You know, FaZe aren't getting blown out of the water anytime soon.
Sure.
Rops ain't having any of that. Twists? No chance. Rain? Brokey? Ugh. That's all he has to offer.
Into a timeout.
Yeah, tack off the tech.
I think in their heads they're looking for 4.
Just 4, huh?
Just 4, I think. That's how good their CT side is at the moment.
It sounds like so little, though, but, you know, it is
I
CS2.
think they're looking for 4 on a bad day.
Oh, back to tech. Tech.
Your move.
Toes.
What is tic-tac-toe? Like, what is that?
I don't know. A waste of time.
Yes, it is really a waste of time. They put a game that, like, if you even have, like, a rudimentary understanding of tic-tac-toe, you can't lose.
Bro, it's like Monopoly.
Also a waste, enormous waste of time.
You know, listen, it's a vintage board game, all right? It played a crucial role in board game culture. We all grew up playing a game of Monopoly, but it's fundamentally flawed.
Yeah.
And through the progression
no one even knows how to end the
modern
game.
board games, God, there's so much better games. When someone says, you want to play Monopoly? I say, absolutely not.
You don't play board games.
It's like Risk. Just not anymore.
Yeah,
Okay?
Risk is just too long.
It's 2023.
I'll just rather watch Lord of the Rings or something.
Bro.
So that's how I'd spend 3 hours.
Let's play some Gloomhaven, shall we? A little Nemesis, anyone?
Okay. Yahtzee. Some real board games, baby.
Boggle.
Do love Boggle.
It's a great game.
Some Scrabble.
Oh, flick shots, perhaps. How about CS2, the best damn game of all? Blame F. Yeah, easy does it. Elise just runs right into the crosshair. He's going to gobble up a second. Hungry for the third.
Just leaves.
But on the retreat. And they're going to give him a chase. Just enough time for the reload with support in the background if Device wants to help. It's a big if because he's low health. So Blame F's like, don't worry, brother. Sit back, relax. I got this. And every step of the way, Blame F continues to tear him up. Device will add another to the tally, but we waited through how many pauses for that? And Complexity just get mowed down again.
Yeah, they're an excellent one, too. And I mean, this is the same as CSGO in terms of like how operas play with riflers. It's just you never see Device in front, and you always see Blame pushed. We've got no real like just sort of passive A-site setups, which I think has been really good to watch. So maybe Complexity's undefeated god streak on Overpass ends today.
Or maybe that CT side really is world class.
Oh, yeah.
But that util damage inside of Playground, Elise ain't having any fun. 2-6, soon to be 2-7.
Only one of the 2 rounds they've won was on a pistol, just like this. So not much of substance out of Complexity so far.
But this is that weird struggle we're talking about with Cole. You know, looked fantastic on Ancient. World-class Elise, floppy, hard carry, 20-some-odd plus kills, each of them. And then we get on to Overpass, and it's like, is this the same team?
Yeah, sure.
You know, and maybe I'm speaking too soon because that coveted CT side is up next. But, like, we're not even getting a glimpse of it. Come on, boys. Pull back the curtain. Show a little skin.
Maybe they have.
Blame F. 12-4, however, looking excellent inside of the bathrooms yet again. I mean, he really is the immovable object of this defense up on A. Inside Con. constantly an issue for Complexity.
Can't blame him for getting ecos when they run at him.
Nah, not his fault. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Or the other players.
Mm-hmm.
We need to up the comms on like just across the board. We know what it sounds like to win like these types of games. We need to fucking up it. There's already been 3 to 4 rounds I can already say about us not calming enough, not saying what we're gonna do. We need to up it. That's how we're gonna win this shit.
That's what the fuck is up, Come on. You'd love to hear that. I mean, that's beautiful. Like in the middle of a game, it actually doesn't have to be more complicated than that. That's exactly the words you need to hear.
He is so right.
Just clear the brain fog. He doesn't want to go to map 3 for no reason.
Yeah, up the comms.
Can you guys stop talking so much? I can't hear anything.
Into the B site they'll try, and met by device on arrival. Missed shot, but Stairs here to help. His third on the round. Buzz comes through. Suck on that.
Extremely active on both sides of the map right now. Always short water pushes, reclaiming Monster. I mean, really good setups. I think that actually it's scarier than ever on the T-side approach on Con, and that's why this is not figured out yet and why teams like Complexity are struggling. Because now that you can open up the smokes inside of the doorway, it used to be the case in late-stage CSGO where you would smoke the end of Con, then try to walk up, and then get up to the stairs and fight. But now you can nade it open at any moment on the CT side. It's terrifying. On top of the fact that they're just swinging on Con.
Yeah, dude.
Whether it's Device or Blame F.
Yeah. Astralis got that va-va-voom at the moment. Can't stop him. 8-2 up. I bet you their comms are electric. And they have been since the start of the second map.
And that's what Alicia's saying. It's always easy to calm when you're winning.
Yeah. Lining him up on Monster. 4 up and Buzz again. A mow down as it is Astralis on fire at the tail end of this half. Racking up the rounds. This B site looks impenetrable.
I played one round where I was like, oh, that could have been better. Other than that, it's been like lights out.
And away we go.
Lots of movement for Astralis. You can see the energy's great, obviously, and this is it. It's a nice confidence win maybe coming up. We'll see.
Yes, sir.
One final chance for Complexity to put their name into this game. And again, they've got 1 rifle, 1 eco round win so far this half.
Yeah, this is an angle. That's a thing. Ooh.
See ya.
Yeah. That's why I wear helmets when I go to the playground. Never know when you're going to fall off a slide. Eesh, JT! Not able to get this one going either, so he's 4-12. Alicia's 3-10. Floppy's 4-12. At the end of this half, every single player on Complexity has been shut out. We get a little bit of life out of Grim, but a tough clutch to try and close out this half with at least a third. BlameF's going to creep up from the water like an alligator and take a piece out of Complexity. 10 rounds on the defense, and we expect a lot from the CT side of the North Americans. But is this too much to ask?
Thank you, and have a good day. Great to see you.
Bye-bye.
What do you think of this?
I don't know. It's interesting.
Dear players, me and you, Mr. Dupre. Denmark is known as one of the gastronomy capital of the world. With attention to detail, today's second task will be a cooking competition. Both will be tested in who can make the best looking meal. Let's see who can stay focused and take the win. May the best chef win. Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
And look at this beautiful scenery. We are going in to cook some amazing food.
Welcome to Restaurant Fyrkronen. We will make Danish smørbrød.
I'm gonna take a step back and visualize and see what you're doing.
And see what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Well, just stop looking at me.
Okay, but I'm supposed to look to the water?
First of all, let's take a look at these beauties.
All right, I'll start with the hard one.
So what are you thinking you want to do?
I am gonna do the Ligustine.
Ligustine, yes.
Gonna do a tower. Let's see if they can stand.
I'm trying to make the potato here. See how things can work out for me.
Nobody's gonna move my plate, right? It's not going as expected. It's the wind.
Are you cooking a lot at home?
Depends if my wife is watching right now. So just to be sure, not at all.
I think I cook quite a lot at home actually. Actually trying to experiment with all kinds of things. So like I'm just trying to make new stuff all the time.
We need this special flour.
The onion flour.
The onion flour. Holy, that looks... How did you do that?
What do you mean? It's easy.
Gonna do the potato now. So Peter, being good at Counter-Strike, does that correlate with you staying here and cooking?
Since I'm on the bench, yes.
It means you have more time now. You see? That's actually unfair. He's benched, he has time to cook. I don't have time. I have practice in 2 hours. The guests are gonna be mad when you're that slow.
But I was told it's not about time.
I'm trying to do a smiley now.
And you don't want to use the fried eggs you made?
I think that's a hint. I think on the side here, so a guest has an X option to eat it, and if they feel like that's how it looks, because it looks so beautiful now. Putting outside the bread is also fine. It's part of the look, right?
Yes, that's us.
Okay.
Yeah. The potato over here could be like a children that make it.
I'm done.
You're done.
Nice, Finn.
So now I want to taste them and see how it tastes.
Ooh,
yeah. We have Peter's here. Looks beautiful. And here I think you have get some help from a child that was here late. And now we will taste this.
That's not fair. That's not how it looked in the beginning.
It's going to be a hell of a hill to climb if you are Complexity here on map 2. A win on Ancient made it feel like maybe they really were coming in and speed running their way to a matchup versus Vitality. But now, well, now it's a tough road. 10-2 on the half. If Astralis win pistol, I say this one's cooked.
Yeah, that's fair enough. 2 pistols, that can be enough to end it. And Complexity could be looking forward to CT side, but I mean, a lead like this, you got to respect it. You got to respect it.
It's the nature of the rounds as well. I feel like Astralis just, I mean, once they knew they were dominating.
That would be the better team won for sure.
Yeah. You know, they threw caution to the wind, but Astralis able to push out through Monster, but it's the short control here for Complexity.
And Borup's getting flanked. Is he going to get spotted?
Oh, he's hanging on. He's got at least a leash.
Oh.
JT's trade frag could be big. 3v3. Beretta's on Grim. 2 players on short.
You can hear them all running away.
But bomb planted.
Are they going to boost?
It doesn't look like it's for heaven. That map makes it look like it's tucked behind wood. Or is it on top? No. Okay, it is indeed in the open. And with Stairs double kill, just like that, it feels like any chance at a comeback, any chance at the pistol round win may have just slipped through their fingers. Oof, he'll get the fade away towards Buzz, but this is Astralis, just keeping it simple. Slamming Monster with numbers and following through.
Well, if they'd like to one day beat FaZe, then they have to win games like this.
Terrorists win.
Because FaZe would beat them in a game like this.
No chance. No chance. Unless. It just scares me, again, the inconsistencies of Complexity. Just another reminder that the potential's there. So are the problems. It's not really a setup here in round 14 that inspires the thought that we're going to get a force buy win. Stack down towards the B site. Hulzerk with a FAMAS one-man army. And Astralis taking their sweet time. Enough smokes to go into the... Sorry.
Enough smokes to go into the...
Yeah, excuse me. I just finished my pack of Mach 10. Cigarettes with no filters like a real man.
Keep going, you're going to be smoking them through your neck.
Stair will get cleared out. Maybe too much pause. Astralis just sat back and waiting, but BlameF double trade. He'll sacrifice Stair for the greater good.
May or may not be the good place to go to, but Astralis are too wise to fall into that trap, so they'll jump out. And now, yeah.
Floppy along the walls, got Monster to also worry about, but at least he gets Buzz and then tries to come back. Borups trades fast, 5-7-0. And it is Astralis with their heads on a swivel. Between A and B, they play. Snapshot down from Elige, Deagle's in hand. But he's going to need that Galil in armor in the next one if there's any chance it's something here for Cole. So
yeah, you know an MFer hit rock bottom when they're saving a Galil, but that's what this case is right now.
Yeah.
Astralis on to 12 rounds. Complexity, not a single potential full rifle here on CT side.
I have a hunch that the communication didn't get any better after Elige mentioned it. You know, because the situation only got worse.
Yeah.
And you know that's what just drains the life out of you.
Well, the thing is, it's like, you know, you don't deserve me at my best if you can't have me at my worst.
Right.
You know, it's like, even if the communication doesn't help you, you have to do it every round because it's just something you have to do. It's only, you know, it's maybe 1/3 of the reason why you win a round. But without it, then you'll definitely lose. So I think it was a good reminder, and yeah, it's so easy to calm when you're winning. Like energy's always good when the economy's up. You know,
you might want to go for this.
I'm sorry, is BlameF giving shit to someone for saving?
He acts like butter doesn't melt in his mouth now.
Yeah, I'm just
That looked cool.
I'm really hungry and would appreciate if we could close this. But, I mean, why is he hungry, man? He's feasting on complexity at the moment. Stair slides by. Oh, Alicia's pissed that he's going to die to this. Yeah, Counter-Strike. You love it. You hate it.
You wear it. Oh,
yeah. Stair is looking sharp too. Dude, nicely done by Stair. 18-4 on this map. I mean, that double wallbang headshot down on the B site, stuffing a lot of the faster rounds out of complexity when they tried to split him. He's just shown a marked improvement from Ancient to this second map of the series, and they needed that. So we've got 3 CTs left to deal with, one of which is Grim alone on A, but he will best BlameF.
Okay.
Low health for 2 of the 3 remaining. Maybe complexity now is your chance. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe you just need to believe. Not only in yourself, but in those around you. Device.
Oh my god.
Sick kill on Floppy. Grim is there to close it.
Bro.
They get through with at least a little more.
I hate that fight. That was crazy.
May the games begin.
Let's begin the games. Open the gates.
Unleash the Kraken.
You talked about close losses, so this would be really telling. See what complexity are made of, because they actually just earned their chance to go on to full buys now. So yeah, they got to play perfect, but these games are shorter now. The comebacks are even more possible. Bend but don't break.
That's a great positive attitude, Wanders. You should bottle that and sell it.
Hal Zerk, more like Hal Mark.
If Elige gets shot in the back one more time, I think he's going to blow a gasket. Hey, he's not shying away from the fight. And it works. But
well, Hal Zerk saved it, but he was right on him, though.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? It's the right call, man. Don't let them envelop the map and then go slow in a situation where you've got to come back all these rounds. And it's that CT activity that got Astralis that dominating, commandeering first half.
Bomb's got to get picked up, though. Someone's got to double back. That's going to mess with the timings and the potential for Borup to get traded. You know, they've got time for it. The noob tube.
Oh.
He saw it. Device knows it, so he'll just group up with his teammates. Grim's getting active, though.
Gotta be careful.
Ooh, yeah. Nice.
Oh, maybe they had to be careful.
Easy. 2 kills and 35 damage on Buzz. 15 seconds to the clock, and he knows that the element of surprise has just been lost. Die before time expires, my friend. Dice player's gonna hang on, but he'll force the fight. Oh, Halzer.
After time.
Hey, man. Take what you can get. Maximize your chances. Round by round, kill by kill. Complexity. Keep on fighting.
Did Buzz have anything left? That was a bit pricey.
No.
That was a buy, so yeah. Oh, that sets him back.
450 schmucks.
Count him up. 9-round lead here for Astralis. They don't have anything to be worried about. We've just seen that other teams have showed that they can come back in this new format, and that's the reason that they've been undefeated, won tournaments. It's possible. And Complexity are one of the teams that are in that category, that tier.
Yep. Now a nice early chance as well to rack up some easy rounds, 3 AKs, so the economy is going to grow. They can afford player losses. Remember, Grim comes through with a 1v1 clutch to keep Astralis off that 13th. They lost Pistol. They lost the first conversion. Alish saves a Galil. Blame F talks smack. And now Complexity start winning.
Should be a stenographer. It just recounted the events perfectly right there.
Yeah,
this would be...
Yeah, at least you can smell them.
The amount of money that could be made here. Oh, and he gets spotted. Well, that spoils the fun.
Yeah, but his teammates now know exactly what's up. Astralis is going to decide to just pedal to the metal. And Grim mows him down towards short side. So there's a 5th. 7 more to go.
7 more to go. Now, I think the cool part about CS2 is moments like these, it feels like they're precious. Even if you're on the precipice of actually closing the game out, it doesn't feel like it's never going to be handed to you. And just as quickly as you got that lead, it can vanish. Takes a lot of focus. Even when I'm playing, I've noticed that. Like, it feels like there were just so many rounds in CSGO I just forgot about because it was just so, some games would be so long, a lead would feel like, yeah, eventually we'll get it, whether it's luck or otherwise. But right now, the focus definitely has been raised.
I mean, everybody's been there. Anybody who's played Counter-Strike knows you're up 10-0. You end up losing 3-4 of those last rounds every time. You just want to start your second half.
Yeah.
You know, you can't afford that in CS2 at all. MR12 just makes such a world of difference. No lapse in focus. Especially here and now for Complexity.
So we've got Buzz, because he had no money, will come into this round with a Deagle. They've got extremely low utility. I mean, I don't like this round at all from Astralis T side on a map of this size. It can just feel like miles across if you don't have enough to work with. Now, there's still obviously chances for Complexity to make mistakes, but they're taking one major concession and Buzz on the Deagle, plus they don't have much to scale with. They've got to keep this just simple as hell. Hope their entries are perfect.
Man.
Come in low telegraph. And the CTs, to be fair, have not taken that much space back. They finally will go forward with this protocol, but it's on the other side of the map right now.
Alicia's delayed as well. They're taking Bathrooms control. Lige
They
now
know it's
starting to
B
come
now.
down. 25 to the clock. JT's going to have to do something here. He will mow down Borup. Floppy instantly gets one as well. Device, though, trade frag back. And it's JT to hold the line.
Control.
Beautiful headshots coming out of JT as the comeback continues slowly but surely. Still 6 rounds away. We're not getting excited yet.
No, we aren't. But that did deplete the bank accounts for Astralis. That is a round following one where, you know, Buzz's money was terrible. Might have influenced the reason they purchased.
Yes.
But it does put us now 2 rounds away from another full buy with utility.
Complexity are constructing the framework of a comeback.
And the way that JT plays these angles, obviously, super. But just as well, it could all end on pistols.
Exactly,
And
right.
$700 investments come forward.
Stupid bush.
It's the hardest bush ever.
I don't know. I think George goes pretty hard. One peek from Buzz to unravel the B play. One player over faces. Takes a deke to the forehead. I mean, Lige is kind of getting left on an island.
That was nasty.
Flash with it.
You gonna see that? No.
Lige could end up offering an AK over. Grim's also trying to press out close bathrooms, but he's got Device to worry about soon enough.
It does feel like they're like somehow missing a lot of information, but it goes both ways. Like,
good setup here. Unleashes Grim to trade out a Lige, and sure enough, he gets the double headshot. Still one long, still one connector.
Yo!
Second Desert Eagle kill.
Borup in an interesting spot.
Keeping Complexity on their toes, but Halzerk knows that he is top con. He holds on and takes half his health as damage. Flash to support him on the fallback, but the long player starting to come around. Borup's been able to find the spacing, and Astralis off of only Deagles with no Kevlar really for the bunch.
Wait, what?
Have almost gotten onto the site. Opt for Borup, taken back. Time is of the essence. 5 seconds to spare. Buzz, it's a double Deagle demanded of him. 3 to the clock, and he just can't manage. JT the round prior down towards the B site, and JT again this time to pick up that slack.
5 straight now. Got to be careful with shots like the second one, Halzerk. Like, it did get a little scary. But overall, Grim, the sanitation engineer, cleaned it up very quickly. And they had 3 inside of bathrooms with the rifles. What else do you need? Hopefully this does come down to a full rifle versus a full rifle. And we'll get another chance to see if that's going to be the case. But 5 straight for Complexity, 5 to go to bring it to overtime. And now the AUGs come out.
Oh, God. We've gotten to that point of the comeback.
You should be spamming AUGs on CS2, especially on Overpass.
Filthy habit. Buying AUGs.
And crazy how light they are over on the B site.
Oh, yeah. Floppy just leaning back.
And I will say, I think Complexity's prep is one thing that stands out the most to me. Like, they do believe in it.
Yep.
They are willing to come through with setups where you're like, wait, what do they know? But, you know, it offers up moments like this. You know, Floppy's got a lot to look for. And if he dies, of course, things get very scary. But
wow, not one nade either.
They're waiting to push long, but there's no one here actually. You know, we cross a point in which, you know, the Astralis are going to try the long play. Oh, and Plus goes down.
That's all Floppy had to offer. Leaning on the AK, needed the headshot, gets it clean.
Now, Stair knows that the setup is passive over here, but Grim finds a timing.
Nasty. Able to go for that, and he controls the spray. Not for the one inside connector. Borup answers back. Nice flashbang, perfectly on the mark, dude. That's a crazy bounce.
I don't even know about that's great. Yeah.
Plus, Elise just ran back, so that gives Device the information that Elise is stuck upper bathrooms unless he comes back through his own smoke, which he just has, looking to help out with the Borup frag. So Device knows there's nothing on long any longer, and he'll have to hang on to that AWP as Complexity put forth their 6th round in a row and close that gap to 4.
Yeah, I mean, a lot came down to Floppy, but Floppy was just making sure this one fight was dealt with.
And if he loses that,
it's pretty scary for sure. I mean, but that's like Complexity are willing to take risks like that in the middle of a comeback where they lose any round, it's over. That's great. I think that's great because how else are you supposed to win? Playing standard every round and being obvious? No, of course not.
Just because you're losing doesn't mean you should play like a loser.
Yeah, that's just factos, bro. That's just factos. That's real. It sounds silly, but it's true. There's no difference between match point and the round before. It's just one more round you got to win. There's only good plays and bad plays, not aggressive and passive.
Giving time for some of the others to warm up. We got a good shot.
And no matter what you do,
you're
always exposed to risk. Remember that, Counter-Strike players.
It's true. You leave your house in the morning?
Yeah.
Risk. But again, if it's gonna end and Astralis get the map win, will it be on a round like this? Not if JT has his way. That's a deep shot. All the way back.
That was Hubble.
That was Hubble. Yo, James Webb.
JT in the deep field.
No, don't jump.
Did he see him? It feels like the Vice is posted in a way that he like didn't notice.
But Grim didn't do it again.
Yeah, Grim didn't do it again.
Yeah, he knows better. So nice passive angle with the shadow advantage for Halzerk. He will claim 2 kills.
And they got a perfect setup. They still have long control here, so they have every right to peek from this side of the bathrooms. Halzerk's job's basically done. I mean, they could choose to blow this round, but they've really got good control of the map at the moment.
Oh, there it is. Plus, he spotted stair front bathrooms with a deagle in hand, so he knows the second player's here. The bomb has been delivered, and Halzerk is hitting shots. 4 as they try to approach with that solo op and get nothing for their efforts.
I'm saying, dude, 64%. I think CT side in the last few matches here in CS2, they were looking forward to this half. They would love to not be on death's doorstep every single time the round starts. But at the same time, Astralis have to prove and unearth a way, a strategy in which they can beat Complexity honestly, because it doesn't look like it's going to happen on the Ecos, and the full rifles are not looking any closer.
Guns up now. Elige again. Upper bathrooms with the support of Halzerk on long with the op. So we've seen some pretty underplayed B sites at times. This is not the case. 3 members there out of the gate. Flash though, ooh, that makes it hard for Floppy. JT doesn't get killed despite having to react to the flash. But it does give up some information to Blame F.
2 outside B.
Yeah. Deep. You know, contrast that to the round that Buzz sees at B where he walks out all the way for free. Processing.
That's interesting. The jump spot, and oh, the shot gets missed, but it's covered. They got a too long setup. And they think because Complexity have played more active towards the B site with the push to the right side, they're not also on long.
Right.
They're wrong. Complexity have layers and levels.
JT leveling up alongside Halzerk and Grim will hold Buzz at bay. Oh, wild blind. Just enough shots to get the better of Borup. And now Device and Blame F stuck outside of the B site. Support is inbound and Floppy holds it again. Complexity are taking this streak of round wins to double digits.
The positioning from JT right there, he was open to the flash go. So you could see the entire thing. If he was hugging the wood wall, he just would have eaten it and they would both died. And this round would actually maybe fall apart completely. And instead, he comes up with 3 frags. He dodges that flash for their opening attempt. They school him over in the default on long. They get 8 in a row, and we're not seeing TC smile. He's looking quite serious. This is actually a pretty big chance for this organization at this point in time in CS2 to prove that they can pull off a pretty big comeback. And for Astralis, well, they're about to stand in the face of stats and take down Complexity, maybe even beat them on CT side, but at this point, I don't know.
Complexity doing their absolute damnedest not to add to that stack of blowout losses. Oh, how it could have been. And while the loss is still on the table, they have fought tooth and nail to keep it this close. Round 23, Tech9's grouped up outside of Monster. They're going for it, and the nade meets them on the approach. Fantastic utility, but Stairs Deagle still claims one. Spray off of the barrels as the short player doubles back. They're out in the open, and it's in the open that they lock it down. We go the distance, and Complexity, a single round left to push OT.
Yeah, we got JT eating right now over on the B side. That setup is perfect. On the outside of the smoke, in case they split that way, it gives his teammates confidence to hunker down, wait for the monster hit to come in. The nade comes in the perfect timing, and the spray down is easy. They can even afford to lose a couple of players. And one final timeout, save for a rainy day. Here we are on round 24. A last chance for Astralis with a full buy to come in and try to close this game out in regulation. And if they don't, you better believe the odds swing drastically back into the favor of Complexity, who are clearly happy to be on CT side and have proved that they can get this far despite losing both pistols.
And you can see that just that little bit of celebration starting to creep in. Smiles, but quick ones, because this last round is the one that actually only matters in the end to get us to OT. But how good is this Complexity CT side? Well, not only 9 rounds in a row right now, not one bomb plant for Astralis within those 9 rounds. They can't even buy a plant. Total lockdown. And there have just been preemptive moves from Complexity, changing positions, changing places, adapting, and not dying.
This is massive information from Halzerk. Does he want to approach? He knows that Borup didn't see him.
Oh, he's caught! He got stuck on the stairs. That could have been the end of Halzerk, but Borup doesn't confidently overswing.
Yeah. They don't have this short push opened up. It feels like Halzerk is a little bit worried now with this position.
Whoa.
Doesn't die on his escape. And they slightly assist him. That is a very rickety situation, but disaster averted.
Yeah, talk about rickety. Look at Alige on top of the rock.
What?
Not leaning behind tree, not having Halzerk's help, but on his own.
Oh, and it's their own front bathroom smoke. Alige can just fall back completely. 5v4.
Able to retreat. Not only does Halzerk get out of connector, but Alige takes that much of an overt risk and isn't punished for it. Man advantage on their 10th round in a row.
That's got to be the most impressive part about this CT half is the amount of options CT that Complexity have taken aggressively. Even though Astralis have done the same, they've done even more.
Grim hears it close, but Alige dead. Perfectly timed peek, and that's a second. Grim trying to make the difference. But here you have it yet again. Device and Blame F in a clutch. No! Shot. And round 24 makes a world of difference as all of a sudden Floppy tries to come back up from dumpster. No one can stop this plant. It's safely tucked on truck. They go for the double nades on dice. Doesn't land. Floppy and JT from the depths of B into the A site retake. Wallbang off the mark. Device stoic on that plant, has Blame just back behind him, and as JT comes up the stairs, he gets the better of the headshot. Blame F leaning back with 2 kills already.
But it's planted truck.
Oh, no way! He gets the kill. JT, it's a fake. Blame F doesn't bite. 10 rounds in a row, or Astralis managed to end it, but he gets back on bomb, and we go OT!
Oh my god, they've made it. JT, 2 fakes, could have stuck it, must have got a little nervous, but now it's so easy. They know they got rounds. CT to look forward to, and a final chance. And the 2 best players you could ask for in the 2v2 on the very last round. The setup is crazy after a 5v4, and this flash, it misses, and Halzerk still misses his shot. It felt like that's where all right. The regular disaster you normally see for Complexity in this situation is about to take place again.
To me, JT is one of these remarkable players who in the last 3 months, I mean, we talk about how Alige has unlocked something else in Floppy.
Yeah.
I think Alige has done the same thing to JT. Slowly but surely, he's having just stellar events. I mean, and stellar for his standards. No 0.8 one-offs anymore. But the job's not done.
Yeah, watch that be a wake-up call. An early 5v4.
It's when we get to OT that the gloves come off. No more half-buys, nothing but rifles coming out of Astralis. But Alige and Grim respond back with a kill apiece. Man advantage taken away from Astralis. And they are back into the device Blame F 2vx. They decide to go deep. Elijah's flash from Connector stalls them for a second. It's a deep corner hold from Grim, and as he draws them into his crosshair, it pushes it down to Blame. 78 health, a player up in heaven, and a chance to cross before Elish arrives. Smoke lets this bomb go down if he chooses.
We hit him. Wait, he shot an op through the box for 6 damage. Wow. And now they'll approach slowly. Blame will come back to plant on B. Will they continuously push? It looks like the case is yes, and Blame could line him up looking to the wrong direction.
He has no clue that
no idea.
Done.
Wow.
I need to see that Hauser flick.
Yeah, that was just
6 damage. What are you shooting?
A warning shot through the default box, but like the fat side of it. That's something he'll probably never learn of.
But damn, look at the pace. Like you said, a wake-up call for Astralis, the way they came swinging.
An opening here, and then it even looked like Buzz was feeling confident as the entry. But Complexity were just as alert. They were ready to hold that down. So, I mean, I like the energy from Astralis to just try a different tempo right out the gate in OT. But Complexity just are not scared of them right now. And this is the first lead in the game for Complexity.
Super deep control as well. Floppy's added to the mix of the long players. They got JT down in con, so a changing of the positions. And again, a changing of the pace. Astralis leaned back in contrast to the last round. Look at this A control for Complexity. Astralis now fixating in on the long fight, but this deep corner from Floppy, it is good for the first. Stairs bested.
Oh,
and a smoke. Then on a Liege peek to catch Blame F.
And now they know B is so light.
And they know that there's another player in playground because they heard that op ring out.
But they're still trying to figure out how to get some action here on the A side. The doors keep closing. The CTs keep peeling back. And Elish can stay here. We're passing the point in time in which they can even take long control. So Elish, look at this. He has the ability to flank in about 10 seconds. There's no chance they go here.
Dude, the brain juice is flowing. They have not made a wrong decision in the last 11, 12 rounds. It is just perfect timing, perfect plays. And yet a response back for Astralis. Floppy locked into the dice box. Halsard blinded. Doesn't matter. Another rifle multi-frag. A 2-round lead. And only one more to rack up on this defense. You were right. The hype is real. This CT side, rock solid.
The amount of value they're getting out of their long control setups, I don't think anyone else is doing it like them right now. That's nuts. That is nuts. Hard to expect Floppy to be there the amount of time. Alige has persisted on pushing, playing that rock over and over again.
And just slightly little variations, right? The smallest changes, but keeping Astralis on their toes and keeping Complexity one step ahead.
Every time you figure out their new setup, you lose a player doing it. Fast plays, slow plays, nothing's going right now for Astralis.
Not once has somebody from the CT side pushed the ladder until now. And look, it nets them an opening kill. This hasn't happened until now. Every round is something different. And Astralis are playing catch-up. On a map they can't afford to lose. They picked Ancient, lost it. And it felt like they had Overpass every day of the week. Oh. No chance for Device to go back into Connector. Imagine how Borup feels stranded now. And Alige, at a moment's notice, could just go attack Blame F. And they know that flank is possible. Nice flashbang out of Borup, but Blame, it's a one and done. Floppy ready to trade. 1v4 demanded of him. A flawless CT overtime half. And 3 chances to close this series.
TC. Yeah. Now, before we as North Americans get too excited about the potential that Complexity do something super cool here.
Yeah, you're right.
Astralis, they cleaned up in that first half. They only need 3 rounds to tie up in this OT. They know their CT side's going to be strong. And in fact, Complexity probably can expect them to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Complexity only need 1. But that 1 isn't going to be easy. These teams are both relying on CT. saw what BlameF and Device were doing on the A side of the map. In the first half.
Oh no. Just a raw duel down monster.
Yeah, that's Borup in the same position. JT playing the exact same way.
He's 23 and 17. He's almost caught up to Grim.
Wow.
Like JT is just putting it forward. Man advantage to try and close this. Freya asked, if we were Grim, what would we ask for our birthday? How about a 12-2 comeback to keep your undefeated overpass record in CS2 alive?
No kidding.
I mean, that's got to be all of his year's luck used up.
That's with a FaZe win and a Mouse win. And an Astralis favorite here.
Oh no! Who is this? What has he done? Between CSGO and CS2, JT is a beast, and while Stare has just as clean headshots in response, it's a bomb plant made possible by JT's early man advantage. Halzerk stranded, but again, Device and BlameF. The same two who could have closed this back in regulation, who lost out in a clutch versus JT, now need to try and get this moving forward. Missed flick out of Halzerk, Grim's there to help, and sure enough, from 12-2, to the 16-12 comeback by the looks of it. Device's pistol pushes out and nothing is left. Complexity, what a way to start their fall finals run. A chance versus Vitality to lock in semifinals to play on another big stage. Who had this in the cards? CS2 looks great on NA.
A comeback of epic proportions, and I don't know about you, Maui, I am absolutely speechless. We're talking about Complexity being down 12-2. We're talking about them requiring 14 rounds in a row to close this one out. I did not have that on my bingo card, but incredible form coming out of Complexity.
I don't know if we're ever going to see that for quite some time, Freya. I like winning 14 rounds in a row. You win with 13, okay? I just want to make that clear to everybody at home. When you win 14 rounds in a row, it feels like the game should have broken. Like you shouldn't be able to win that many in a row, but Complexity just did in order to win the series 2-0. That was a magnificent defense that they put up right there, and it even felt like on that last round that they won an OT on that T side, they were just gifted every kill. JT was phenomenal. The shots that he was hitting in that one to put himself at the, not even just the 20 bomb, I think it was like 24 by the end of all of that, just such crazy stuff. And sometimes with JT, you get these pop-off performances, and they come at the most important moments for this team.
Yeah, seizing the opportune moment, and he almost catches up to Grim in terms of the frags he was able to put on the server. I mean, happy birthday to young Grimothy. That's exactly what he was wishing for, blowing out those candles, and we can just see the amount of rounds they managed to win in a row. I asked you, Maui, we came out here 12-5, the scoreline. You said 20% chance. You were believing way more than basically anybody else in this room, and for good reason. They just had such a lockdown on that CT side. It was insane.
Oh yeah, and it wasn't just, there wasn't really even just a single force that was willing it. It was the B defense between Floppy and JT. Sometimes they were left on an island where the rotation wasn't even quite there yet for Complexity, where they were playing a heavy A side lean on their defense, and then JT would come out of 2 kills with seemingly no reason. Sometimes a Liege would have a forward defense. There were times in that streak of rounds where Complexity was putting together that run together that they were taking Fountain and holding Fountain from Astralis, where Astralis couldn't even get past the wishing well. They couldn't even cast a coin into that fountain to even make a wish because they had no hope in hell.
It was absolutely insane. An incredible comeback from Complexity, of course, and nets them the W in this series and a matchup against Vitality. And I want to hear how Grim is feeling after that incredible comeback.
Well, I'm sure Grim is feeling absolutely fantastic. The birthday boy just pulls off an insane comeback, 14 rounds in a row. What kind of conversation was going on inside that server? Because that was a real flip the switch for the CT side.
Yeah, Lee was saying our comms should be better, which they should have, and JT in the halftime was like, yeah, I mean, we can come back if we just get our comms going and get some things going, and our comms are really good, and honestly, this is a great birthday present because I think this is the biggest comeback I've ever had right now.
This is an unreal comeback. Was this something you started to wish for or pray for in between the games, between the maps?
I mean, yeah, we know Overpass is a strong map for us. We just know we weren't playing our standards on our T side. Our CT is really good. We added a ton of new stuff. So I was just taking round by round, and all of a sudden I checked the scoreboard. It's 11-12. I'm like, all right, well, now we just need to not screw up this round. We're going overtime, so let's do it.
That's a good way to look at it, right? Round by round, and then go, oh, then we suddenly realize what's actually happening. Now, there was a moment, I don't know if you can even hear it, but BlameF said something at 12-2, I think it was, right? And it was like, I think Elise was saving or how it was working as he got the round. Did you hear him call out? Because it felt like he got some karma.
Honestly, I didn't. I heard a yell from over there, and most of the time it's BlameF feeling, but I didn't hear what he said. I just like, man, like, yeah, I mean, he is on match point, up 12-2, so of course there's gonna be some yelling, but you don't want to yell too early or else comebacks might happen and it's gonna bite you, so yeah.
But we got to look at it, right? In the first half, there wasn't too much fight from you guys in there. What were you guys struggling with? You mentioned the communication side. We heard it on a bit of a mic'd up clip in there as well. But for a map that you're so confident on, why was it so difficult to get going, especially after a great first map?
Yeah, sometimes they actually changed up their game plan, we think, and it was catching us off. And when we were like executing, it was taking us a while sometimes to like get everything coordinated. And because of that, they were like rotating and stacking and stuff like that. So like when the comms are bad, even for like 1 second, costs you against these top 10 teams. So we just said that we need to get it up for sure. And when we play like that, that's how we make the finals at Sydney and almost win. So I mean, I'm glad that we could able to bring that form back today in the CT side.
And you just mentioned about top 10 teams. You guys now sit within that top 10 teams. You guys are showing a good force. How does this feel for you to be on a complexity right now that is looking better than we've ever seen?
It feels honestly really good to be in the top 10, and when you're in the top 10, like the other top teams are going to study you, right? Because they're not going to underestimate you. So it's a different change of pace from being like the top 30, for example, because now you need to like keep track of what you're doing and change some stuff slightly and stuff like that. Add a bunch of new strats because the teams are going to study you. So, but it's been really nice. We're playing really well and excited to see what we can do in this Blast event.
I think we're all excited to see what happens in the future as well for you guys across this tournament. But I've got one final question for me. It's from our Blast TV viewers at home. They get to have a little say on a final question here. And it says, what is your favorite game day breakfast?
Game day breakfasts? I honestly love like a French toast with eggs and bacon, like just like for breakfast. So you get the day going off. It's pretty basic, but you can even add in some pancakes if you want. But if you already have French toast, it might be too much. But yeah, that's it for me.
I like that. I'll try that tomorrow. Thank you very much, Grim.
French toast, pancakes, and clear comms. Apparently the key to victory for Complexity and to really unleash Grim on this map of Overpass.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Grim in that interview talked about the fact that JT was saying to up the comms. We heard live as we were patched into their comms that it was, in fact, Elige too that was saying they need to step it up in terms of just speaking. And you could see that in the second half, that was clear. It was obvious, a marked difference in the way that they were playing off of each other, the way that they were taking space with really just sheer force. I mean, Grim right there, you could see in that flank towards Connector, they were playing with so much more freedom, which is something that is allotted to you on the CT side of Overpass, no doubt. But it was also just the way that, on the first half, it did feel like so often they just kind of got stopped before the round even got started. A lot of openers that were caught off, and Grim did talk about it. The fact that it did feel like in some ways maybe Astralis changed their game plan going into this one, and Complexity probably have to go back to the drawing board themselves if it was so easy to counter so many of their openers.
Yeah, it's something that Grim touched upon in that interview as well, right? And I think that was one strong reason that we were coming into that second half and going, okay, Astralis had that CT side on lock, and at moments it looked like they were reading Complexity like a book, which is what makes this comeback from Complexity all the more impressive, right? Because then we look at Astralis' T side. How many openers did they get, Maui, on that T side?
Is it a big fat zero?
A big fat zero.
Yeah. Oh.
That ain't it.
No, and neither team were really able to find any kind of footing there. I will say that there are quite a few options for the defenses on Overpass. There's so many ways you can switch up your setup to make things so awkward, and there's so many angles that need to be cleared. And so that is by nature sometimes just how that map plays out. But usually you'll find at least one fair fight somewhere. Usually you'll get some opportunities. But I think that's just kind of what Grim is talking about on this in this highest level. If you have any inkling, any type of feeling of what your opponents are going for early in those rounds, you can tailor make so many setups. And I actually saw in some of the setups in the very first half, I remember we were in the green room and it was just like, okay, this is the way that you would want to counter this kind of setup. Astralis are already in it. So they had a great understanding of each other.
We get to see some pictures of elation coming out of Complexity, obviously netting themselves that game versus Vitality, but just preceding that, pictures of pure emotion coming out of Astralis, because we've got to add the extra context upon this, Maui. This is Copenhagen. Aside from the major, this is one of the most important events for for these Danish organizations to be making it for the arena too, right? Because we see so many fans coming out to support them, and now, unfortunately, Astralis is just one best of 3 away from potentially being eliminated and not making it there.
Yeah, I'm on. Isn't it Heroic on the other side too?
It is.
So it's going to be one Danish team that has to move forward. So I think that's going to be a really, really fun matchup when we get there.
Where do you kind of see that playing out? Because the Heroic are obviously coming in limping, I think it's fair to say, but Astralis as well. We know there's roster changes rumored on both sides of the equation.
I will say that of the 2 teams I watched today, and this will undoubtedly curse the one I'm favoring. I would say that Astralis played overall better CS than Heroic. But like I said, I mean, it seems like these teams just know each other so well in so many different ways that it's really tough to read just kind of based off of this sort of form, because when they make these game plans for each other too, they're going to switch so much stuff up. They're probably going to have different vetoes on top of that. So it's kind of anyone's game, and who's going to be representing Denmark, I guess we'll find out.
I'm hearing the Spearheads are picking Heroic tomorrow because you just jinxed Astralis. So yeah, other teams, you heard it here first. Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Astralis, does mean an L in their first series here at the BLASTPremier Full Finals. But let's get a few words courtesy of Stare.
Stare, this is obviously not the result you would want here, and especially with how important an event like this is in Copenhagen, the Danish fans and stuff for you guys. I just got to touch on it. In the first map, right, we've seen Ancient so much for you guys as be a solid map in there, but it did feel like at one point you guys kind of slowed down and missed the pacing. Did that feel like that in the game?
Lost the pace, yeah, kinda. I mean, it was more like we messed up in like some of the strats we agreed to do, which made the timings like a little worse. So we had to like take a chill and like get a calm situation of it, right? And then it just got a little messy. It was the same on overpass, to be honest. Like this T side, we got some messy A control, me especially. I made a couple of mistakes in that, and then it's easy for the CTs, right? When they have so good A players.
Did it feel like you guys kind of took your feet off the gas a little bit? Because there was a moment, I think it was when you were 12-2 up, BlameF shouts out, it almost felt like it was a done deal. Did you notice you guys kind of let go too much then?
Not let go, we still did everything we agreed to, right? Just like I said, a little more messy. I mean, of course, it's easy to scream at the opponent when you're leading this much, right? And it gets more intense when you start losing 5 rounds in a row. You're like, okay, guys, let's find a solution. We take a tactical, and then we chill out, because if the fast pace doesn't work, we have to like, okay, let's play it chill, see what happens. But that didn't work either. It was more about doing the right thing and not just doing it slow or fast.
Now the pressure really is on, though, because the next game will be elimination time and you'll be facing Heroic. It obviously isn't the same Heroic, isn't the same kind of rivalry, but how important is that game for you guys?
I mean, it's as important as any other Heroic game, right? It's only because it's Blast, it's more important for me at least, because it's in Denmark, right? And it's also a very good lineup they have. I wouldn't underestimate them, even though that they have some new players. I also have played with Siphon before. I know he's an insanely skilled player, so we should at least not underestimate them, that's for sure. They're very good, and I hope we can take it and make it to the arena.
Yeah, we got a bit of a Danish derby on our hands coming up as we take a look at the Group B overview after the first day of the BLASTPremier Full Finals. And yeah, unfortunately, Maui, one of those 2 teams will be eliminated as we move on into Group A as well, because that action was going down earlier on this morning, where we're finding a NIP and NAVI, unfortunately, in that same predicament as well. How are you kind of imagining that this group will be playing out?
It goes without saying that FaZe was going to likely top it. Obviously, that is yet to be seen, as they have yet to play against Cloud9. But NIP coming into this, to me, were the biggest of underdogs. I felt like they had very, very low likelihood, even though Navi is playing with a new roster technically also, given its wonderful slotting in for the first time. I will say that NIP had a slew of problems before they even went for the IGL change too, and so they are really playing from behind right now.
Well, Maui, I don't know about you. I don't relive some highlights from today, and they actually all come from the Group A side of the equation in our CS Money Play of the Day. Yes, that's right. You guys at home have the chance to have your say with the 3 potential players that we're going to be recapping in tomorrow's pre-show for you guys to be choosing from. First up, we're going to have a little bit of a twist action. I believe there's a bottle flip in this somewhere.
Oh yeah, you love a good bottle flip, don't you? Ooh,
hey,
look at that landing right there.
You got it.
That should be a TikTok.
Then we got Boomage with a nice clutch coming in. I love seeing Boomage coming back in style, man. Like, he was dominating in some of these moments.
I wanted Boomage on this roster for so long, and now I finally get to gloat because he looked ownage today. This was awesome from Boomage, and I like that Electronic has talked about this interviews. The man's got Riz. The man's got some Riz.
He really has. Put some respect on that name. Third option that we've got for you guys is a little bit of bit coming from the side of Navi with some dirty Deagle action.
Oh, this is just pristine stuff. Vintage, you would say, from Bit. The headshot machine seems like he's back on a tear here. That is just beautiful stuff from him, winning around from seemingly thin air.
Okay, so you got the Riz, you got the bottle flip, and you've got, you know, Rookie of the Year Bit. Where's your vote going, man?
Ooh, I'm gonna give it to Boomich. Yeah. I'm gonna give it to Boomich in that one just because it was an important round. They won the series, and Big Boom back on the server, back on land, baby.
Well, whilst we chew on that decision, I think it's time to check in with James Banks to see where our Mask MVP has ended up after day one of competition.
That's right, Freya. It's our Maersk MVP checking, and this is where I get to look at some of the brightest players we've seen throughout the opening day. Now, obviously, all of these things can change, but these are our top 5 players right now. Obviously, Elige having great work in that game we just saw, but the man we need to focus on right now is Spinks. This man is ranked 3 worldwide when it comes to playing competitively right now on terms of CS2. This guy has come back in lightning fast, not just with his team, just in all his spare time practice, dominating from start to finish. He is feeling the game, he is enjoying the game, and he's looking to make a statement. Now, you can say it was only against Heroic here. For sure, they don't have their full capable lineup right now, but Vitality are coming and looking hot, and I really want to see a Vitality taking on FaZe. Now, that could be fun. Rob, Spinks, let's see how it goes.
I would love that indeed as well, Banks. And Maui, you were right. You said Spinks has to be the highest rated player. Did you see the numbers on that, man? What was it, 1.79 after day one?
If he keeps that up for the whole tournament, the tournament's over. Like, just call it right now. If Spinks was unplayable today versus Heroic, you could see in that highlight reel right there, sometimes that was 2 players from Heroic, and they couldn't even trade him because he would kill them so quickly. Dude was just decimating them today. I want to see more from that from Spinks.
Right, we've had some winners on the server today, but I don't care about them. I care about the winners in our predictions after day one. Of course, we're going to be accumulating the scores as we go forward, but that's looking pretty good for us down there.
Ooh, you love to see it, don't you? The Spearhead's on top right there. No question about it. 4 right. And look at Creamy Bears. What a horrible name, first of all, for Anders and Henry G. And you could not have picked worse. You could have probably blindly picked and done better than that. I'm disappointed in the Creamy Bears.
I'm seeing there's, you know, a possibility for us to be stealing some points as well going into tomorrow. So I think we need to, you know, maybe have an apple juice after this and discuss our tactics going forward. But as we look forward, we can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well, because we've got 4 more best of 3s coming our way, and we're going to be seeing some qualification games, obviously some elimination games going along with that as well, which we begin off with NAVI versus NIP, FaZe versus Cloud9 in the winners matchup, Astralis versus Heroic, another elimination, and then of course Complexity versus Vitality. I'm very excited to see the first 2 teams that are going to be making it into Royal Arena tomorrow. Anybody that you're hedging your bets with there, Maui? Who's your favorite for day 2?
Oh, come on, it's got to be FaZe, right? Come on, they're playing against a team with no opper. I love Boomich, but he ain't really like that with the op.
I love how you gave him the respect for the Riz, and now you're just completely shutting him down again.
Well, I mean, you know, you can be the rizziest guy on the planet, but even the lizard wizard of Boomich isn't going to get it done against FaZe just on a tear. They're unstoppable. They're untouchable.
I think it's time to call it a night, Maui. Thank you so much for joining me. And yeah, we're going to see how it goes down tomorrow. Same time, same place, as we come back with 4 best of 3s and find out the first 2 teams that are going to be making it into the semifinals. We'll see you tomorrow.